You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
Like a cool website. Yeah, it's alright. You might have it.
You're listening to Lifestyle Radio.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organizations or Lifestyle Radio.
You like music, you like weed, well, we gonna be good friends indeed. This is how much I like more than smoking trees. They'll make you dance the do-si-do and teach you how the chiva grows. Smoke a bowl on the 420 radio show. On Lifestyle Radio.
All right, here we are.
Welcome back, everybody.
Did you find anybody else, Marcel?
No.
Oh, man.
The hell with them all. We don't even like those people anymore. We just like Kaylee and Nick because they showed up.
So Marcel set this up, so I'm going to let Marcel tell you what's going on.
No, I'm busy. I'm busy. I'm correcting wrong people. Wrong people were wrong on the internet. Somebody needs to correct them.
Oh, is that what it is?
On a mission.
On a mission.
What were they wrong about?
Meat.
Oh, you got to fill us in on that, man.
Okay, so people are freaking out because in the grocery stores, mainly, Galen Weston stores, they're selling meat that they say is, how do they word it? Hang on, I've got a label here.
The Mexican meat?
Yeah, it's rib steak, boneless, tray pack, cut from ungraded Mexican beef. And everybody's freaking out, right? But here's the cool thing about this meat. This meat has been thoroughly inspected to ensure that it complies with Health Canada's or Agriculture Canada's standards before it can come into the country.
It would have to.
Grading is a result of the producer.
Yeah.
There's no regulations on grading. So being ungraded meat just means nobody looked at it to see how much fat was in the meat.
Yeah.
The higher the fat content, the higher the grade. And that's all grading is. So if I go to the store and I see that steak, a ribeye steak on for $4.72, right? Which the average price right now is around $24 a pound for local beef. If I can get it for $5 or $6 a pound, and I can grade it myself by looking at how much marbling's in the meat.
Yeah.
Okay, but is the Mexican meat okay by the time it gets here is the question.
Of course, or it would never get here.
Yeah.
The customs would never allow it into the country if it doesn't pass.
Yeah, I fully believe that they can safely move meat from there to here. I just personally rather, because like it was 2 years ago, I went to a guy I knew that had cows grazing in the field, and I bought a quarter of a beef from him, and we cut it up ourselves, and then that ended up being about $5.50 a pound. I mean, plus our freezer bags and stuff.
It's
So
a lot cheaper to do it.
And it was so much better.
You can't get meat up here. I'm in Northern Ontario, and you can't get meat at good prices here at all.
But meat travels worldwide all the time.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Canada ships dead chickens to China. China processes them into packages and sends them back.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
lobster and everything else.
Happens all the time. That's normal. So.
Yeah. No, I didn't freak out when I seen that either.
If you see that ungraded meat, grade it yourself. If it's got lots and lots of fat in it, call it Wagyu.
Yeah.
Because that's all Wagyu is.
Yeah.
It's
so,
fat meat.
Are we done with that argument now?
It's not even an argument. They're just mistaken.
Okay,
People freak out when they see ungraded.
I doubt they'll calm down and figure it out. They just hate it because it's not.
I see the pictures with Mexican beef, and I'm like, yeah.
So, what's the difference between
it? Would I buy it if I had a choice? It would depend on the price, to be honest.
Yeah.
What's the difference between
the
Mexican cow than a Canadian cow, though. Seriously,
Yeah.
I mean,
In my opinion, it would all
spicier?
be in what it's eating. It's the same reason I don't buy like Costco meat or anything else. It's just like what is the animal eating? That's why I really like the cow that I bought, because it was just grass.
How long did it last you?
Like almost a full year, if not longer. We had roasts and stew meat and all kinds of.
I'd have it all in the steaks.
Yeah, now we had a few really, really thick steaks. Yeah, it was nice. Lots of hamburger because the kids.
Yeah, hamburger's good too. Do you hunt? What about deer?
I've had my license for 5 years, and I haven't got to go out and shoot a deer yet because of the kids. That's what I'm blaming it on, the kids. That's what I'm usually busy with.
So,
That's okay. I haven't been deer hunting in a long time either.
Marcel,
Yeah.
can you introduce our guests now?
Yes, this is Kaylee and Nick Jones.
You're very low tonight, buddy. I'm going to turn your microphone up a bit.
I could reposition. Is that better?
A little bit. I turned you up anyways.
Okay. I don't know.
Go ahead.
No, I met Kaylee and Nick 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep. At the first Harvest Fest.
Well, it wasn't my
Maybe like
first
a year and a
Harvest
half.
Fest, at your first.
Well, our
Harvest Fest.
first Harvest Fest. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd been to a few at that point. But I met them because of their daughter, Sophie, who is 7 now, I'm told.
Yep.
That I guess I may have been mistaken, and I don't remember actually saying that she was 6, but whatever.
It was probably on the last petition or something, maybe.
Could have been. I don't know. She's such a sweetie.
Yeah.
But she has a condition called Malan syndrome, M-A-L-A-N. And I'm going to let them tell you about this nice syndrome that's not very nice, and it's really confusing when you start reading about it. But
yeah.
you guys know all about it, don't you?
Yeah. We're pretty much little experts on it, I guess, as you can say. So, Sophie's,
say it is pretty confusing at times, but
it is a little confusing. Sophie's got a couple genetic disorders too, on top of Malan syndrome. So, she was diagnosed around 5.5 months old. She was diagnosed with a microdeletion on chromosome 19. It goes by 19p.12, p.13, p.12 or 13 or something like that. It's a mapping deletion, so that's the Malan. And it also is the NFIX gene that goes with it, and then CACN1A gene. It's another mapping number too. That causes her life-threatening epilepsy. She has low muscle tone, a global development delay, autism, anxiety, ataxia, hemiplegic migraines. She uses a walker, a wheelchair to get around.
She's very vocal, but she's not verbal.
All right, I was gonna ask, is she getting a little more verbal, or is she just vocal?
Yeah, she surprises us with words every now and then, but she's kind of like that dancing frog off Looney Tunes. And whenever you wanted her to do it again, she's like, no.
She said my best friend's name the other day. She said Amy. She says Ray once in a while. She'll say Mama, Dad.
She said yellow one time.
Yoga.
Yeah.
Like she'll say random words when she wants to. She signs bath, eat, mom. She says yes, yeah, no. She goes when she's pooped or needs a diaper change. She spins in circles when she wants her swing.
Yeah, that was crazy. She did that today. She came army crawling out of the living room at like 100 miles an hour and came out and did like 2 quick circles. So it's like, okay, I'm setting her swing up. I got it.
Yeah. Yeah, she loves going fast. You can sit her in her pea pod chair and put on like racing movie
Yeah, monster trucks, NASCAR. She loves like anything like dash cam or driver cam footage, rally cars, like flying through the woods at 200
Really?
miles an hour. Oh my god, she loses it, hands and feet just
Stims
going
like crazy.
everywhere. Yeah, it's quite
So
funny.
I'm guessing she likes going for a drive in the car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The other two pass out within like 2 minutes. She's like can't pass out at all. She could be ready for sleep, and if she gets in the car, she's like, no, I get to see stuff going by in the window.
Yeah, she's pretty awesome little girl.
Yeah.
So her epilepsy started around after her third birthday. So that was the whole reason we started on this awful journey.
Yeah. We were going in and out of hospital, getting ambulance trips. I was working in the city, so I was driving back from the city every time they had to go in by ambulance. And we ended up trying 3 different pharmaceutical medications to try to calm the seizures down, and then all they did was make it worse. They just made her worse, made her super temperamental and angry, and she ended up getting rashes and everything else until we finally stood our ground and asked, like, you know, like, because they kept saying they wanted to try this. They said, why can't we try CBD oil? We ended up having a neurologist that was on the verge of retirement. Even he said, like, he didn't think any other neurologist in the IWK would have agreed to put her on it, but he said, you're their parents, you guys know what's best for her, so if you guys feel that's what you want to do. And we said, yeah, we're done. Like, we've seen enough. We don't trust the doctors more than the results, you know what I mean? So
Right.
It's like, we want to try this, and sure enough, it wasn't very long. It was
2 months in after she finally got up to her highest dose in their eyes.
Yeah.
But
which was what? How much was she?
So she takes at the time it was 8 and 8.
Yeah, twice a day, 8 mils. And she's been on 20 to 1 since she started. So 20 CBD to 1 THC. And then they were like, if that doesn't work, that's as high as they were willing to go. And even still, like, since she's been on, they haven't touched the ratios, the CBD to THC ratios or anything. The only thing, it was after we talked to Marcel that he said that she should be taking it 3 times a day, that we talked to our neurologist, and they were like, oh
that's,
really?
yeah.
Okay, maybe she shouldn't. And so so we split it up, and instead of 8 and 8, now she's on 10 at night, and then 3 in the morning, 3 at lunchtime.
I remember when I went in to talk to my doctor for the first time, and he was like, I don't know anything about doses. But now, this is many years later. It's nice to know that there are doctors out there that are willing to learn now. Is it a younger doctor or an older doctor?
The neurologist that prescribed it, he was older. He was right on the verge of retire. He's retired now.
Yeah.
So yeah.
We've got a couple other doctors, like her family doctor is on board, and the neurologist that she has is on board, but
kind of, sort of.
Yeah,
right?
kind of, sort of.
Yeah.
I don't think she would have been if she wasn't already on it. You know what I mean?
Oh, that's him, Doctor.
Oh yeah.
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 The other one was too, but yeah. The IWK can't keep neurology.
It's a good
doctors.
Thing. It's a good thing that the doctor's on board, because if they're not, they're not. And there's really no swaying them.
You're lucky you got a neurologist that'll listen.
Yeah, no, we were extremely lucky.
Yeah.
Because I have MS, so I had to deal with neurologists.
Yeah.
And they didn't listen.
Until they threw me out of the MS clinic and said I was no longer allowed on the property. But I proved to them from day one that I knew more than their neurologist.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we've proven that a few times.
Why they don't like me.
Yeah.
I feel like that's why they've been giving us the...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, I'm a living example of that it works. Yeah. Sophie has improved her quality of life greatly.
Yeah. I wish people could see the difference, because it was horrible.
And I know with a little bit of dosage adjustment, you could probably see even more improvement.
Yeah, well, that's what we've been thinking too. But
My
it's just
my issue with Sophie and why I'm uncomfortable being around Sophie, and I only say I'm uncomfortable to you guys right now for the first time, but there's a reason. Sophie seems to me like she's the perfect sponge, and she's soaking in every bit of information.
yeah.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
was
Because
say
when
around.
we were talking, she was
Uh-huh.
yeah, she was holding my hand, but
Yeah.
yes, she was
Yeah.
listening to every
I
word
say
I was
I
saying.
say that every single time somebody different is in the house and we're having a conversation. As soon as you are talking about her, she's whipping her head around and staring at you like, "What? Yeah, I know what you're
Yeah,
talking
she's
about."
listening. She
Oh,
knows what's going on.
She
100%.
chimes right in, and
Yeah.
like it's pretty cute when you talk about her medication. Cause
Yeah, she does. She ever said. I mean, there was one time she said that she was driving, and there was a ad on the radio.
we were
Something
going
about
to her
medication.
preschool at the time, and it was like CBD oil. It was like benefit, like all the benefits or whatever. And she was just
Yeah, she's like, "You love your medicine, Soph?" And she just started, "Yes, yes, yes!" Like super excited. I mean, like seriously, because she takes it at 6 o'clock at night, usually like just after supper, and if we forget it, she's like right out in the kitchen, super verbal, like slapping the floor, like she's making a ruckus, letting us know that it's time for her medicine.
It's time.
Like,
That's good. That's
right?
excellent.
It's crazy, and she just takes it raw. Like we started off mixing it with almond milk.
I was just
But
going to
then
ask you how
she
you
didn't want to take it all. Like she'd drink half to 3/4 of it, and then we were wasting oil. So we're like, well, we're just gonna have to try it. And now, I mean, she will take like 3-4 mils at a time, and then look at you and smile. Like,
Yeah.
no coughing, no gagging, no looking for something else. Like she usually drinks milk after, but she can take a big shot of it, and yeah,
She does way better than I do then.
Yeah,
she loves it.
anybody I would know either. Yeah. No, it's crazy. She loves this
I like to
stuff.
put it on my finger and
Yeah.
you know.
So you guys have been fighting with the government for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, just go ahead and tell us what that experience has been like for you.
Not horrible. Not too many roadblocks yet. We brought a petition to our local or our provincial government, and that it didn't really go much further than that. So we're kind of looking at a federal petition now and trying to get that.
Did they read the petition in the House?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
last year.
What was their response?
What did they say? It got tabled or whatever it's called.
Yeah, it's pretty much. I haven't heard back from Chris much about it.
Because I mean, we had one of the most signatures of any petition there that day when it did get read.
They were all pretty supportive of it.
We submitted one years ago for MS patients. It was the signature that had the most, or the petition that had the most signatures ever, and they refused to even read it in the House.
Wow.
Because they weren't going to allow it.
Man.
That's sad.
Yeah.
It shouldn't, well, like that's the whole thing. Like I have in my speech that I was going to do, it's about like what happens when Sophie ages out of the pediatric program, and it's not just, it shouldn't just be, there should be a drug identification number, not just for her.
Like obviously
for
the kids are important. But everybody's important. You know what I mean? Sophie's not going to be a kid forever, and she's going to need it when she grows up too. So,
So for the last 20, 25 years, we've had this argument with the government in regards to a DIN number in cannabis.
Yeah.
And their stance has always been that it's never going to get a DIN number because there's no consistency.
Yeah.
But they can give it to the vets.
Well, no, what they did is they did a workworkaround to give it to the vets. The vets got their own DIN number assigned to them. All right.
That's okay.
So this is what I think should be done by the health minister is assign a DIN number to Sophie for the rest of her life.
Yeah.
And any child with that type of syndrome that has shown definite benefit and promise from a cannabinoid treatment. Whether it's THC or CBD or a combination of the two.
Yeah, that's a really good idea.
Yeah.
That to me is the only way that you're going to end up being able to get coverage from what I can see, unless the government want to bite, or bite the hand that feeds them by putting cannabis as a medicinal product and not as a narcotic, a dangerous psychoactive drug.
Yeah. I wish that they would start actually doing studies, though. We have a pretty good offer from an LP in the States, but we're waiting on her her neurologist to talk to us about this pretty amazing offer that she's been, like, they actually want to study her. They want to, like, which should be, I mean, her LP right now is amazing, but they'll have to keep upping the prices, and like eventually she'll age out of the pediatric program. Like, she needs somebody that's going to actually follow her and know what, like, they want to make gummies for her. Like, like, I don't know. It's just, there's so many more educated people. I wish that they would kind of pass the torch, and because there's so many kids I know of, parents that I know of, that are struggling financially, and same thing, struggling with the neurologist to even accept that it's working, or they're even still putting more medication on top of the child, and then the child's still seizing multiple times a day. Like, Sophie doesn't
try, and then that way they can try to blame it on the CBD oil when it doesn't work.
Right.
But then adding all of the other medications is putting more risk to the liver and the kidneys.
And we've seen, I don't know how many kids we've seen it, like, in it, like, personally, like,
it's
It
sad.
would be my brother-in-law's cousin. They have a son, and it was like the same thing. Like, we were trying to tell him, like, you have to stand your ground, tell the doctors you don't want him on any of these medications, and try just CBD and see how it works. And they just would not. And she was just constantly complaining about having to spend thousands of dollars a month on medication. And we're just like, just think about Sophie and think about how. I mean, Sophie's not every case. It's not going to work in every case. But
no.
Is the medication that they're prescribing, or other than the cannabis, is it all covered for you guys, or is it over?
Anything would be covered other than
she's not on any anti-epileptic medication, but
because of the cannabis.
Yeah. The only other thing she's on is Prevacid for us.
But that's well, I mean, I'm diabetic. There are some things that I have to take. Right.
Anything else, she would be covered.
This is what I'm getting at. I mean, it's ridiculous.
They cover anything that would send her to the hospital 3 times a week in an ambulance, and they pay for the ambulance bill.
That's right.
But they won't.
I'm up near Thunder Bay. I'm 3 hours shy of Thunder Bay. If I have any complications, that's where they'll ship me.
Man,
but yet I'm using cannabis to control my diabetes and my pain and blah 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 blah. But it's also not covered. Right. The only thing that you can do is purchase from a legal provider and get your receipt and put it in for your taxes. But that's how much is that, Marcel?
Oh man.
It's not worth doing.
No, I have my
So your alternative is to learn how to grow or find somebody to grow
exactly.
for you. I'm learning how to grow.
That's just it. I can grow like awesome, but it's just then I gotta learn how to produce the oil, and then I gotta learn how to be confident enough in it that I can give it to my daughter.
The oils
I can teach you that.
That's
the oils the only part that I don't know how to do.
I do,
because I can grow.
I know how to do it
here.
Yes, I know.
And I've got I wonder if I can get that picture. I wonder if I can take it off the wall so I can show them the picture of me and.
Yeah, probably.
Did you blow yourself up?
His prized possession. One of his biggest plants.
All right on. I mean, learning how to make her medicine is easy.
Yeah.
It's just having the product to make the medicine.
Or finding a source until you
Yeah,
have
okay.
it.
I've seen that picture.
There you go. Oh.
Yeah. You know how to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was like a month and a half before harvest too.
Right on. Well, I mean, that's always your best option. This option from the ones from the States, if they're providing it free, would be a good option.
They
But
want to. Yeah.
I think what you'd have to do is you'd have to get another LP or somebody like another LP that could import it in from them to legally get it to you.
I know
And-
somebody mentioned about asking one of the reserves or something.
No,
No?
because you, to get it across the border, it's going to have to be legit, right?
Yeah, and that's that's what I told them. I want it
So
all
the only
legit.
ones that can get an import license for cannabis would be an LP.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Right. So if you can get a licensed producer or somebody associated with a licensed producer with a license, and I have somebody in mind, and we'll talk about that later. They may be able to import it and supply it to you.
That'd be nice.
The charges might be the import fees, because if they're supplying it to you for free, he's not going to charge it to you, but there's going to be some import shipping fees that might have to be absorbed.
Yeah, either way would be better than the monthly bill we're paying now.
Yeah. While we're talking and chatting, I'll just send a message.
I know some people.
Yeah.
Just a few.
Yeah, one or two contacts. There we go.
See, there's 3 of us here. Hi.
Hey.
3 of us? Sorry. Oh, you guys can carry on talking and so
Yes.
so what are you going to do now? Your next step to the federal government?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to try to make a petition to bring to them.
Hopefully.
Who exactly are you petitioning?
Well, as far as I know, Chris said that we had to do it federally because there was no province that had it
Regulated or
yeah. So that was why.
Federally, that's a whole other animal.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So now we have to try to reach out to
Start right
Justin and
your office.
Yep.
And say, Monsieur Prime Minister, please help the fuck us, please. Seriously, it's ridiculous. 2024, all right, and cannabis is legal in Canada.
Yeah.
But it's not covered.
Yep.
Yeah.
On so many. Never mind.
An 18-year-old can go sit down at the lake and get high with his buddies.
Borrow and plead to help your daughter.
Yeah.
At 7, and then worry about her whole.
Yeah.
Because once she starts on it.
Yeah.
I just went through that last month where I ran out because of the Christmas season. I ran out. I went 3 weeks without any cannabis at all, except for a gram of shatter in my shatterizer that I stretched out. And it was horrible. I slept just waiting to the day that I could afford to go and get some more.
Yeah. It's not fair.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the shroomies help too.
Yeah.
But, I'm not saying put her on shrooms. Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, well, they also said like once she turns 18, like it's not
Do whatever she wants.
exactly
So-
like
That's right.
So that almost worked. Canada does not allow imports of cannabis products
From the States?
from any birth.
No, Jamaica. That you can from Jamaica. I believe there's import-export to Jamaica.
Nope, export only.
Oh.
so
We
sad.
can export because we export to Australia, Germany, everywhere, right?
Huh.
But no imports.
So
It's
gotta
sad
grow
that
it
they
here.
want to help and you can't even help. Like, man.
You
Yeah.
got to find a strain that works and grow it for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have some fun with it.
Yeah.
You know, it's an expense. I know. I'm
We
not
can teach you to
forward
grow,
to
we can teach you to process, and we can
$200-$300.
teach you to formulate.
Yeah.
Exactly. But it's expensive. Also, not
Yeah.
as expensive as buying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I mean I save you as a taxpayer over $150,000 a year
Mm.
on medical crap
Yeah.
that is all completely covered if I want it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But instead of me spending and wasting $150,000 a year in medications and doctor's visits and testing and everything else, and get worse, I would rather spend the money to make myself better.
You've
Yeah.
also learned how to take care of yourself.
Yeah, to a point. I mean, I can still have a relapse. I
Yeah,
can
but
still.
you're not wiping drool off your chin like you were.
Oh Jesus, no!
You have a quality of life.
I'm still not in a wheelchair again.
But
either,
but if your cannabis supply were to end tomorrow, in about a week's time, you would be back to drooling in a napkin.
Yeah.
pretty much, yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
and that's not okay.
Actually,
They look
no.
after the
Actually,
mental
it's not even a
mental
week.
health
It's three.
people.
It's about 3 days.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
not long at all. You
That's
go.
what gives me so much anxiety about if anything ever happened.
Well,
like,
Yeah.
Right.
We usually make sure we get like a month in advance of oil stock.
So what does it work out to? What you're giving her on a monthly basis? How much are you actually getting to give to her?
I think it's like 8 bottles a month.
Yeah.
Eight. The vials?
Yeah.
Well,
No. It's a tincture.
yeah. I
Oh,
can go
okay.
grab it. Yeah. One
Okay.
second.
So it's
So
probably
you
a
just
palm
give her
oil or
Yeah.
whatever. I get.
MCT or something like that.
Yeah.
And do you know the strain that is working for her right now?
Yeah. This one actually has a strain. The crap we were getting from Organic, it didn't even have a it didn't have a profile. You know what I mean? It was like a recipe. It was like a concoction. But this,
you need something
It
that's
needs to be bigger.
tested either from the legal market or you need to learn how to do it yourself.
yeah, 100%.
Right. And you know what? I had a cap. Where is it? One of the Ready Can gel caps. Right. I can't even see how much is in it. Like I can't even see. Do you know by chance, Marcel, what the Ready Can
No.
gel caps are?
No,
What's the maximum that they can be?
10 milligrams.
So that's probably what it is, 5 or 10 milligrams, right? And it does nothing for me at all. Nothing. It's just like I took a gel cap, whippy, woohoo, woo.
Yeah, but it's a distillate, so you wouldn't feel anything off a distillate. You'd be like me. All I get from a distillate's a headache.
Yeah.
Me as well. Yeah, and hence Marcel's little sign there that you can't.
Yeah, it doesn't
definitely.
size very well in there. Gotta fix that. Make it smaller.
Yeah.
I find it asinine. I think that's a good word. That like like I said, 2024.
Yeah.
Still facing. Marcel has been sitting here with me doing this for over 10 years now, and I've been doing this almost 20. And yeah, it's legal in a lot of
Kinda.
places now, Canada for sure.
Yeah, kind of is right.
But yet
That's
we're
what I
still
say, like-
having these fucking
Yeah.
arguments.
Well, I say we probably would have already grown it ourselves and tried it ourselves if we weren't afraid of somebody like the neurologist asking questions like, "What are you doing?"
Okay, so let me ask
You
you,
know
a
what I
question.
mean?
Have you applied for a grow license?
So her family doctor said that she wouldn't prescribe it, but the the doctor place up in Halifax there that prescribes my license said that they would write our license to grow for her, like her license, so that we can grow for her. Yeah.
And again, Marcel can help you with that as well. That
Okay.
journey.
Okay.
Yeah, because we have
Yeah.
perfect
Follow
garden.
Marcel and he'll help you.
Okay.
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
the perfect
see, I get
garden for
voluntold.
outdoor growing. So
Yeah, but what you do is
Okay,
you get a
and
license
you got
for
your 4
indoor and
plants.
outdoor.
You've got your 4 plants
yeah,
that you
always.
can grow tomorrow.
Yeah.
But Kaylee
Okay,
also has a
legally.
license too. You said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think she's got an extra 3. I think
So,
they allow.
so you're covered as far
Outdoors.
as legalities go, and they're not going to come in and take Sophie from you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The whole point, because you're covered, you're licensed.
Yeah.
So just
Yeah.
it's a matter of I would say start small, and you know,
Yeah.
I mean, I've already sunk well over $1,000 into my grow room, and it's not
Al.
even near being closed.
Yeah.
Al.
Yeah. It's easy to
Al.
spend money when
Yes.
it comes to that.
Did you see the picture?
The picture
Yeah,
where?
the picture that Nick showed.
Yeah, I know he can grow.
He knows how to grow.
Okay, well, you can help me then, because I'm having a hard time up here.
I give full credit to the garden. Most credit to the garden.
I'm on my 4th fucking round here. Nothing's coming up over here. I'm way high up in the fucking.
Yeah.
You just got to move down here.
I just moved here.
Oh man.
I just moved here. Move down.
Hey, listen, I've tried to warn him so many times about
Ouch.
things, and he never listens to me. Just goes off and
We
does
get
it
along great.
But then he turns around afterwards and realizes that fuck, I should have listened to him. But oh well, I'm not going to admit it.
Blah, 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 blah.
Get along
Marcel
great.
is king. Oh, hail Marcel.
I've been keeping score, Al.
Fuck you, buddy.
I'm 3-0. Oh yeah, but it's fun. Yeah, I mean, you get the right strain. What did you say the strain was?
So right now she's on CBD Charlotte's Angel. So 19.64 to 0.95 THC.
Question, Marcel.
Okay. Yep.
Would something like Haley's Comic work?
I think it's quite similar.
Very likely.
So maybe you should reach out.
Anything
to
can work
Cheryl.
because
Yeah.
here's the thing. As she gets older, her metabolism
It's going to change. Yeah.
Everything's going to change. So there's no sense in getting set on any one particular strain right away.
Yeah.
I would look at growing 2, maybe 3 strains, depending on how many plants. But
I
at
will
least
tell
2
you.
strains.
I will tell you, because I've purchased them from the OCS. You can get CBD strains from the OCS, and they do have the numbers there. So you can look at that as well. Right
Yeah.
from the website.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to keep it all legal, is
Yeah.
all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what we've been trying to aim towards.
I want to do it for her.
Well, I want to remind everybody that once your doctor
These are kind of
puts his
legal.
signature right there on that piece of paper saying, I feel my patient is entitled to use cannabis as a medicine, fuck you.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are. My doctor says they're on board.
Right?
That's all you need in a court of law.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay. The
I
issue,
actually-
I think,
with
though,
this-
is being as young as she is. What, Marcel?
Before legalization, where I was extremely active in a lot of this stuff, my doctor was already prepared to be my first witness on the stand.
Wow.
Because you
If
have a
anything.
doctor.
Not anymore. He died.
Mine's just retired, but yeah.
Mine just passed away this week after going the chemo route of
Man.
cancer.
Oh,
Yeah.
So chemo's a bad thing, and I don't
Yeah.
know why he.
Watch my dad go through it.
I don't know why he didn't listen to me, but
No.
So can I ask, what's changed for her quality of life then and now? What is the difference?
I would say probably less seizures to start, Al.
That is a good start.
yeah. So they were coming.
I know that route. I have a friend who's got a son who's got, I think, CP and some other, a whole host of things. Who's nonverbal. He's getting older now, and at one point, she was struggling just to keep him from having. I don't even know the numbers of grand mal seizures every day.
Yep.
And then he started taking a tincture and at work, and then it stopped working, and then it worked again, and then it as they get older, you know. So I mean, but there'll be a time when a caregiver will have to know.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, she's had like an 80% drop in time in hospital.
Wow.
Yeah, because she
Him
was
as well.
going.
Him as well.
Yeah, she was going all the time and like a few times a week, and yeah, it was bad. Like when she was having seizures, it was lasting up to 45 minutes, and like we'd be in the hospital hooked up to like the oxygen monitors and watching her oxygen drop and her heart rate drop. And
can I ask a serious question?
Yeah, of course.
Did they force you guys to have the COVID shot?
They forced
us.
They word it. I mean, they didn't come to the house and tie us down, but they told us that we weren't allowed to take Sophie to the IWK if neither one of us had it. Well, if one of us didn't have it, whoever brought her. So
my
we
friend
both got it.
was about to be denied her cancer treatment.
Yeah.
If she did not, him or her and her husband were not did not get the shot.
Yeah, neither one of us were on agreement that neither one of us wanted it at all. But I mean,
did they make you give her the shot as well?
No, thankfully, because we were like, she has immune issues. We do not like if you were responsible for something with her. Yeah,
has she contracted it?
Probably.
Yeah,
I think
we
so.
didn't test her,
exactly.
I'm not going to test her. I'm not going to force it. She's hard enough giving her blood
she
work.
Got plenty of colds and flus through the last couple of years.
I had to get tested when I went to surgery,
COVID,
and that's it. That's all I've done.
Yeah.
If she hasn't been vaccinated and she's had COVID, she won't get it again.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
She's built up a natural immunity.
Yeah.
So,
but it's good to know that they didn't make you get her to have it because she's got respiratory issues and stuff. As we now know, is one of the issues people are having because of this fucking shot.
Yeah, it's one thing I'm really thankful is that she wasn't pregnant when we got it, and we had all of our kids before we got the shot, so none of our kids are going to be affected if anybody is affected. So
good.
That was the only thing that made us like at all comfortable with doing it.
Yeah, we weren't allowed to take Sophie into any of her appointments.
If you hadn't been vaccinated.
Yeah.
I don't. Okay, whatever.
Wild.
Right?
Yeah. That's kind of the way. That's kind of the way most of my conversations have been going about that whole thing too.
I just watched a video here the other day of a doctor talking about how many doctors are dying off very suddenly from respiratory myocardial cancers, aggressive cancers.
Yeah.
And it's all the doctors that were lining up first to get the shot.
Yeah.
So, I mean, our little town of Amherst, we've lost 3 doctors all of a sudden. Not my doctor. My doctor, he's been long gone for a while. But we've had 3 active doctors all die within I think the last 6 months or 7 months.
Man.
And
Yeah.
that's and as if we didn't already have a doctor shortage.
Yeah.
Now we've got a bunch
Yeah.
of doctors
I
that have been
know.
poisoned and trying to get everybody
Yeah.
else to
My
take the
doctor
place
advised
with
me to take it. He said, go because of your
Yeah.
weight with your diabetes and your health, go get it. And I went by one of the trailers there and there was nobody there at all. So I went to McDonald's and went home, you know.
Yeah.
I mean,
I went into my doctor's office. This is years ago. I went in one day. It was a busy day, flu season.
he
I
said,
go
you
in.
want a shot?
He's got his head down on the desk, writing away. I sit down. He doesn't even look up. He says, "Oh, so you're here for your flu shot?" And I never said a word. And he kind of looked up, and he saw who it was. And the both of us get into the laughing, and he couldn't stop laughing because there's no way I was ever taking a flu shot. The very first time I met him, he said, "So are you getting a flu shot?" And I said, "Not a chance." He's, "Why not?" I said, "Do you know how the flu shot comes out, or how they come up with a flu shot?"
Yeah.
He said, "How?" I said, "Well, right now they're looking at pigs in China to figure out what kind of flu strain will be out here
What's
in 2
coming
years.
What's next?
Yeah.
It's a guess."
Yeah.
5,
He said,
43, 20.
he looks right at me. He says, "But sometimes they get it right."
Yeah. You're not even allowed to talk
Guessing
to
game.
that to some people. They just look at you like you're crazy and
Well, like I said, my doctor advised me to take it, but when I asked if he was giving it, he said no. So I was like, okay, then no, thank you.
right.
If he had said, yes, I have it right here, I probably would have got it.
Yeah.
I have MS. I have a compromised immune system. Am I going to
Yeah.
compromise it more?
Yeah. Well, that
Oh, I
was
guess I do
basically
as
what we
well.
were at with Sophie. It's just we didn't want to take the risk, so.
Well, and when
it
we
wasn't
did,
a risk to me, you know what I mean? I kept looking around. It's like all I kept seeing was stories. And they just kept giving me horror stories. I know this guy and his lungs look like a tornado went through. I was okay, but I just don't see it. You know what I mean? I keep hearing these stories. I just don't see it.
My father got diagnosed with one of the slowest moving cancers. And 3 months later, he was dead because it was all through him.
Yeah.
Right? Because it was just, and they can't understand why it went so fast. Well, I know why, because he got vaccinated because he thought he was doing the right thing.
I said it seems to be more and more stuff happening and they don't seem to understand.
Oh, they understand. They just don't want to admit it because
exactly.
what are they going to do?
Yeah.
The whole world would freak out if they found out the first that the whole thing was.
Be. Yeah.
Yeah. But who are they going to sue?
Yeah.
What are you going to do? The damage is done, right? There's nothing you can do about it now.
No.
You're not going to get compensated.
Yeah.
At all.
No.
No. There'd be an awful full jail if that was the.
I'm going to put an email in our chat here. I think it's what I've got here. Yes, I do. Aha. And if you'd like to make a donation to help with meds for Sophie, I'm sure it will be very appreciated.
I was just going to say, it would definitely be very greatly appreciated.
I'm waiting to see this.
What are you waiting to see?
Where this email's going.
Oh, I'm just going to put it in the chat thingy.
Oh, in the chat thingy. Oh, yeah. I thought you were going to put it on the screen.
Well, I can do that actually, and I was going
to. I just did.
Okay, yeah, leave it up there.
Bam.
Put a little note there why you're putting that there. Put for donations and go to.
I don't know if I can add it to that.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Where did you find that?
Where'd you do that?
Anyways, that's the email. Leave it there. Even if it's a couple of bucks, it all helps, right?
It all does. We really appreciate it. And if you guys don't feel safe sending it to our email, you guys can always go to CIBC and donate it to Sophia's Trust Fund, or you guys could reach out and we could try to get you guys the number, or reach out to Brian Hurdle, her trust fund person. So trustee.
Do you guys have a web page or a?
No, we should. We should actually make our own.
See, it only puts one at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we don't have anything created just for her yet.
Yeah, we should. We had a GoFundMe, but they shut it down because it was for what was it?
I maybe suggest a Teespring where you sell T-shirts. If you reach the amount of T-shirts that you set for your goal, they print them and they send them out, and they bill everybody.
Cool.
And they keep a cut, and then they deposit the rest into an account of your choosing. I think that if you use something like that and you're very undescriptive and sending people there, you might get away with something like that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I never heard of that.
Yeah, somebody said not to use like cannabis on the thing, but I don't even know. I think we might have said CBD oil, but they literally just took it down. Do you remember why?
For GoFundMe?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they said they wouldn't have anything cannabis related. Nothing. So yeah, we had CBD oil in the description, why we wanted to raise money for her, and yeah, they almost held. Man, it was like $1,000, I think, that was still in there. They almost held it all. And then they were like, "Well, we'll give it back to the people who donated it." I was like, "Well, that's better than nothing."
Fuckers.
Yeah, they've proven that a few times, I think. Yeah,
that's ridiculous. Sorry,
yeah.
that's it. You know, I get sick of seeing the GoFundMe pages because some people, I'm sorry, are just fucking whining because they're too lazy to go make their own fucking money.
Yes, some people, it's like 50% of them.
You said CIBC Trust Fund?
Yeah.
And what's it called? Just
Sophie's Trust Fund. I'm pretty sure. Sophie Jones's trust fund. It I can try to get the account number, or people can reach out to Brian Hurdle. He would have the account number, but I can try to ask him about it.
Yeah. Anyway, if you don't feel comfortable emailing it to us, just email us with a message, and we'll get other means.
Yep.
There you go. What's everybody smoking, by the way? I didn't ask that question.
Oil.
Are you really?
I always am.
We're smoking live resin.
I have some mint chocolate wrapped in a honey oil. A cherry oil, and that's my question for later, Marcel.
That sounds slightly.
What I call a sneaker.
See the bottom ticker now, Al?
Oh yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah. See, I figured it out. Hopefully, I typed the email right.
Well, you didn't put the right age, that's for sure.
I didn't put any age.
Oh, look in our chat there, buddy. 6.
Okay, I will. Maybe I did. I was swamped all week. I was busy all week.
Yeah, blah blah blah. Always.
Whatever. All right. What'd I miss?
I don't know what's next. So why don't we get down and dirty and explain what this disease is all about and what she has in store for her? How's that?
Yeah.
So I was gonna say it's a bit of a spectrum for the Milan syndrome. Like
she's in the autism spectrum, right? As well.
Yeah.
I am as well. I have ADHD.
Yeah, us both too. We're poster childs for ADHD.
Oh no, but buddy, really, I am a poster child. I was in a study in the '60s.
Literally a poster
Children when
child.
they called it hyperactivity disorder.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I feel like I
I've
could have
been
done
clips.
that.
I've been
There's
doing
video
this
clips of
show.
me somewhere in an archive,
Yeah.
swearing at people who are looking at me through a glass window. Seriously.
Yeah. That'd be something.
That was something.
I've been doing this show for a long time with Al and his ADHD to the point where I now just go with it.
Yeah.
Because
Can't change that.
the tangents will just change automatically, and there's no getting back to the conversation.
Sometimes you're a good steerer.
A squirrel.
Oh man.
Squirrel.
No. But yeah,
Or
like
you're even forgetting halfway through a conversation. What was I talking about?
yeah, that happens to me every 20 minutes. I was gonna say, the Milan syndrome, it's got quite a spectrum. I mean, like some kids walk, talk, and are just like kind of minorly affected to the point some are fully bound to a wheelchair and have feeding tubes, and you know what I mean. And
So you're eventually one of you is a 24/7 caretaker.
yeah, I was gonna say there's always somebody home.
Oh,
Yeah.
one of you there.
Yeah.
So, but eventually, when she gets older, she's going to need a caregiver, and or you're going to have a guest room somewhere, or she's going to have needs, and she's going to hopefully learn with you
Yep.
how to grow her own medicine.
Yeah.
And that will help as therapy as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. She loves the garden. So
Yeah,
Did
let her
she
play
help
in the
you
dirt.
garden?
yeah.
What'd you say, Marcel?
Let her play in the dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've all loved playing up in the garden. Yeah.
But dirt has healing properties in
Yeah.
itself,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I have to wear gloves.
That's why one of the best things you could do, Al, is go out, dig a little hole in your backyard, put your chair, and stick your bare feet into that dirt.
Yeah. Grounding.
Grounding.
I was just trying to show my mom about.
The beach.
Have you seen grounding sheets, Marcel?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to show my mom that.
Are those the ones that are weighted?
No, they're underneath you and they're electrically charged.
Just don't piss the bed.
You usually, yeah. Well, it's just the.
It's
You
just
know how
the
you usually have
ground.
you usually have the plug-in right by your bed. And it just
I have
plugs
metal in
into
my shoulder. I'd stick to my bed.
Yeah, it just plugs into the grounding rod part of your plug-in, so it grounds your whole
It's
bed.
shocked with a fucking bolt of lightning or something. My bed's my safe zone. Not anymore.
Well, I thought grounding was supposed to help you with thunder and lightning.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because you ground your house.
Yeah.
All right. So that's so that the lightning will hit that ground and travel straight into the ground instead of going through your house.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you're adding a big copper sheet to your bed with a big cable going outside into the ground. So if the bolt of lightning hits,
Be going
that
through you
piece
before it goes to hit the ground.
copper, you're going to get toasted
You
because you're
might just
laying
get
on a big heating
just a
element.
nice little wake up for the day.
I have a cannabis question that I know Marcel will have an answer for.
Go for it.
What is the legal age that a young person can inhale cannabis?
I feel like it's fairly young.
There's no legal age.
Yeah, because I know I've
And I
seen
don't mean
multiple
just
kids.
by
There's
via
no
a joint.
legal age because that would be on the recommendation of a physician.
Yeah, no, I've seen multiple kids that were like probably 7, 8 years old that were like vaping because that was one of the only ways they could find to help them.
That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that an option for her?
I don't think she.
I don't know if she'd understand how to.
I'll tell you, I got to tell you an amazing story. And I don't tell a lot of people this one, but I'm going to tell everybody because the reason it happened a long time ago when cannabis was very much illegal and I was living in BC abstaining. from the product.
You can get rid of this one, Marcel. There we go.
We were camping at a campground with another family who had some young daughters. And we were all sitting around the fire. The kids had just gone to bed.
I didn't know that.
And all of a sudden, the mother heard the daughter coughing. And right away knew that her daughter was having an asthma attack and ran into the tent. The husband followed. There was another couple sitting at the campground with us that we'd just kind of met. And so we were kind of talking, and he said, "What's happening?" And I said, "Their daughter's having an asthma attack." "Oh," he said, "I can fix that." And he went over to the tent, and he talked to the parents for a minute, lit a joint, went in, and blew a super toke into this little girl's face as she was trying to catch a breath. And a few minutes later, there was no more asthma attack, and she was perfectly fine. And the parents were stunned. We were stunned. He said, "Yeah," he said, my daughter's got asthma. He said, "We don't even have a puffer anymore." He said, "I just carry joints." And that's what he did, is he blew a joint. Am I going to recommend that to anybody? Not on your fucking life.
Yeah, you should probably post that online.
No, it's not something that I'm ever going to recommend anybody to do.
Yeah. That's
But I
crazy.
was there and I saw it. So, I mean,
Yeah.
I kind of can't dispute it.
Right.
Yeah.
And this was, trust me, this was a long time before legalization.
Yeah.
I know just how much it helps. Like, I have a friend with CP, and she says how much it helps her spasms and control her to be relaxed, and just so many benefits for her too. Like, yeah, it's crazy.
As soon as I get a cold, I just smoke more.
Yeah, same.
And I bet you all didn't think I could smoke more, but yeah, I can. I can smoke a lot more.
Yeah, no, I find it cleans me out. I always laughed. I was landscaping, and we got a cold at the same time, and I'd do Big Dad first thing in the morning. And it would just clean me right out, and I'd go to work, and he'd be complaining about being stuffed up all day. And I'm fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh my. So obviously Sophie's in bed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't go wake her up, damn it! Come on.
Let's bring the laptop in. Let's go.
I'm
See.
No, I was going to ask.
Sophie, we'll watch the ticker go up while she's sleeping. You do it on the internet all the time.
Yeah.
All right, that's a bad.
Yeah.
So does she do physio or anything like that? Or do they bother?
No,
I don't want to say bother.
If our healthcare system is up to par, she should be doing physio, but
yeah,
trying to get a person in to do physio has been
Really, you can't even get somebody in to do physio or get her somewhere.
So it costs quite a bit of money, even with our private health insurance. But when we didn't have private health insurance, the public health care system was a joke. They didn't really care. They just come prescribe our equipment, and they didn't really help with like trying to give us range of motion exercises or just all of that stuff. We do have an OT that has come in and helped a bit, but physio. We have to try to get another physio in here because, again, it's just been the whole healthcare system.
Even if you could get them to teach you,
maybe you need to learn how to give her the physio yourself.
Yeah, I mean that would be fine, but
because physio for her would be an ongoing thing.
You really need to learn how to do it.
The muscle development.
Yeah.
And you can always get somebody in as an assistant to help, but if you know how to do it, you're not depending on a therapist to do it for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
I think most parents who are in similar situations, eventually, as they get older, have to learn how to do all this themselves because the facilities aren't there or the manpower is not there. But you can always find a personal support worker.
Yeah, that's what we have. We've got Sophie's got a nice little team.
Good.
A couple of girls that work with her, and then Dad's home right now.
Yeah.
Full time Mr. Mom.
Marcel,
Been a little
Yeah.
over a year.
this
Getting
is
in
one of
there.
the Shatterizer 8-ball Kush thingies.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a cone with some shatter in it.
And crystal. Or what do you call it?
Keith?
Kife.
Keith.
You say Keith, I say Kife. Blah, blah,
Potato.
Thanks for falling into that, Marcel. That was our song for the day.
My gummies are kicking in.
This is going to kick in about a half an hour. You'll notice about the 8:30 mark, we both start going. So we're getting all the intelligent
Not
conversation.
me,
Yeah.
because I just keep smoking joints.
Yeah.
That's why you never see my picture, because I don't want to see people to see how many joints I actually smoke during a
How
2-hour
many do
show.
you smoke during a show?
I just said I don't want people to see how many I smoke.
Come on,
during a
just
2-hour
no,
show.
I'm not
Just
They're not
tell
gonna
us.
see it.
Tell
I
us.
hear it.
Yeah, we can
Probably
hear
about
that.
how about one every 20 minutes.
So you smoke about 4 or 5 doobies during a show. That's what I smoke.
Yeah.
And then
I don't-
sometimes I have my Shatterizer on me as well, and I'm not liking this this stuff from this little pen thingy. That I'm not liking it. It's making me go.
Oh, I don't know. That's just oil and hash for me.
I should show Nick my Stinden glass.
Yeah.
I got-
I'm
yeah.
interested to see that.
Oh, you want to see
Yeah.
it? I'll go get it.
Yeah, you're right.
It's
Paid that
cool.
much money for it. I want to see it.
He didn't pay for it.
Oh wow. Somebody
They
did.
sent it to him for free, the bastards. They didn't send me one. I want them to send me one now.
You're right.
I'll flog them for them. I sell all kinds of those. This one's cool because it's got the electric controller on it,
No,
so you
nice.
can set it to whatever temperature you want. Versus using a torch or anything like
Yeah.
that. But from the sound of it, you like to really burn hot.
I've completely ruined myself.
There you go.
I
Holy,
agree.
that is
Debbie
a-
Stoltz Giffen Harvest Fest does need 1 or 5 of
You're
those.
right. I'd probably take a couple visits up for that.
Yeah.
So this is it here.
There we go. Oh,
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
it's like it's built to send you into another dimension.
It is.
Oh yeah.
You know, I'm doing reviews on it, and there's lots of different attachments, and then I got to put it all together. But there's a whole hookah thing. This is the module.
Yeah.
It comes off, but there's a whole set of bowls and other things that
Jeez.
clip on there.
That's cool.
And I'm seeing now that they've just come out with a bong that clips on to this thing, so it's all, and this is all portable, right?
So it's a water pipe and a water pipe?
It's a water pipe, it's a hookah pipe, it's a
No,
shisha.
but I mean, if you put the other bong on there, I mean, it's already a water pipe.
Oh
pipe
yeah, but
because
it's
there's
just,
water in that.
just a water pipe. It's not it doesn't spin. It's just a water pipe. Actually,
Right.
Put the picture on my.
No, I like that idea because it's a double filter.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Water makes a great filter for
Yeah,
cannabis.
it
On
does.
my O-ring.
It
So-
does. That's why I like that so much.
Something.
And that's why you've always got to clean your dab rig, because
Yeah.
if not,
When you
you'll
lose
have a
something,
big
You say always,
clear
dude.
scum.
a really big kit, and you put it. They got a whole fix-it kit with O-rings, and
Yeah, that's sweet.
it's all magnetic.
Oh,
So, anyways, I'm doing a review on it, and so that's why I have it. But I like it. It's a little bit much.
yeah, it's quite extravagant. Seems like something you wouldn't want to do by yourself.
Ask for sending it, and I will review it up the wazoo for you. But I could never afford something like this. I mean, this is $1,200 Canadian, right?
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And but for somebody who's into spending money on glass, and there's a lot of attachments that you can get. This is, as we talked about last week. Okay, you up until these kind of things, and the shatterizers and stuff, like, all we had was a volcano.
Yeah.
Right. And so now we have options.
We had pop cans. We had
Yes,
apples,
and I had my vapor tower and blah blah blah.
Pop can or two.
And my cigarette package,
Yeah.
because it would take me less than 5 minutes to make a pipe out of a cigarette package.
This thing here
You want to turn somebody into an engineer fast.
is really cool because it's basically a vaporizer for your bong.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Okay. So I'm gonna put that there because it keeps coming off. But
See, I have a Yokan one that works like that.
they're not bad, the Yokan ones.
You basically, you stick it into the stem of the bong, and then you suck on the bong.
Yeah,
it automates the vaporizer and fills up your bong that way.
Yeah.
I've been trying to talk Matt into
Vapor daddies.
putting a hose on the top of the shatterizer.
Do you remember Vapor Daddies?
Yes. I do.
That's what Debbie said. Do you remember Vapor Daddies?
I do.
Everybody remembers Vapor Daddies.
What about the Ubi? Do you remember the Ubi? It was a fucking crack pipe. It was a single shot crack pipe that you put fucking pot in the end of it.
Oh yeah.
But it was. It had little air holes at the top, but it was a crack pipe.
Yeah. Example of what not
Don't use crack pipes.
No, I'll give you the example of what not to buy, but it's hilarious to give to somebody. I've got this face mask that's got like little elastics and it goes on your face, and it's got a hose that comes off of that.
I
and
used
goes
to have
down
one of those.
to a little device that's battery operated.
On the end of this thing for this Stunden glass, and
yeah, you fill up the bowl and you light your torch and turn it on, and it literally blasts the smoke into the face mask.
Yeah, I used to have one that was just like a bong on a face mask, and then we attached a lung to it.
No, when I was in the military, that's how we used to use our gas masks that way for super tokes.
Dean gets masks for his breather because he's on an air ventilator thingy, right? He got to walk around with it, so he gets masks that he doesn't use. He uses the nose thing.
Oh,
so he's got some masks for me. I'm gonna retrofit on this thing and see what happens. I keep it really low because I can't handle it. I'm like, fucking okay, that's it.
So here's what happens when you're heating up cannabis. All right, when you inhale cannabis, it's probably the least efficient way of using cannabis for what happens. But
some people would say it's the most efficient way.
Well, no, it's the quickest way
to
get cannabis into your system is what it is. And because it's going into your lungs, it's going right to your brain. So it's hitting those CBD receptors and yada, yada, yada. But by smoking it, what happens is when you light it up and you start to burn it, like for a joint, for example,
right?
It's not the burning that gets you high. It's the heat before it gets burnt that vaporizes the THC and CBD and all the cannabinoids. And that's why you end up getting high.
I've never heard the explanation done like that.
Yeah, but it's not from the actual burning. It's got to vaporize. If you're burning it, it's burnt. It's gone. There's nothing there. It's burnt. Right? So it's the heating it up. So the vaporizers work the same way by heating it up to that temperature. Cannabinoids start to vaporize at around 350 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's what I like about this thing because it's very adjustable.
Right. So if you're vaporizing, the lower the temperature, the more flavor you're going to get,
Yeah.
All right, but not it and
Because you're steaming it.
the least amount of smoke. If you're somebody that likes the smoke, you go to a higher temperature. Once you start getting up above 400, 500, 600 degrees, you're burning it. So what you're getting is a big cloud of smoke. But your action of getting the cannabinoids
Come on, say it.
is
Cannabinoids.
cannabinoids is still the same way. All right. And it's what you're getting before it burns. So there's no real difference in what there is. Lower temperature, it lasts longer. You don't get a big cloud of smoke and you don't cough and gag as much. High temperature, big clouds, lots of coughing and gagging because you've just inhaled a bunch of burnt material, right? So with vaporizers, you try and find your happy medium.
That's right. Yeah.
Somebody like me that started smoking joints a long ass time ago has a hard time with vaporizer because it's not the same.
No.
It's not the same feeling or effect
Yeah.
It's
that you
different.
get from a joint,
Yep.
right? So it's vaporizers are great for people that aren't used to joints, but if you smoke joints, you'll never get the same effect from a vaporizer that you do from a joint.
It's just different. I wouldn't say it's a different feeling. But
Yeah.
I like having the Shatterizer with me because it's portable and I've always got it with me when I'm out. So I've always got something, right?
I like Shatterizer because I like it for my hash.
It burns everything in it.
Yeah.
I
But
don't
I use
like
full
hash
melt
in it
hash.
because it just ends up in a big rock at the bottom eventually.
Nah, you heat it up and dig it out.
Yeah.
I use it ceramic coils.
So do I.
I don't use the quad coil for that.
Yeah. No, I use this. I use the smaller ceramic ones. I don't like the new 3-coil ones. That's too much. That's the bigger one for the bubbler.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't used the bubbler in a bit.
You got a bubbler, right?
Yeah, I got one. And I've got an S pod,
Yes.
the oil.
Oh, I remember those. Yeah, those little things there.
Yeah. That
But
all
yeah,
run into the same
I
problem.
How to infuse the rocks again, right?
No, the S pod you just fill it with oil, but it has the same wicking problem that they all do when you're using straight oil.
Oh, yeah.
So if you can't dilute it, then it doesn't work. And that's why they have such problems with distillate pens. Now, but Darcy's got one that's a shatter pen that he picked up that I tried.
There is a pod with a larger hole too.
Well, this one's different because what they've done is they liquefied shatter.
Yeah.
But there's no additives.
Yeah.
In this, it's just shatter. It takes a bit, to get the pen to start, but once it starts, it burns off nice. But I don't think those are on the legal market.
Shatterizer has one of those things. It's a little ceramic thing that you drop in, and it's been absorbed with whatever they're using. But it's not available here. It's only available in the States.
Well, I know because he asked me if I could make them for him.
I know that because I told him to.
Yeah. And yes, I could make them for him. Yeah, I mean, they're cool, but that would be great.
I use the ceramic one for my oil.
It'd be good for the legal market, but I mean, that's about it.
Yeah, I've not tried one. No, I probably have. No, I haven't because he couldn't even get them for himself to try. Oh, the market's here so fucked up.
Just hang on a second.
Darcy was supposed to be here by 9. Just saying.
Fail.
Eh. When he comes on. Hey, what happened?
Yeah. Yeah. Dale uses ceramic coil for his oil, so
Yes,
that's all fine and good.
that's what I do.
So you started up your petition, or you still in the process of making your petition?
In the process.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pain in the ass, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Debbie said that we are hoping to have it for the 420 get together there. I don't know if it's called a bazaar, whatever. The 420.
Everything's
420
bizarre.
celebration. No,
Yeah.
there's no bizarre. It's just bizarre the people that go. Where they do? Where's Mom doing their 420 this year?
I don't know if it's going to be Greenwich again.
Debbie.
Yeah, Debbie, if you're still on.
Give her a minute.
Yeah, but I think that she was talking about like a barbecue and like face painting and music and a whole bunch of stuff, I think.
Cool.
Yeah.
Any of that
Yep.
shit.
Yes.
I mean, they used to do it at the Dartmouth Commons for a long
Wait
time.
for it, it's coming.
But all right, Debbie Stoltz-Giffen, where is the Mum 420
She's
event this
typing.
year?
Give her a second.
Oh, there's vendors.
Oh yeah. Can't forget all the good vendors that she's got lined up.
Best part.
The cotton candy and popcorn and
Ah.
all the friggin' cool stuff that she gets brought in.
Shush, I have no munchies. Stop.
Yeah, it is
I don't have
Greenwich.
much either. She should
Greenwich.
stop.
Greenwich, way the other end of the friggin'
Greenwich, not Greenwich.
Nah, it's Greenwich.
This weird names that.
Yeah, lots around here.
Okie, turn yourself around.
used to work in a store in Milford, which had two signs that I had to translate to people on a daily basis, especially people from Ontario and Quebec. And it was always, how do you say that? I said, Esso. So the other sign, those towns. I said, Shubenacadie. He said, Shubenacadie. Hey, it's just like it looks. Yeah, just like it looks. And he said, what's the other one? I said, Muscadabit. Okay, I thought that was mosquito bite.
I thought it was funny. My sister spent like 5 or 6 years in Alberta, and she came home when we were on the highway. She said something. She's like, "Oh, look, tantalon." And I was like, "That's tantalon." That's tantalon, Caitlin. Oh, that was funny.
The Muscadabit is the one that gets me.
Oh, yeah, that gets most people.
Yeah. So are you from Nova Scotia, both of you, originally, or?
Yeah. Yeah, I spent like 4 years out in Alberta working, but
you're from down the valley way, or?
Yeah, from out in Lake Paul. If you know where that
yeah.
is, kind of east Dalhousie way.
Yeah.
I grew up in Kingston. We live in Elford. So.
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. Kingston's a nice place to drive through.
Right. That's why I moved to Elford.
It's big places that you blink and you miss it pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a whole lot going on in Kingston.
No.
It used to be when they had the train going through there, but
Yeah, when they stop the trains down there.
90. It was like 92 or 93. Just yeah, I was just young enough to not barely remember it.
I used to get all of
going up here either anymore.
Yeah.
the nails off the railroad tracks when I was younger.
Yeah, I remember going through Berwick and stuff and going over the old tracks.
Yeah.
I used to hang out my summers in Aldershot.
Yeah.
Playing
That'd
in the
be
sand.
fun.
It was what? Did you say it would be fun?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it wasn't fun. It was sandy, dusty, dirty, horrible, miserable. But yeah, it was fun at the same time.
Debbie, I was just telling him that before we got started. I was telling him how much I loved Al.
All right, so Debbie, come on. Where's this petition? And why haven't you got it finished?
We're waiting. Come on, Deb.
From the sounds of it, we're waiting on you.
God.
Maybe we should bring Debbie on and ask her, what's actually going on here. What's the delay? These people in a hurry.
Oh, man.
But I'll tell you, whatever you do for a petition, you make sure you send it to the opposition.
Yes, Debbie.
No, technically you cannot say that, Debbie. You're not here.
You got a phone call on Skype.
Yeah.
She's been working hard. She's got a lot on her plate. I'll tell him to frig off.
Tease Debbie. I can tease my Debbie.
No, we both got a lot on our plate, and yeah,
plate's full.
Right.
Plate's overflowing.
Yeah. No, we were hoping to have it done for the Valentine's Bazaar, I think, but I think she's just hoping to have it out for the 420 now. So she wanted to make sure we were going the right way, asking the right questions on the petition, and then
she's yelling at Marcel right now.
Make it.
She's calling me every
Oh yeah.
Right. But you'll notice she still is avoiding the answer.
Wants to make sure she has a return address on it and all of that good stuff, because I don't know.
Listen, these parliamentary petition things are a total nightmare to do.
Right.
Because you've got to have everything's got to be perfect.
Yeah.
Or they won't even look at it.
Yeah.
But you got to get a member of parliament on your side.
Yeah.
That's just it.
Because you
Chris,
need a member of parliament.
Chris is there, but I don't know if, I'm hoping, like Debbie said, maybe reach out to one of the, the NDPs or the...
an opposing party.
Yeah, so...
Opposing health critic.
So basically what you're doing is you're petitioning government to help subsidize your medication for your daughter.
Yeah. Just doesn't make sense why they would pay for everything else. Why can't they help with this?
Not that. But there are cases where they've been forced into covering it.
Yeah.
It's a matter of, will they help cover what you need?
Yeah.
If you go it on your own, and they are, can you get funding? Has anybody ever gotten funding for setting up a grow room and stuff like that for medicinal purposes, Marcel?
Nope.
Well,
I'm not going to say that. Well, not from the government. They haven't.
That was one of our ideas for a Make-A-Wish, but I don't know.
I might know
good
of
for a
some
TV show.
I might know of somebody who had their garden covered by workers' comp. But
I know that,
a few
and
years of court legal battles.
I know that Marie Tripp had her equipment and cannabis covered. She forced ODSP, and she's gone now. But she was under a gag order, and she couldn't talk about it.
Same as this one that I know of with workers' comp.
Yeah. And it's
a gag
stupid
order.
that they don't want you to say, hey man, the government's paying for my weed. But yet in the States, you get a whole can of the fucking shit.
Yeah. Well, that's they want to give it to us for free, but we can't even do it that way. So
really, wow.
Make-A-Wish should build a garden. That'd be cool.
Yeah,
we don't know if they want to have anything to do with that.
There's only one way that you can find out.
Yeah. Well, we mentioned an accessible greenhouse, and they were like, "Well, that's an idea."
Yeah.
We just didn't say what it was before.
You can put whatever you want in it. I don't think.
Yeah.
I mean, I've watched a lot of DIY shows on those things because I'm in the process of building mine.
Yeah.
And I've got a greenhouse outside here in the backyard, and I put all this money into it. I don't want to waste it. I want to do it right. I'm learning.
Yeah.
It's not been a fun journey, unfortunately.
How much snow's on the roof of that greenhouse?
Absolutely nothing right at the moment.
Good. Have you had to shovel it off?
No, and last year there was a good foot on it last year. So
Well,
Yeah, you should never let it get more than 6 inches on it.
that's what she said.
That's what I just said. A foot's way too much.
It doesn't. You know what? I keep an eye on it all the time, and it slides down after a bit. So, but yes, I have something rigged up that I can go out and pull snow off if I need to. I haven't had to. And then last year, it was so thick back there. I mean, it was 5 feet of snow surrounding the damn thing. Couldn't even get in there. The kid couldn't even get in there. So this year, nothing this year at all, man. Like, I mean, we've got another 2.
You haven't really hit winter yet.
Yeah, no, not really. Yeah, that's what I keep telling people. It's like it ain't over yet.
Nope.
Right? There's still another month. Maybe.
They're going, oh, we got hit with all this snow. This is nothing. We haven't hit winter yet. This is just prelude shit.
One of the kids said her 90 some odd year old neighbor said that this was the first summer or the first Christmas in his lifetime living up here that there's been no snow. There was no snow. We had snow, quite a bit of snow, gone. We got a little, gone. It's more muddy and poop at the moment.
Yeah, it's kind of the way our winters have been the last few years.
What are you growing this year?
Who?
I don't know.
That's Dale.
No,
Dale
I don't
must
know
know.
yet. I don't know yet. I leave it up to my buddy. He's doing some for me. It's a couple clones.
I've started my
I wish
seeds.
I could find some fucking clones.
Yeah,
You can send me clones.
Hey, Al.
Yo.
I started 11 seeds.
Yes.
10 cracked.
Yes.
So I transplanted those 10, and one's not going to make it. So I ended up with 9.
Well, right now I can't even get pods or fresh dirt. They don't have any.
Man.
We've
That's
got our
sad.
home hardware here. That's it. Right? And they don't have any gardening stuff at all at the moment.
Tea-bag.
Well, yeah, I could use all those
Tea bags? Oh.
No,
Yeah.
not tea bags.
It's like,
Thunder Bay.
Oh, right. 3.5 hours?
Yeah.
That's a day adventure, dude. Fuck that shit. They have snow up there.
Nobody does indoor gardening where you live?
No.
Oh, dude, you should open up a grow shop.
Yeah, well, in a former life, maybe.
Yeah, I suppose you're old now.
I tried that, didn't I? It didn't work out so well. Yeah. But no, I mean, I'll figure it out. I have no choice, right? I mean, it's gotten to the point where I can either pay for it or I can grow it. I can't do both. So
that's where I am. Yeah.
Yeah.
You buy clone shippers, and he'll send you some clone.
Where do I get clone shippers?
You just go to Amazon.
Well, we'll talk about it.
Actually, I'm going to go look.
All right. We've still got a half an hour. Might as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to grow some more this year. At least grow better.
Since we're talking about grow stuff, let's we'll be right back. We're gonna do a quick little commercial, and we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Announcing CBGTV's Bud Break book. Get your copy now. Detailed strain reviews. Every purchase supports the ongoing efforts of CBGTV. Available from Amazon and at cbgtv.com or scan the QR code.
Me too.
This is how it grew to be.
Darcy's not here, but I thought I'd play it anyways.
He lied. He was supposed to be here.
Yeah. Just because he lied to us.
This is how it grew to be.
Where are you now there, Scooter Boy?
All right. What's your cannabis growing questions, and I'll answer them for him.
Well, I yeah, go ahead. Got anybody? What I wanted to know was, what is the difference between honey oil and cherry oil?
The color.
So it's the product.
It's the color.
It's the product that you use.
Yeah, I mean, kind of strain specific and process specific, but the name is really the color.
But okay, so it's not like what I was thinking was, because I didn't know.
Except for
honey oil would be all bud, where cherry oil would be a little bit of everything. That's what my thinking was.
No, think of it more along the lines of more mature cannabis, more cherry.
Okay, so the older the bud, the more
the CBN, the amber color. All right. So as the increase in CBN, all right, increases, your oil becomes a much darker oil. Or
if you let
with that honey oil process.
Yeah.
And there's just a BH, what they call a BHA or a butene hash oil, right?
Yeah, the fuckers that blow up apartment buildings.
Yeah. I say you could technically turn honey oil into cherry oil by leaving it out in the sun, can't you?
Yep.
Yeah.
So cherry oil most likely in most cases is matured honey oil.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or the pod that was grown a little longer than it needed to be.
Like a few years ago.
Although there are still some idiots out there that are using Coleman camp fuel.
Yeah, I've heard it all.
For extractions, which makes a red oil, and selling that as cherry oil.
Which is that's what Rick Simpson's old method used to be, was with
no. Rick Simpson's method was with naphtha.
That's the word I was thinking about.
Right? Which Coleman camp fuel is naphtha with a red dye.
Yes.
Oh jeez.
Right? So you know what it is, and it's a anti-rust agents and stuff like that for your.
It's not good because it stays in your concentrate.
Well, it stays in the concentrate. You've concentrated it down.
Yeah. But now, from what I understand, Marcel, though, there is
Rick was using pure naphtha.
There is one solvent that's better than naphtha, and that is actually diesel. Right?
What?
They use it for cocaine.
Well, that's what I've understood.
No, gasoline is a little cleaner for cocaine.
They use battery acid for cocaine, dude. I've seen the process.
Oh yeah, but I mean, gasoline works perfectly fine for that process. That process would also work using something like isopropyl alcohol, the same token.
Yeah.
Which is what most.
But think of it where gasoline is like 6 cents a liter in Venezuela, all right?
But there's a lot of benzene in that shit, right?
Yeah, so
you don't want that in your concentrates. Does that boil off?
In your Coke, who cares? It's your Coke.
Now for the Coke. Welcome to the cocaine hour.
Cocaine
on
hour.
420 Network.
But no, it depends because different solvents do different things. All right. So grain alcohol.
Well, that's why I said that
is a solvent that removes, all the nonpolar soluble compounds. So your THC, CBD, a lot of the
and
the
the one that you use, the isopropyl, 99% isopropyl, is unipolar, right?
Right. It does both nonpolar and
so you get more cannabinoids.
A wider range of cannabinoids.
Or as Chris says, cannabinoids.
Hexane, which is one of the faster ones for extraction.
Who?
Hexane.
What is that?
It's a hydrocarbon, so it's kind of like propane. And
I thought the best
gases.
method was a hydrogen, not hydrogen, like liquid nitrogen, because it's so cold.
That just freezes it.
It doesn't. Oh yeah, you can't. No, that makes sense. You can't. It's frozen, can you? Duh.
Well, yeah, you can extract it into a dry sift and
there's cold
turn it all into hash.
Right, that they use it.
Yeah, it's a CO2 extraction.
Thank you, the CO2.
Yeah. Right, which nobody's going to set up in their backyard.
What's the most dangerous method of extracting cannabis that's obviously illegal?
Fucking butane in your apartment building.
Oh my god!
Go shut that off.
Because my cousin blew up his stove in his apartment in Alberta doing that, and it it almost blew up half the apartment. Like it was
somebody who's done that, don't we?
let me no, that was a different situation. What happened there?
Fair enough.
But explain how this is done. So they use this little rig called a honey collector, and it's basically it's a little filter disc. Right, at the bottom of the tube, and you pack all your bud into it, and it has a small little opening on the top, and you literally spray cans of butane into the top, and have it exit in a liquid form at the bottom, which is also not completely liquid; it's still gaseous. So these guys will sit in an apartment with 25, 30 cases of cans and start pumping it through.
Yep.
And then somebody's phone goes off and blows the fucking apartment up.
In Kensington Market area, that happened just down the road.
It's happened a lot. So I mean, do I condone
was that a
making
legal
honey oil with
in the
that?
basement, though?
No, I don't condone it, but if you're going to do it outside.
Yeah.
All right. And do it in the wintertime.
Yeah, that's why I like Chris. That's a Chris Backer always said. He just said, like, at least do it out. Have some ventilation.
Heard that one, didn't he?
Yeah, no. Chris Backer listened to me talk about making oil outside and blew his house up a week later. So,
man,
Chris and I have had words.
Yeah.
Love Chris.
Yeah.
Awesome dude.
Love you, Chris.
Yeah. But he knows he screwed up, and he knows why he screwed up, right?
Yeah.
The problem is you're dealing with a flammable vapor, and as soon as you get more than a 20% concentration in the room, you're an explosion waiting to happen.
Yeah. So I'm glad we got the garage out there. I can just open the garage door.
Yeah, but in the wintertime, you have less humidity, so it evaporates faster.
Yeah.
Right? So if you're doing a butane extraction, do it outside in the friggin' snowbank.
Yeah.
And extract it outside. What?
You'd think that people would know this.
Yeah, but the problem is people don't want to get caught doing this.
Well, it's like you don't.
So it's hard to go outside and do it.
You don't
Somebody's
store gasoline cans in your basement.
Some people do.
Some people do, though.
Yeah.
We like it so much. We just bought a press.
Yeah, I mean, people aren't going to traipse into the woods with 10 cases of butane and extrapolate the woods, so nobody knows what they're doing.
Some people do.
Hey, you get an idea, People are going to.
No, because somebody that's going to go buy 10 cases of butane But somebody that's going to go buy 10 cases of butane to extract oil
Yeah.
isn't the sharpest light bulb in that pack, right? So, yeah. If you're doing any extractions with a flammable substance, do it outdoors in a well-ventilated area.
Yeah.
I'm just going to continue squishing my shit.
Yeah, same.
Squishing your shit is perfectly safe.
Yeah.
Magic butter machine, perfectly safe.
I have one
Old
of those.
method of cooking it on the stove for
Have a
for
stove.
24
I have
hours in a
a
pot of
mixer,
water
have a
is
butter
perfectly
machine.
safe.
Yeah.
I have a Stindon glass. Stindon glass. Stindon glass.
Extractions, not safe.
Yeah.
But if
Have
you
a
know what you're
Strataract.
doing, you can be safe.
Yeah.
And
So I
it's
want
not hard to learn.
Okay, explain again, please, because we're getting to the end of the show. I want to make sure that people understand what we're trying to do,
What we were talking about.
and what we're talking about, and who we're talking about.
Yeah.
Maybe show that picture again.
One of the Sophie and the Plant.
Sure, Sophie and the Plant. There's a good thing for your website, Sophie and the Plant.
You're right.
Sounds like
Tree.
a
Sophie and the tree.
child's book. There you go. I
Yeah.
want 50% of that. It was my idea right here.
You better illustrate it too.
We should make a child's book about it. That'd be
Yeah.
cute. So Sophie was born with a rare genetic condition that causes life-threatening epilepsy. She tried 3 different medications.
It's called Milan syndrome.
Oh, sorry. So she tried 3 different medications, resulting in bad side effects. She was in and out of hospital 2 to 3 times a week. She was sleeping her days away from the barbiturates. It was horrible.
They would knock her out for a whole day every time.
Clusters were coming in 5 minutes, lasting up to 45 minutes of clustering. And they weren't stopping until we were giving her a rescue medication. We were having to give her an antihistamine to stop the red rash and the hives, with still no side effect or no control. So her neurologist said it was either the ketogenic diet or the try CBD oil. So he was.
Yeah. And
The doctor is the one that suggested it.
Well,
I say not really. I'm
gave
pretty
him a
sure we
choice.
mentioned it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was I think it was that, or because I did remember he mentioned that there was that, but
Yeah,
I think we were
he mentioned the keto diet, but she was so skinny and
Yeah.
stuff, and she would have had to fast for like at least 24 hours, I think, and yeah,
you can't afford to fast for.
Yeah.
we had to be in the hospital for like a week while they changed her whole diet on her.
Yeah, and then it's like we would have had to worry if anybody, any relative, or if one of her workers gave her something she wasn't supposed to have, it could cause a seizure.
When she's in the hospital, they allow her.
But the problem is you put her through all that, and there's no guarantee that it works.
That's right.
Yeah.
The easier test was the CBD.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Do they allow her to use her CBD when she's in the hospital?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, they're pretty lenient about that.
Do that by intravenous or by the tincture as well?
The tincture.
The tincture, yeah. Just by.
Did you say intravenous?
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
That'd be cool.
Not yet.
Not yet.
No, they're pretty understanding about it. I mean, some people are still kind of like lenient or not lenient about it, but like
skeptical. I don't know.
But she has it in her record, so they understood.
That's crazy. The amount of taboo that's still out there for people who have no interaction with it. You know what I mean? They have no reason to see that it's working. They're just kind of in their own little bubble, and then it's hard for them to come out and see how beneficial it is for somebody like Sophie.
Yeah. She's got a good appetite now. She's actually going
Good,
two
yeah,
to
she out eats me
weeks,
some days.
2 weeks at least, no naps.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
Is she still having seizures?
so
Like,
she'll have like maybe 1 or 2 a month.
that's what I was gonna say, and they're more like absent seizures. She doesn't convulse. She doesn't.
They're not like big tonic-clonic seizures.
Probably caused by stress.
Yeah, or like sickness. If she's got a flu, she usually has them. But I mean, like usually we notice the postictal state, the aftermath of a seizure, more than the actual seizure. Now we've caught them, but they're not like they're hard to catch. They're that small now.
Yeah.
So
and they don't come in clusters.
Yeah, very good.
There's a question for you. I know that Cheryl has been doing microdosing of cannabis, raw cannabis, with Haley.
Yeah.
And although she's much older now,
yeah.
Marcel, would that work for Sophie?
They're having a hard enough time trying to get a supply now. It takes a lot more cannabis to get raw cannabis juice.
Yeah,
I get you.
Right.
So it's actually better just to use the oil.
Yeah, economically, I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what,
then you have it.
I bet you she'd gag on this one.
Yeah.
It is bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've tried it. I don't like it at all. It's make a face.
Oh, I've tried it.
Well, how does Haley do it?
Probably same way Sylvie does with her oil.
I believe it's introduced through her food.
Oh, I think I remember watching a video of her mom talk about the greens or something.
Yeah, that's what she's doing. Yeah, like salad.
It's just it's like chlorophyll overkill.
Yeah.
Right. This stuff comes out almost black.
Wow.
There's so much chlorophyll in it. Because you've got to take it off the plant fresh and juice
But
it
if
right
it
out.
works,
yeah, that's just it, right?
If it's working, keep doing it.
And I mean, if it works, then by all means, do it. If you can do it without gagging, even better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just I can't do it without the
Yeah,
gag.
I don't think I'm a texture person.
Yeah, it's not even the texture. It's just bad, and it's funny. It'll happen to almost everybody that eats a lot of cannabis with a lot of chlorophyll in it. That eventually they'll get to this that it just affects their gag reflex so bad they can't do it anymore.
That's why I've stopped using for making butter for my cookies. I've stopped using plant matter. I'm just using bud.
Yeah. But even bud will still get chlorophyll.
Yeah, but not as much.
But not as much.
I
Yeah,
noticed
I
that
agree.
if I start using
It's the same thing when I do my presses. If I have any amount of,
Yeah.
I taste it in the.
I don't mind it. I just don't want it all the time because I notice a difference.
Yeah.
It's not the same medication wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. If I need butter, I just melt butter and inject some oil into it and mix it up. Takes me 90 seconds.
Can I do that with a cherry oil?
What? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Of course you can.
Right.
Your butter's still going to have that color to it.
Yeah, I don't care about the color as long as the taste is there.
Yeah.
If you like that taste, yeah, go for it.
When I say the taste, I mean I want it to taste like a pot cookie. I don't necessarily want it to. It's gonna taste more.
Smell the oil and see if there's enough terpene in it.
Well, that's what I'm doing now. Is I've got it on a coffee warmer and it's been on since this afternoon.
And
Just
then remember, what was the solvent used?
It was BHO. So
okay.
Yeah.
Is it still bubbling?
No, it bubbled off pretty quick actually this afternoon.
Usually does.
Yeah,
especially this time of year.
I've left it on, and I'll take it off when we're done here, and let it sit for a bit.
It might harden up to a rock, but
whatever.
That's fine.
Just reheat
it. Let it set long enough, it shatter.
Well, it's only been a few hours. I was going to leave it on all night and I decided that hey, you know, I'm better do it so I can hear the explosion.
I don't think you'd have enough in that.
No, and that's why it's just sitting in the kitchen, right? I didn't take it.
Yeah, I mean,
It's just a small baby jar that's only got this much in it. So, you know, there's
so take a toothpick or something and stir it around every once in a while.
Okay.
And see if you get any bubbles.
Okay. I'll do that when we're done here.
Because if you get bubbles, there's still stuff in there.
I think it's done because, you know, when I came into the kitchen, I could smell it. And then I picked it up and I sniffed inside the bottle and I can't smell it anymore.
Well, stir it around and then smell it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, me and Kaylee have been getting into the sourdough lately, so we should start infusing some of that.
Oh, yeah. You got a bread maker, do you?
No. Well, we do, but we haven't been using it. I've been using my Dutch oven and all kinds of stuff.
I got an ice cream maker that I
want one of those.
Sherbet. I made some sherbet out of it. Orange sherbet. It was like creamsicle.
Oh.
Just you know the milk stuff that you use, the sweetened condensed milk.
Yeah.
And a bottle of orange crush. But I'm gonna throw some oil in there as soon as I get all the crap out of it.
Yeah.
And then we'll go.
That's awesome. Yeah. Well, I've just been talking about wanting to get an ice cream maker lately.
I make ice cream all the time.
I got this. I got
infused ice cream.
Yeah, you're right, Dale. We've been
That's
making everything out of sourdough.
Is infused.
That would be good.
Well, you know what? I'm ready to just go get a box of chocolate milk and put it in there, man.
Yeah.
Great with pop too. I had it infused Brian Coke with the ice, and it was fucking awesome. I dumped a bottle of pop in it.
In what?
Why?
Ice cream.
And it was all just like, okay. So
we're gonna get flagged here. We talk about cocaine anymore.
No, well, you know. Did you watch Griselda? Speaking of cocaine.
No.
It's a good movie. I enjoyed it.
Don't care. It's about cocaine.
Yeah. Pablo Escobar. Anyway,
I know how it's done and I know how they make it, so I don't want it.
I watched a documentary. Gordon Ramsay went into the bush with some.
I feel like I heard about that. I never get to see it.
After his brother OD'd, he decided he wanted to see everything, and he got good access doing it. Yeah.
Oh, he went to the ayahuasca.
Me too. Yeah.
The ayahuasca ride.
I don't remember.
One did you ayahuasca?
Yeah, I haven't done that yet, or the DMT.
Yeah.
It's too much. Like I microdose, you know, I did 0.2 today.
Yeah.
No, 0.02. 0.02.
I've only ever done weed salvia and mushrooms, but I've done a lot of mushrooms.
You sure 0.02?
Okay, 0.2. 0.2.
Yeah, 0.2 makes more sense. 0.02 would be a micro.
It said 2. 2.0 is what it said, Marcel.
You need microdose for a newbie.
I want to see that. I'm going to watch it this weekend as soon as it shows up.
Yeah, I want to see that too. I'm trying to watch it.
Well, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Keep in touch. Let us know what's going on, please. If you can help, a couple bucks, you know. And if not, well, thank you for listening.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening to our story.
Glad we can come on.
We will.
Yeah.
We will.
Yeah, if you can't donate, just remember this. You know, this could happen to you.
Yeah.
I'll guilt everybody into donating.
Why not? Jerry Lewis did it for how many years?
Yeah, he did it for a long time, didn't he?
He did it. So we've got to run.
Yeah. Go play that exit song.
Going by fast.
The exit song.
Whatever you do.
Do.
We're gonna do the do that I do. We'll be right back. We'll be here next week. Don't have any guests.
Be right back. You just wait right there.
You wait right there, and we'll be right with you.
We don't have a guest next week. Maybe we'll get Gailey and Nick to come back.
Yeah, see what
they can hang out with us. Nobody else wants to come. Even the ones that are supposed to be here aren't here. So.
Wow,
We're cool.
Cannabis infotainment that includes patient stories, discussions, the news, and more. Live event coverage promotes your event and those who support you. Tune in and subscribe today. Cannabis Broadcasting Group here at cbgtv.com.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us for a very special roundtable tonight. Unfortunately, due to technical issues, we are unable to run on our regular scheduled program and are having, again, minor issues. So please work with us through them. Welcome, everybody. This is not a typical roundtable discussion. Today, we're having a crucial conversation about cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, a new and misunderstood issue that demands clarity. This topic is personal for me. A friend's daughter was diagnosed with CHS in her teens, and her story has stayed with me. And while cannabis has long been considered safe, CHS has been linked to 6 deaths since its first diagnosis in 2004. Even one loss tied to cannabis raises profound questions that we cannot ignore. CHS has become a polarizing issue in our movement, often clouded by misinformation. As members of the Veterans Action Council, we've seen how this can be weaponized, including at the United Nations, where education and science provide vital in countering misconceptions. We encountered this firsthand when Kevin Sabet attempted to use CHS as an intimidation tool at the United Nations in Vienna. That's why we've invited Dr. Ethan Russo, a leading expert and researcher, to help us explore the science, dispel myths, and provide insights into this complex condition. His groundbreaking work on CHS and his commitments to evidence-based education are unmatched. Together, we'll explore the science, address the pressing questions, and pave the way for a more informed approach to this complex and often misunderstood condition. Thank you, everybody. Dr. Russo, let us begin.
Sure.
First off, Dr. Russo, let's see. Let me get, if I can get, I have to figure out minor technical difficulty here. There we go. Speaker view. Okay, so Dr. Russo, given your association with Credo Science and your involvement in genomic testing for CHS, how do you balance your commercial interests with your role as a researcher?
Well, thanks, Etienne. That one's easy, actually. So, in the sake of full disclosure, my company, Credo Science, has a patent pending on testing of the genome, your DNA, for susceptibility to cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. We have a website, which I put in the chat, what-is-chs.com, where people can gain information about CHS and also access the test. Now, why is this not a conflict of interest? Well, we certainly haven't made any money on this. Currently, we have an investment of over $100,000 related to this research, publications, as well as legal fees tied to the patent. There has not been a lot of uptake on the testing, and so certainly this hasn't been a way for me to make money.
Thank you for that. Next up will be Michael Green.
Thank you, Etienne. Welcome, Dr. Russo, again. Continuing that discussion, could you share how your work has advanced your understanding of the potential treatments for CHS? Do those exist?
So for those who might be unfamiliar, what is CHS? So this was first reported in Australia in 2004, but describing one patient with 7 others, but one patient had had symptoms since 1996. But there was a very stereotyped presentation of these patients. All of them had nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, and hot water bathing behavior, the latter occurring because it would temporarily reduce symptoms. So they called it cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. It started out being really rare, but it has become increasingly common due to 2 factors. One is increasing availability of high potency THC material or synthetic cannabinoids, and the other is some greater recognition of the syndrome. So you can't diagnose something or put a name on it if you don't recognize it. So that has changed over time. It was clear to me from early stages that there are 2 groups of people that are heavy users of cannabis. One is what we commonly think of, that people use a lot of cannabis and most frequently don't get into trouble. There have been claims of 9% of people who ever use cannabis are hooked or addicted, but there's a problem with that designation we'll get into in a subsequent question. So one group of people may use a lot of cannabis and doesn't have a big issue with it. There is a much, much smaller subset of people who use a lot of cannabis that develop cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. So I felt that there was clearly a difference. People have attributed this to different possible causes, including pesticides or neem on the plant. We'll get into more on that later. But it was clear to me that there was a difference in the people using cannabis. In other words, that there was a genetic tendency that some people manifest and others didn't. And this would be the best explanation for why some people get CHS and others do not. And we were able to demonstrate that through our first publication, which identified 5 different genes with mutations that were statistically significantly more present in people who had CHS symptoms as compared to people using as much cannabis as a day who did not have the symptoms. So we believe that this provides the foundation for our theory that this is genetically caused. Now, this isn't so simple as having blue eyes or brown eyes. When you have a mutation like this, it may indicate a tendency, and then it's influenced by other things like the environment. The environment in this instance means how much cannabis are you using and what's in it. So that can make the difference, whether someone has symptoms or not. So there could be people out there that have a tendency towards it, but if they never escalate their doses from having tolerance, if they're chasing a high that requires more and more cannabis or higher potency cannabis over time, they might then develop this. What's really interesting is after a certain threshold occurs, if people have symptoms, it seemingly will be induced by lower amounts if they quit and then resume. So there's sort of a sensitization type effect that's going on. And I can theorize a couple of reasons why that might be. Hopefully that'll come up again. I should stop. That was a long-winded answer.
I'm sorry, I guess the question went to, how about possible treatments? I'm starting to understand the basis of the problem and the complexity of it.
Michael Green, we have a series of questions that will lead up to that. Let's continue on.
Fundamental question. Okay.
Tony, you're up with question number 3.
Thank you, Etienne. And welcome, Dr. Russo. My question is, could you provide a clear explanation of the cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, highlighting its key characteristics and how it differs from similar conditions like cyclic vomiting syndrome?
Yeah, that's a good one. So I mentioned the cardinal symptoms of CHS. So this will occur in predominantly people who are using high amounts of high potency cannabis. And when I mean high potency, it's in relation to THC. As it turns out, it can be anything that overstimulates the CB1 receptor. So it'll happen with delta 8 THC as well, even though it's less potent in terms of the high. It's been documented that delta 8 can do it. It's been documented that the synthetic cannabinoids, which are much more potent than THC, also can do it in people that are not using herbal cannabis at all. So it's clearly related to this overstimulation of the CB1 receptor, the psychoactive receptor. Now, there are other things that cause people to have nausea and vomiting, or just vomiting, and that happen on a cyclic basis. One of them has a similar name, that's cyclic vomiting syndrome. How we tell the difference is 2 things, history and testing. The scenario or the natural history of cyclic vomiting syndrome is it often begins in a child or teenager, and out of the blue, they'll have an episode of nausea and vomiting without other explanation. And often they'll get a lot of tests done, see the gastroenterologist. They don't find anything, but there's a key feature of the history. Most often, this is going to be a child or teenager of a mother or other family member with a strong migraine tendency. And what we see over time is these children that have the cyclic vomiting go on to have more classic migraine symptoms. So it's what's called in French a forme fruste of migraine, a frustrated form of migraine. It's an evolutionarily different form of this disorder. Interestingly, cyclic vomiting syndrome will respond to preventive medicines for migraine, which can include cannabis. So people who have this as an adult find that cannabis is helpful. So this is gets confusing. The point that I'd like to make is, if somebody presents in an emergency department with cyclic vomiting, they need someone that's going to take the time to really dig into the history and the family history to tell the difference. So again, the patterns of the illness are different. Their pathophysiology, what makes them tick, is different, and the approaches are different. Now, genetically, there isn't a lot of overlap. There was a mutation described on the gene that makes the CB1 receptor in cyclic vomiting, but we looked for that in CHS and didn't see it. There was a more recent study of the genetics of cyclic vomiting syndrome, identifying about, I think it was a couple of dozen candidate genes that could be at the root of the problem. And none of them were the same as the 5 that we found in CHS. So although it's a little trouble to get tested and have that expense and wait a couple of weeks for the answer, genetically, these are different disorders. unfortunately, the American Academy of Gastroenterology lumps them together. They said that CHS was a subset of cyclic vomiting syndrome, which is totally wrong. I tried to write an editorial to them about this, which they did not accept. However, we got my refutation published more recently, and that's the top article at ethanrusso.org at the library tab. So I think we're ready for the next question.
Yes, Dr. Russo. Next up will be Marilyn Mathry.
Ethan. Kind of continuing on that line, what clinical practices and diagnostic criteria help differentiate CHS from CVS, and how can healthcare professionals avoid overdiagnosis?
Sure. Yeah, well, just going on from the prior answer, the real key is in the history. Now, I hope none of you have been in an emergency department recently, but the common experience is that you get 10 or 15 minutes with the doctor. This really isn't conducive to trying to piece through what the problem is when somebody appears with episodic nausea and vomiting. It really is a problem. So in the past, CHS wasn't recognized, and people often spent, in a 2012 study, they found an average of $96,000 was spent on ear visits and tests before somebody got a diagnosis of CHS. Now it's gone the other way. If you're a person of a certain age, let's say 22, and a guy, and you come in with vomiting, and you're asked if you ever use cannabis, and you say yes, you're likely to get diagnosed as CHS when you may or may not have it. So it can work both ways. Again, the point being, you need somebody to really ask the right questions and take the time to do it. Otherwise, mistakes in diagnosis and treatment and a bad label may be put on you. There's still doctors out there that think that any use of cannabis is abuse. So even if it's legal in your locale, you don't want to be labeled as a drug seeker of anything. This is a big problem. And there are many repeat visitors to emergency departments when this diagnosis is the problem.
All right. Next up will be Council Member Leslie Fries.
Yeah, thanks, Etienne. Dr. Russo, you've really, I think, hit all the cardinal symptoms and phases, but would you mind just kind of restating the general typical symptoms and phases that one might experience? And also, it seems that hot water bathing behavior that brings relief is particular to CHS. Could you go into that if that is indeed true?
Yep, sure, thanks. So yeah, first the hot water. This seems to help CHS for sure, and we think we found out why. Heat helps. Interestingly, capsaicin, the active ingredient in chili peppers on the skin, also helps. We figured that there was probably a problem with what's called the TRPV1 receptor, which is a heat receptor. And in fact, we did find a mutation there. Now, I'm sorry, the first part of the question, I am not under the influence, but...
What are the typical symptoms and phases?
Yep, the phases. This is the key thing. So we said in general, nausea, vomiting, abdominal pain, and hot water behavior, bathing behavior. This starts milder. It'll start with a feeling of anorexia, not being hungry, maybe sweating and having mild abdominal pain, and it's just a matter of degree. The problem is everybody knows that THC is helpful in reducing nausea and vomiting associated with chemotherapy. And it's counterintuitive. And this is a problem with the acceptance of patients of the CHS diagnosis, because they find it incredibly hard to believe that cannabis is causing the problem rather than helping with it. So that's the first phase, is called prodromal, these symptoms of milder symptoms and sweating. And then in a full-blown episode, people maybe have nausea, vomiting, and abdominal pain multiple times a day, many days in succession. You know, there's no limit to how long it can go on in the face of continued use of cannabis or high THC preparations. So yeah, that part's unfortunate. The third phase will occur if the person stops their intake and goes into remission. So after a variable amount of time, people will have less symptoms and then no symptoms. Now, unfortunately, almost everybody with CHS goes back to cannabis usage and gets recurrence. And as I mentioned before, often that recurrence occurs pretty quickly. It can be within days to weeks, especially if they've escalated their dosing or achieved some level of tolerance again. I think many people who've used cannabis have had the experience of taking a vacation from cannabis usage, and when they start again, boy, they can get high in a much smaller amount. That relates to having had prior tolerance, and you will lose that tolerance after a period of abstinence. For better or worse, to presage a question that came up before, the only definitive treatment of CHS is abstinence from its use. And we can get into possible other treatments, but right now, the things that help are the hot bathing, capsaicin on the skin, and the drug haloperidol given intravenously, but that drug's a bugger. It's a major sedative. It's what they use to treat people with schizophrenia, and it has lots of side effects, big time sedation, and in chronic usage, it can produce a really nasty movement disorder, tardive dyskinesia, that you have forever. There are currently drugs that try to treat it, but they're no bargain either. So yeah, hope that addresses things.
Thank you, Dr. Russo. Next up will be Wade Laughter. Councilmember
Hello, Dr. Russo. Long time no see.
You bet.
Welcome to the Veterans Action Council again. This is a question that's very interesting to me because I feel like a lot of folks are blaming THC for CHS. So my question is this: what role does chronic THC exposure play in the development of CHS, including its dose response effects? Are there some non-cannabis related triggers? For example, environmental factors, contaminants, synthetic cannabinoids that can exacerbate or mimic CHS symptoms? Thank you, Dr. Russo.
Well, that's a very wise question, Wade. So, yeah, what is the threshold for this? We don't know, and it's going to vary with the individual. It's going to be based on things we can't easily measure, what we call endocannabinoid tone. That's going to be a function of what is the density of the CB1 receptors? Are they active or inactive? How many of the breakdown enzymes are around? We know about these things. We don't know how to get into your head to look at them very easily. But typically, someone who has escalated their dosing or using a very high amount, the average CHS patient in our survey was using 4 grams of high potency, high THC material a day. The comparison group, the folks we used as controls, were using the same amount, 4 grams a day, but had no symptoms of CHS. So they were really different. There are other things that I'm not going to call them causes. I'm going to call them triggers. We have heard from many, many folks with CHS that after they've had it a while, other things will do it. The smell of cannabis will do it, other scents will do it. And, we don't have a clear picture of why that happens, but I think it is a sensitization reaction. You've heard of Pavlov's dog. When it hears the bell, it salivates because it means mealtime. It's the same kind of thing. It's called a conditioned response. If your brain knows if this happens, the second thing is going to happen. You see how we're very sensitive beasts. Now, most people would say this is a psychological phenomenon, but ultimately this is triggering circuits in the brain that cause a biochemical reaction. At some point, this is stimulating pathways that lead to vomiting. So it's just as real as hurting when you hit your thumb with a hammer. But I think that may be going on. Additionally, again, synthetic cannabinoids with no herbal cannabis intake have been well documented as causing CHS episodes. So it seems to be all about CB1.
All right, next up will be Ms. Powell for our next question. Cheryl?
Yes, hi, Dr. Russo. Super excited to be here. Thank you to the Veterans Action Council for having me. I am not a veteran, but I have always been in support of the veteran community. I'm a cannabis agricultural dietary supplement trade and regulatory attorney, and also on the board of Patients Out of Time. So I have been general counsel for But for Vets, and I'm in the movie Unprescribed by Steve Elmore about veterans and cannabis. So a strong affinity with the veterans community. And most recently, it's an honor to represent the veterans community by representing Veterans Initiative 22 in the DEA rescheduling hearings. So my question for you has to do with predisposition. And it's something that you touched upon a little bit earlier, but I'm going to ask you if you could elaborate on potential genetic predispositions, such as related to the TRPV1 receptors, dopamine pathways, and THC metabolism. And as a follow-up question, I'd also like to know if about current research around predisposition and schizophrenia, because my client, Shanitha Lewis, she actually went to the University of Maryland School of Pharmacy. She indicated that there have been some breakthroughs with regards to predisposition and schizophrenia as well. So I just wanted to see if we could do like a compare and contrast, but really drilling down into the potential genetic predisposition with regards to the TRPV1 receptors and dopamine pathways.
Sure. So as I previously mentioned, one of our working hypotheses was that there was a problem with the CB1 receptor. And as I mentioned, there is a mutation in the cyclic vomiting syndrome patients, but not in the CHS patients. I should also mention that most cannabinoids are subject to what you call a biphasic dose response curve. What that means is at a low dose, THC is antiemetic. It helps prevent vomiting. But anyone, not just folks with CHS, who has too high a dose of THC can vomit. I don't know how many of you have had the experience of brownie too many or too many hits on a vape pen and gotten sick, but this can happen to anyone. That doesn't mean you're going to get CHS. It is a good sign that it was too much THC at once. Okay, having said that, what about other genes? We also hypothesized the TRPV1 gene. As I said earlier, This is a heat sensing gene. And because hot water helps and capsaicin helps, there had to be something with TRPV1. So we were 0 for 1, now we're 1 for 2. The third thing we thought about was maybe there's a problem with the way THC is being broken down. Well, that's done by liver enzymes, and specifically, there's a thing called CYP2C9 is the main enzyme that breaks down THC. So our third hypothesis was a problem with that enzyme, and lo and behold, we're 2 for 3 all of a sudden because we found that as well. Then there were three things we hadn't hypothesized. 2 of these happen to be mutations on genes related to dopamine. Dopamine is a stimulatory neurotransmitter in the brain. The first mutation we saw was on its breakdown enzyme, which is called catechol O-methyltransferase, or COMT for short. And the other one was on DRD2, which codes for a subset of the dopamine receptors, the dopamine 2 receptor. Now, this is where it gets really hairy, because mutations on those genes predispose people to a whole bunch of other possible problems. And I say possible. Let me reemphasize something I said earlier. When we have one of these mutations, it's not a guarantee you're going to have that problem. It indicates that it could happen, and it's going to be influenced by other factors. But those predispositions include a whole litany of psychiatric problems, including gambling, obsessive compulsive behavior, attention deficit, psychosis, depression, and anxiety. And I've got to say, in all honesty, there is an extremely strong problem with these psych diagnoses in CHS patients as well. And not surprisingly, a lot of these folks do fulfill the criteria for cannabis use disorder, but they also tend to have a strong tendency towards nicotine, alcohol, and other addictions. So a lot of these things go together. And that was really made clear by having not 1, but 2 mutations related to dopamine metabolism. Then the 5th was really a surprise. This was a mutation on the gene called ABCA1, which has to do with cholesterol metabolism. This one's really also very ominous, because when people have a mutation on this, they're more susceptible to developing diabetes, coronary artery disease, and dementia, Alzheimer's disease later in life. So we may be looking at CHS as a marker for these tendencies. Now, another phenomenon we discovered through talking to a lot of the folks with CHS is a lot of them have very unhealthy lifestyles. We saw a tremendous amount of junk food diet, which is pro-inflammatory, and it's going to aggravate any of these conditions. So it sounds like I'm really whipping these folks. I am just reporting what we found and what the potential dangers are. And to me, it's really ominous. This is really a public health disaster in the making if we don't address it properly.
Appreciate it. Is that a phonograph in the background that you have next to you, to your right?
Old-time gramophone, yep.
Gramophone? Very, very nice. Haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, well over 100 years old.
Wow. Thank you.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right. Next up will be Michael Krowitz, Councilmember Krowitz.
Michael, where are you?
Michael?
I am struggling tonight and having all kinds of issues.
There you are.
Yeah, could you drop my question back in the chat again? My video has died on my other computer, and I've gone back to the Stone Age with this new computer, which is my old computer.
Well, it's an easy one. It says, how common is CHS among heavy cannabis users, and define heavy cannabis user. Okay, I touched on this briefly before. We don't know what the threshold is, but this is going to vary by individual, and the average in our survey and in our clinical population that was tested was 4 grams a day of THC predominant material. So that's a lot. Again, I'm not going to ask people about your usage rates, and some people use 4 grams a day and never have a problem. If they're smoking it, there likely some pulmonary issues like cough and phlegm. Again, there's no strict threshold. We can't say below 2 grams a day, you're safe. I wish that were the case. But Again, that threshold seems to go down once the syndrome's established. And again, it could be due to these sensitization factors or conditioned responses.
Okay, next up will be me following up. What percentage of heavy cannabis users are currently estimated to be affected by CHS? And why do you believe its prevalence is stable rather than increasing?
We don't know the answer to this question. The estimates have varied wildly. The American Academy of Gastroenterology estimated 350,000, which isn't so much. It's almost in the range of an orphan drug designation. But there was an article that came out of Bellevue Hospital in New York. They used their own methodology of diagnosis and a really weird approach to answering the question. Their estimate was 3 million if they extrapolated their results to the US. Well, I'm here to tell you Manhattan ain't like the rest of the country. We don't know. I think a good guess is 1 million people, but again, recognition is increasing. And what we can say for sure is this seemingly is more common related to recognition, number one, and greater availability of high potency material. So this could get worse. And I particularly would point out vape pens with 90% plus THC is not something I really recommend to anybody. It just isn't necessary for anything to treat anything. I can tell you it's good for making yourself go extra galactic, but beyond that, it's potentially a big problem.
Agreed. Next up will be Councilmember Green.
I think this question may have been covered, so I might have a follow-up. The question was originally, what criteria or diagnostic tools most effectively differentiate CHS from other gastrointestinal disorders? And why is CHS often misdiagnosed? Let me ask this as well. Is there a possibility that people are having this reaction just like some people react to gluten or lactose? Is that conceivable? Has there been research there?
Well, it's not really the same. True allergies to cannabis are rare. Now, we have to differentiate. There are a lot of people that handle cannabis that have bad reactions, including one recent death from anaphylaxis, a person going into shock related to exposure to, it seems to be the urticating hairs on the cannabis. Again, in CHS, unlike gallbladder disease or ulcerative colitis or other things that cause GI problems, those have positive findings on gastroenterology studies like barium enemas or colonoscopy or other diagnostic tests. In the past, CHS has been what's called a diagnosis of exclusion, and I bet Mary Lynn is going to smile because there are too many of those in medicine. It means we ruled out the bad stuff, so this is what we call it. But again, now we believe that this genetic susceptibility represents a method that should aid in diagnosis. But really, it's based on the history. If you really talk to people, you should be able to tell the difference between this and other things in what's called the differential diagnosis, meaning what else could it be?
Once again, underlying the need for medical education.
Yeah, how about that? But everybody's too damn busy, and yeah.
Thank you, Doc.
All right, next up is Marilyn Mathry.
Once again, how do deficiencies in our endocannabinoid system affect HES? And does HES operate independent of our endocannabinoid system and homeostasis?
Well, it's a tough one. Again, you know, we know these entities exist, the CB1 receptor, the enzymes that break them down, endogenous cannabinoids, the levels of those. We don't have routine ways to measure those. You could do a lumbar puncture or spinal tap on people and measure it. You can measure in the serum, in the blood, but there are two problems there. What's in the blood doesn't necessarily reflect what's in the brain. Often it does, sometimes it doesn't. Plus, those tests are really tough. You've got to take the blood sample, put it under liquid nitrogen, and get it to an expensive lab to get it tested. So, you know, we're not going to easily know. Um, uh, yeah. You know, the relationship to someone's endocannabinoid tone, it's hard to say. If someone's low to begin with, it may draw them to cannabis to try and supplement what's missing. But this is where I remind people that there are other ways to boost your endocannabinoid tone, specifically anti-inflammatory diet, not junk food, aerobic activity, and regulated sleep. Meditation helps. Yeah, I mean, those are the kinds of things. So, yeah, it's a good question. We don't have all the answers there.
And that's what we look to science to bring to us, hopefully, in the near future. Councilmember Freeze, you're up with our next question.
Yeah, thanks, Etienne. Dr. Russo, what are the most effective treatments for CHS, and why is abstinence from THC considered the definitive solution?
Yeah, it's considered the definitive solution because it's the only thing that's proven to help. Now, again, there may be individuals that say, you know, I went to a party and people were smoking and I got symptoms again. That may be that conditioned response. It'd be hard to explain otherwise. You know, in terms of other treatments, capsaicin on the skin creates a burning heat effect that allays symptoms for a period of hours. The hot water bathing helps. The most effective drug is haloperidol given intravenously. The more common antiemetics, drugs for vomiting like ondansetron and granisetron, don't work here. Yeah, so it's a limited armamentarium. One of the issues is, could other cannabinoids help? Beyond THC, there are a variety of cannabinoids that can help with nausea and vomiting. CBD can help, but so far we haven't found anybody who has used CBD extensively and didn't have recurrence. Now, there are two reasons that could be the case. One is that plants with CBD also invariably make some THC. Or if they're using pill form or you know, another product with CBD in it, it's not necessarily pure either. Additionally, over time, CBD will increase the amount of anandamide in the brain, and that might re-trigger CHS. So far, it hasn't worked. THCA, the acid form in the plant before it's decarboxylated to THC, that's an antiemetic, but you know, usually that breaks down. It's not stable for very long, so it could contain THC and be a problem. CBDA is also antiemetic, at least in rodents, but I haven't heard anybody testing it yet here. CBG is a really great cannabinoid. On its own, it doesn't seem to help with vomiting. It's good for other gastrointestinal problems. It might be something that people could try, but we haven't found the solution to the problem in the plant so far. That would be really ironic and interesting, but not so far.
Thank you for that. Next up will be Council Member Laughter. Wait. Wait.
Yes, had to get my mic unmuted. You sort of touched on this already, Dr. Russo, but I'll bring it up again and give you another chance on it. How do treatments like topical capsaicin or medications such as haloperidol help manage the acute symptoms of CHS, and what are their limitations for the patients? Thank
Sure.
you.
Okay. Well, the capsaicin we've sort of mentioned, that's stimulating and desensitizing the TRPV1 receptor. So that's how it works. With haloperidol, it's working on that D2 receptor that may be deficient when people have the mutation either on the DRD2 gene or the COMT gene. However, what they have in common is you might be better but it's going to be for a short period of time. The haloperidol is given IV, it means you have to go back to the ER. I don't know how many people are using capsaicin at home. It's tough to use because you need to glove your hand that's applying it, or your hand is going to burn as well as your abdomen. So again, these are stopgaps. They're not going to stop the problem. They're going to treat symptoms for a short period of time. That's the real issue.
Well, the next
Next
question,
question, Carol.
Yeah, hi, thanks. The next question is about research, and as we're preparing for this journey on our rescheduling of cannabis through the DEA hearing process, one of the things that has come up is that Schedule 1 really has put a damper on our ability to research cannabis. I think in Dr. Shackelford's, he had a slide presentation in, I believe it was 2018, 2019, there were over 300,000 clinical studies, but only 870 were cannabis critical studies. And most of them are really looking for adverse effects and things like that. So, when we talk about research and our inability to research based on the current scheduling of cannabis, what key research gaps remain in our understanding of CHS, and how might genomic testing or metabolic studies contribute to improved diagnoses and improved treatment for the patients that need this to be diagnosed for them?
Sure. Well, I appreciate that one. This is a really hard thing to study. I've touched on one of the gaps previously, and that is we don't know the true prevalence of this. People are really reticent to go to the ER for good reason.
Yeah.
They may have gone, didn't get a good diagnosis, didn't get relief. So that's one thing. We need bigger studies to confirm or prior preliminary findings of these genetic mutations. We're trying to do that. We're putting together a consortium of people to study in depth more of the genetic testing, metabolomic testing. This is where you take a sample of saliva and look at all the chemicals in it, and test people with CHS when they're well and after an attack and see what the markers are. This will tell us more about what it's doing in the body. We already know it causes disturbance in the mineral balance in the blood, and that's been the thing that's killed some people with this disorder. Additionally, we want to dig in on the psychiatric sequelae of this diagnosis, because again, it's really there's such a strong tendency towards these additional psychiatric diagnoses in these folks. We need to understand that so we can approach people better. because they are very reticent patients. Nobody likes a bad diagnosis. However, the resistance to the CHS diagnosis among patients who have CHS is the greatest I've ever seen in my medical career, which is a long time now. I'm almost 73.
That may be related to the stigma. So, but thank you for helping to identify these markers. It's really important for patients.
Next up is Councilmember Michael Crowitz.
I think I got everything figured out over here, Dr. Russo. Thanks for your patience tonight. We go face to face with sort of our nemesis there, Dr. Kevin Sabet over in Vienna, Austria at the UN meetings. And he's already in we've witnessed him, presenting cannabis hyperemesis as sort of inevitable, that as cannabis preparations get stronger, it's going to be increasing problem. It's sort of coming after your kid kind of thing, So what I'd really like him to work on would be this, what I'm about to ask you about. And I just want to throw that out there. That would be great, to all work together. And this is what I think we'd be able to work on. So anyway, the question is, how can we improve public education about hyperemesis syndrome to reduce stigma and encourage individuals to actually seek out appropriate care?
Yeah, well, legalization and regulation is the only answer. So if you want to say it this way, CHS is largely a byproduct of prohibition. Why is that? Well, when a substance is prohibited, the industry is going to use the highest potency material and the smallest volume to get it out into the landscape. So yeah, there was beer in prohibition of alcohol, but bathtub gin was the more common, or moonshine, depending on where you were in the US of A. It's the same thing with cannabis. If you can get a 90% THC vape pen that's small, discreet, easy to hide, that's a lot better than a bag of herbal cannabis in terms of clandestine activity. So prohibition has absolutely aggravated this and placed a premium on greater potency. There is more to the cannabis experience than THC. People have no idea what they're missing by not going into the dispensary and asking for the highest THC material available. There's a lot to be gained from cannabigerol, especially in terms of, what is the experience you're trying to have, or what is the condition you're trying to treat. It doesn't have to be all about THC. And again, that's not going to get better without a lot of education and without the freedom of the industry to operate within reasonable guidelines. And that's only going to come, again, through legalization and regulation.
If you don't mind, just to follow up, to hone in on that question a little bit further, I mean, we have, I think, a couple of different problems. We have patients and individuals out there in the field that need to be educated about, the possibility, I guess, of this. I mean, you're working with such a small number of potential cases. How do you deal with that? And then on the other side, I think it's easier with misdiagnosis. I think we get into that more with other questions, educating the doctor side.
Sure. Well, there are ascertainment biases here. Psychiatric diagnoses come from a thing called the DSM-5. Now, with most diagnoses, you've got to have a majority of the symptoms on the list to qualify for that diagnosis. With cannabis use disorder, I think there are 11 criteria and you only need 2. That's ridiculous. By that set of criteria, almost everybody uses cannabis on a regular basis, even if they're treating something rather than to get high, as if that's a problem. They qualify as having a cannabis use disorder. That's wrong, and it just contributes to the problem. the stigma, the hesitancy that people will have to be honest about their use. Again, byproduct of prohibition.
Oh, the many problems prohibition has brought to our doorstep. So next question is, how has the focus on high THC products, potentially driven by historical market dynamics, contributed to CHS and cannabis use disorder?
Well, I think we've addressed this. Is there a follow-up?
That's the question outright.
Well,
I guess how can we elevate awareness around the entourage effect and the minor cannabinoids? And you did a really great job talking about CBG. How do we kind of make that more mainstream and known across households?
I'm doing all I can. I mean, right now, Nisha Whiteley and I are putting together an educational platform for medical professionals that goes into every aspect of this. We're going to have about 40 hours of material. That's the best I can do. You know, we need other folks like you that know more about this than the average guy to speak to your friends, speak to your enemies. You know, certain people are unsalvageable, but you can still try.
Okay, next up will be Michael Green.
I think this is kind of a corollary to exactly what we're discussing. I don't know if there's a clear answer under the circumstances, but what role you discussed, you know, high THC products and, you know, the impact prohibitions had on that, the marketplace, et cetera. But what role would terpene and cannabinoid profiles play in promoting safer cannabis use? Again, more education, familiarity, or well, we're looking at 500 chemical compounds and God knows how many terpenes and cannabinoids.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I like this question because it's something I've addressed in a lot of research over the last 29 years. Again, cannabis is not just all about THC. It is really influenced by other compounds. So the minor cannabinoids, we're finding again, as an example, that CBG really damps down the associated anxiety and panic that can be a problem when there's too much THC on board. Similarly, the research done at Johns Hopkins published last year, limonene has an anti-anxiety effect on THC. Certainly linalool does as well. The short-term memory impairment from THC, where you lose your train of thought, that can be reduced or eliminated with alpha-pinene if that's in the cannabis. These things work. We do a lot of formulation, and we can get it to the point that you can get a good amount of THC on board without any of the bad effects of THC. So no panic, clear-headedness, still feeling good, but not with the side effects. If people became aware of this and had access to material with more healthful profiles, I think that they'd have a more enjoyable experience if that's what they're aiming for, and more effective therapeutic effects if they're treating a specific disorder with cannabis.
Let me ask this too, and I don't think this is too far removed. Is there any test or diagnostic that would help me determine whether or not my ECS is in balance? How do you determine whether or not you have a balanced endocannabinoid system?
Well, it's going to be based on how you feel. Again, we can theoretically we can measure these things, but without sticking a needle in your back, it's not going to be accurate. Hopefully someday we have some kind of scan that tells us what the state of your receptors is, but we're not there yet. That's going to be late 21st century, I think.
I should live so long. All right, thank you.
All right, next up, Councilmember Tony Landry.
Yes, Dr. Russo, can such products potentially reduce HES prevalence? And what are the shortcomings of the current diagnostic framework for cannabis use disorder, and how can these be addressed to better support harm reduction and addiction treatment?
Well, following on from the prior answer, if people are using material that's more balanced and not predominantly or exclusively THC, we're going to see less of these problems. Maybe people stay below that critical threshold that induces a CHS attack. I believe this is the case. I can't prove it right now, but I firmly believe that is what we're going to find. I have previously addressed the problem with the CUD, cannabis use disorder diagnosis. It's not relevant to the current situation. Needs revision, and then it's got to be placed in context. Just a little aside here. I've been a student of the 19th century literature on medical use of cannabis. In all of that, I found one case study where the doctor thought that a woman was abusing it. But she was treating a condition that sounds like rheumatoid arthritis. She clearly was worse without it. I don't know if he was expecting that he was going to cure the condition with cannabis and she'd never need it again. But I think he was just wrong in how he characterized the situation. There is a difference between use and abuse, and people need to be educated as to that difference.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Now, did you speak about the metabolomic test? I believe there's now a test. You spoke earlier about it costs up to $92,000. Can you speak on the new test or how people would find out about it, or a doctor or researcher would?
The company that we hope we'll be working with in the NIH grant that we're trying to apply for is called Canformatics. Their test would run just under $1,000 a shot. Obviously, with technology, I'd hope that comes down in the future. Right now, it's a research tool. It's not something that we could tell someone that you need this test. I don't know if insurance is paying for it, for example, but and we don't know what to look for right now. That's why we need the baseline studies in CHS patients during an attack, apart from an attack, to find out what the markers are. And it could tell us a lot about what's going on and give us more insight into treatment. But right now we're stuck with telling people, hey, you got to stop or drastically cut back on THC intake.
Oh, that is huge. And that is something that's been a challenge, correct? Because most cannabis users think that, oh, well, I'm feeling nauseous, I should be able to use my cannabis again, and there should be no issue. But of course, we know, or you had spoken to us, is the reality is then getting the patient or user to realize that they have to stop forever. There is no going back, and that how much of a challenge that has been. Can you explain that briefly?
Most people with CHS are really dedicated to cannabis usage. They like it, or it has helped them in some way, and it's not something that we've found they're willing to give up. I can't tell you how many times I've had the conversation along the lines of, yeah, look, this is a real drag. This is something that's been a big part of your life. It's hard to give up, but you understand that you need to do this if you're going to stay healthy. And, people say yes, yes, yes. And then almost invariably, at a certain point, they decide, well, I've been okay for 2 months or 4 months or whatever it is. We'll start with a little. If that's okay, they'd like to try a little more, and pretty soon they're in trouble again. I've seen this umpteen times.
And my friend whose daughter had that issue, that same thing happened. She thought she was fine, went back to it, and of course reality set in. And fortunately, she's been able to abstain and her life is normalized. So with that, that wraps up our questions. And I want to thank you, Dr. Russo, for taking the extensive time with us tonight through our technical difficulties. Michael Green?
Yeah, I have one more question, if I may. We almost ask, inevitably ask anybody, if you wouldn't mind sharing with us, Dr. Russo, how did you first come to cannabis? What was the attraction? How'd you jump off into this deep dive?
Well, I usually don't talk about this, but it is 2025. This could go on a long time, but when I was 18, it was a graduation party, and everybody but one other guy were doing this stuff. It was actually a hunk of Moroccan keef. When my brother came home from school, I asked him about it, and he said, yeah, you should try it. And I spent the summer of 1970 trying really hard. It took me 7 times to get high, and it was when he came back from California with some genuine old-time Acapulco Gold. We were well into the second joint before he was very high. I was not. He had me hyperventilate, and then I saw that the wall was changing density. I said, oh, wow. We listened to Jefferson Airplane and made a bunch of food, and my life was never the same. Well, you've heard it all.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Russo. It has been a pleasure and an honor to host you tonight, especially for this important discussion. I'd like to thank our council members, Mary Lynn Mathry, Michael Green, Michael Davis, hi, Mike, Wade Laughter, Leslie Fries, Michael Crowitz, Tony Landry, and thank you, Cheryl Powell, for joining us tonight. I'm your host, Etienne Fontan. Thank you for this very informative. This is our VAC Roundtable number 84, cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. So thank you, everybody. Have a great rest of your night.
Thank you.
The Veterans Action Council is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 and Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Come and feel those green vibes, frosty buds, nature's embrace, classic roots in the sunshine, medicine flowing, we find our place. High on love, we elevate. Nature's gift that celebrate. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture dreams in the warm sunlight's glow. From the sun, rise up and thrive. In this rhythm, we feel so alive. Higher love, let's elevate. Feel the peace that we create. When the evening falls, we'll gather around, share the stories of the healing found. With every puff we sow the seeds in this fight, we fulfill our needs. High on love, we elevate on. Feel the joy that can't wait. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture dreams that last aglow.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
We're very excited to have with us today on the spot Sherry Ann Baker, who we have been wanting to have with us for quite some time. We've even entrusted her with our phone to take pictures at an event because that's how good she is.
Around water, too.
Online. Everybody
Yeah.
needs to follow Sherry Ann Baker, and if you're not, please do that. We'll give you more information about that later in the show. But Sherry Ann, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me. I'm so excited. You guys are awesome.
Yes, and if you're only listening to this in audio format, I say poo-poo to you because you cannot see the amazingness, and you'll hear the energy, but you won't get to see the energy that is Sherry Ann Baker. So
you guys are so awesome. That's why I love you.
yes, it's actually one of my I mentioned this to you at Lyft, or sorry, not at Lyft, but at the Kind Summer Festival. But it is one of my favorite ways to start my morning. Is I go through my Instagram stories, and your face is always smiling and cheerful, and you're always doing your little dance with your doobie, and I'm like, what are you smoking today? You know, it's a nice way to start the morning. So
Yeah, absolutely. Well, today I'm smoking Saints. So far, one of the ones. That's about my favorite six.
So we're gonna get into your cannabis journey and everything that kind of impassions you throughout this. I mean, you're at so many events, you do so much online.
Yeah.
But I do want to hit before we even get to that. I mean, you are so incredibly active on social media.
Oh yes.
I mean, it exhausted us, and it's why we took some time off.
Not your social media, social
making
media.
social media, and
it's time consuming.
Yeah, like and going to events and trying to enjoy the event, but trying to document the event, and then trying to make sure you're on top of all that posting stuff. And I tell people all the time, there's a reason why people pay other people to just do social media for them, because it's so much. And you look like though you just get energized by it, and it's a passion of yours.
Yeah, I just love it. It's just a way of networking with people. That's how I look at it, right? So when I go to an event, I basically I just say my hellos or whatever. And sometimes just saying your hellos can be time consuming because so many people are there. Like with Kind, oh my gosh, it took you almost like an hour just to walk around that small little venue because there were so many of us there. And you just start talking and then you see somebody else and somebody else. So yeah, it's very time consuming. So basically, yeah, I go in and I try to get my hellos in really fast. And then I try to do my videoing and focus more on doing my being more creating and that sort of stuff. And then if there's time after, then I'll do more networking. But I'll tell you, it can take up easily 8 hours, easily, and you still can't get all your videotaping, and you still can't see everybody. But you do. It's kind of important because like you said, like I don't get paid for it. This is kind of like my hobby. This is kind of what I love to do. But it is very time consuming. It really is. But I love doing it.
It sounds like you must have some sort of plan though, because even like we get confused sometime just trying to look at our files and go, what have we posted? What haven't we posted? When are we going to post this?
No, it starts even before, like Sherry Ann was talking about it. It starts at the event. You can attest to this. We made it. We started on the left-hand side. We walked 20 steps and ran into somebody. Strictly hippie.
Yeah.
Then we walked another 5 steps and we ran into Chris Burns. Next thing you know, we're halfway down the thing. We're running into Shatterizer team. Now we're all and like you're saying, now it's like 45 minutes, and we've only made it around one small little L section. And I'm such the person that I'm in the moment and I'm having fun and I'm chatting and I'm, oh my God. And I'm like, oh, Timmy goes, do you got your phone? And I'm like, oh yeah, a photo. We need to get a photo.
Right.
Because if you don't take a photo, it didn't happen.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. And
then,
nowadays for sure.
And that's just at the event. Like Timmy said, like, and then you get out of the event and you have, what do we have? Like 70, 76 or something like that photo video things from Kind.
Yeah.
And I feel like an old person now. I made fun of my dad when he told me he had to check emails at work, and I probably shouldn't have done this because now I feel like it's coming back to haunt me.
Yes.
Because the files go from my phone and I can't get them to upload to my drive because my phone is maxed out on battery, and it keeps saying synchronization error.
Stressful. Oh, that's the really stressful part of it.
And then if you do manage to get this, they give you now this special piece with your phone that plugs in the bottom that you can plug a USB, like a whole memory stick in. And then I take it to the computer and I plug it in the computer and I'm so excited to see them. And now I'm like, oh, got to put them in this app to make it a video or to make it a photo. And now I've like Timmy
And
said,
you got to
I'm
edit
so
it. Then you
stressed.
got to, yeah, it's
So
yeah.
what-
Then you got to
so-
tag people. So
Oh.
literally,
You are-
literally after kind, I would, okay. So the first night I was at Kind, then let me just, first of all, Kind was, I'm going to say, was the most absolutely amazing, best event that I've been to in the last 3 years since of COVID. Was absolutely spectacular. So I don't know if that's what took so long to get around it, was because you just, I mean, you couldn't, I was going to say, it took you that long to see people. My God, I would just turn around and be like, somebody else.
Yeah.
It was just, you couldn't get away from people. But that was a great part of it, right? Like, it was just, everybody
sure.
was just so loving and hugging, and it was like a big hippie fest, and I just loved it. But the first night, it literally took me, and I was there for opening at 3:00 till 9:00 the first day, to actually be able to actually even relax and say hello to anybody, because it was just so busy networking and taking videos. And yeah, it was just, and then of course I was exhausted. So then of course I live right downtown. So I walk home, and then of course, I'm so excited. I got this adrenaline going. I'm like, okay, only one video. And then of course, I'm up there till 4 a.m. And then sometimes just tagging people takes hours. Right.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, and then it decides whether your phone wants to upload or if Instagram wants to screw around with you and not tag. It's a very time consuming. So yeah, I do have a plan, and it eventually, hopefully, it's just to get out there more and hopefully have more sponsors. I need sponsors now. It's been 6 years that I've been doing this, and I've been doing this on my own with absolutely no help from anybody. And I haven't asked for help because I didn't know how the heck this works, but I see a lot of people that are doing really well on it, and I need to figure it out, and I'm going to, because I love doing that.
It's funny that you say that, because there's people like us who are looking at you going, oh, that person's figured it out. We got to figure out what they're doing. So it's encouraging to know that even you haven't figured it out. What would, though, because as a comedian, I'm
and a very poor marketer, I must add.
performing professionally since 2009. I have always been on the stage, doing my own marketing, doing my own, agent work. Everything's
Like
myself.
One-man show.
There's so many people in this industry too that are doing podcasts, doing influencer work, whatever it may be, running a business, and they're struggling. I know you haven't figured it all out, but I know we're not the only ones who think that you do a very, very, very well. What would be a couple tips that you could share with everyone else who's going, how in the world do I do this better? What were a couple things that you've learned that you're like, this helped me a lot?
You just got to network. That's really the biggest thing. You got to be out there. Like, I don't know though. I mean, it's funny you say that, because the other day I was thinking about that, and there are some influencers that I see on social media that have a lot more followers on Instagram than I do, but they're hardly at the events. So I'm like, what are we doing? Like, what am I not doing right? Like, I don't get it, right? But I'll tell you, like, when I'm at the events, I am recognized. Like, it's overwhelming. Like, oopsie. Even when I was at Kind, I had people, and I at all the events coming up to me, and it's the funniest thing, because I don't know how celebrities do it, but people come up to me and they're like, oh my God, Sharon, how are you? So then first thing I'll do is I'm looking at them. Okay, do I know them or do I not know them? And then thankfully most of them will say, you don't know me, I follow you. So then I'll be like, phew, otherwise, like, I have no idea who this person is, right? But they're so awesome. Like, everybody is just so awesome, and it makes me kind of feel funny, like, you know what I mean? Because I don't think I'm any different than anybody else, and it doesn't matter. I never will be. Like, in social media world, I do got about 15,000 followers. Twitter was actually my biggest platform. Twitter, that's one of the ones I got to say. Twitter was my biggest platform. It didn't take long to get like 5,000 Twitter followers, like, at all. And then somebody introduced me to Instagram, and then that's it. I've been on Instagram like big time. Facebook, not so much, but yeah, I would just say, just get out there, do your networking, talk to people. You know, I'm not going to say like offer your free services, but sometimes you got to do that in every sort of job, even jobs that you get paid at. You always got to show that you're a team player and that you're willing to learn every job and every department to kind of get your nose in there. But that's what I'm doing. And I find it starting to work, because I did actually have 2 or 3 people that came up to me and wanted to go further. So things are starting finally after 6 years.
It's patience. It's just patience, right? And it's also
I'm getting the recognition, and I'm finally, people are starting to take me more seriously. So,
well, I think
got to figure out how to get the money, guys. We all got to figure out how to get the money.
that's what we're all trying to figure out. Yeah,
it's so funny because
I get lots of loot. I have a whole table full of stuff. Right?
You're like, now if I could just turn that into monetary.
Yes.
But
and you know, and in all fairness to the cannabis companies out there, we do know you have a marketing funds. You have, just like any company, you know, you have this money. So if us influencers out there and us comedians and us people are like going out of our way to promote your events, and you see us at all the events, and you see us, there's a group of us. We're always out at you need to start recognizing us, and you need to start somehow, what's the word I'm looking for, guys? Compensate.
Yeah,
compensate.
I think the real problem lies within, and I say this all the time, Timmy can attest to it, it's the rules and the regulations that need to be addressed around cannabis marketing, so that way it can allow for more. Like, I don't know, you mentioned Twitter, and I was like, was on Twitter, because I just recently heard that Twitter has now changed their cannabis advertising policies to include not just brand awareness, because before, like, you could just say, you know, whatever cannabis brand, X cannabis brand. I don't want to promote anybody because, like you said, no compensation. So X cannabis brand is able to talk about their product now, rather than just saying, come and check out our store. Right. So it's things are slowly changing. Timmy says baby steps, and you know, we're moving in the right direction. But I agree with you. We need to start pushing, and we need to say, you know, like we deserve a space too. And I think Kind and people like Kind Lift as well. They're trying to do what a lot of people, they're doing better what other people have tried to do for years, and that's bring the legal and the legacy together.
Yes. And apparently, well, what I've seen a little bit of separation, not as much as others have, but the Kind was great. It was just like, we were like this, like there was so much love between everybody. And I think that's the way it should be. That's the way I've always felt like, because before I came to Ontario, I didn't know about all the legacy and all that, how it worked, because in Alberta, it's totally completely different. Right. And so I've been learning, but when I first came here, I could definitely see it's like, oh, you buy legal, and then it's like, what? I'm about cannabis. I don't know what you guys are talking about. So I had to, like, nobody gave me a book on how to learn all this. I would go to the events, and that's how I was slowly starting to learn. And I'm very I'm just kind of one of those girls. I don't like to ask a lot of questions. I don't like to look dumb. So sometimes I am dumb, because I just kind of figure stuff out and I ask really stupid questions. But that's how you learn, right? But that's how I've been noticing is in the last year, for sure, we've really started coming more together. And I think now, and I've heard this a lot from us influencers and us people who are out there supporting these wonderful cannabis companies, that they're not feeling compensated. There's a whole bunch of us so I think they need to start compensating us, or looking at us and changing the rules to include us more and to compensate us, because we do bring in a lot of people, as they see. Like, I know a lot of people go to the shows to see you guys, and a lot of people go to the shows to see a lot of us, and a lot of us are starting to get discouraged. So we just gotta.
It's a fine line, though, right? Because when you continue to promote on your own and you do it well, then I'm not saying all companies do this, but there's certainly some that would go, well, why would we compensate? Because you're already promoting for us.
Do it for free. Well,
And
that's it.
so it's a difficult line because we want to be supportive, we want to promote, but we also need to kind of go, wait a minute, maybe because we've actually
discussed this with other people with like when you go to events,
right?
We support other companies, podcasters, influencers, but when we go to events, we want to wear our brand stuff because we're trying to promote us. Like, for example, you're wearing a shirt that is promoting a company.
Right.
Right. And this is, you're not getting compensated
No,
for this.
no.
You're doing
I know.
it because
And you know what?
you
You're
like
absolutely
the
right.
product.
Yeah.
Right. And I think they need to recognize there is brand recognition and that, hey, this product is a great product. I love, I'm like looking because I normally have one close by. It's a Medtainer. It's a grinder. Yeah, I'm sure you've seen them. It's airtight, waterproof, storage container, grinder on the bottom. I have never earned $1, not even a penny from that company.
Yeah, me
but
neither.
I
don't have
love
pennies anymore.
Oh yeah, we don't have pennies. But I love that company. I love the product. I'll talk about it all day, every day. But I'm also weary about taking on endorsements and stuff like that because especially when it comes to product testing, what if you're paying me to test a product, what you're paying me for is the testing of the product. What you're not paying me for is an unbiased opinion.
Right.
Because I'm going to give you my opinion, my true 100% opinion on whatever you're giving me, because I don't believe in false advertisement.
I agree.
So that's where I'm like, I would be willing to deal with that sort of thing when it comes to like products, whether it be grinders or anything like even non-cannabis related. It's got to be, it's got to be truthful.
Absolutely. I agree. Like, like I've had actually, I won't do any sort of review or any sort of a product on a shitty product. Absolutely not. No way. No way. I've actually had people who have given me Rick Simpson oil that I didn't find was very good product or good quality. And no, I won't give my shout out. Absolutely not, because I'm not going to endorse something that's a shitty product. No, I'm not putting my face behind it.
Because that puts your, like, honestly, and I say this, especially in the cannabis industry, when your career, everything rides on your reputation, it is not worth doing anything that is going to affect that. Like, I like to believe I'm a pretty decent person, so I'm not going to go around like you're not going to hear, oh, MJ beat an animal or some crap like that, because that's never going to happen.
That's why people like you, because they can trust you and they can believe in what you're talking about, right? And they enjoy what you talk about, right? Because what if
you endorse that RSO and then next thing you know, somebody gets really sick off of it because it was subpar product, and you're just like, I don't want to be responsible with that. So good for you also for taking that same.
Absolutely not. No, for absolutely not. I actually had to even block the guy. I mean, I've actually had people who have tried to attach their Rick Simpson oil to my name, and it's like, first of all, like I've had 1 gram. First of all, I'm not even going to know what 1 gram's going to do. Like I take 1 gram a day. So like, you know what I mean? So no, and you're not, I'm not endorsing it. I'm not putting my name on it. So get my face and my name off of your product, right? Like, I get it a lot. I get that a lot.
I believe that because, I was like, I don't want to get too much into, I'll just say this. I believe that because of who you are and what you're advocating for and what happened to you, and people are taking advantage of that.
For sure.
But I'm like, before we get into that story, can I ask her the question?
Well, I was gonna.
You have something else first. Go ahead.
No, it leads into that. Everything that we've set up to this point just reveals, for you to do what you've been doing. Clearly, you are investing a lot of time. Clearly, you are investing a lot of your heart and energy into this, which leads ultimately to the question of why, which ultimately leads to what MJ's question is, because you are clearly wanting to talk about cannabis.
Well, yes. Oh, I see the discussion on cannabis.
Well, no, what her journey is.
Well, I don't know if this led to your journey. So my question always starts with your very, very first time using cannabis in any form. So whether it's smoking, eating, whatever.
Sorry, I'm right downtown.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay.
I was 11.
Okay.
Okay.
I was,
Okay.
I
All
was
right.
11, and my sister, me and my sister have never gotten along, and she thought that she'd fuck me up and get me high, and that I'd be all screwed up and do really stupid
You know,
things.
she's got to be the older sister. Yeah.
She was, yeah, she's 3 years older, and she did do it, and she hooked me, and I smoked the whole joint. I loved it, and I never stopped.
Was
So I think
And then you guys started getting along because you both were
No.
like, hey, we're not so
no,
bad.
no,
Oh.
no. She only did it to try and get me in trouble. I think she thought my parents would figure it out that I was high at 11, but no, they never figured it out. But
She was probably more pissed off about that. She was
Right?
like, fuck.
And would you?
Yeah, she was. I
Would
think
you-
I think her and her friend like had one puff. I think that was the whole plan, was get Sherry Ann really screwed up, get her in trouble. And so, you know, I smoked the whole
Now
thing.
look at you.
Yeah, my parents taught me not to waste, right? So I smoked the whole thing, and we had 5.5 acres, and I still remember this. I have such a great memory, and I still remember this. I got on my little Honda 90 after that and drove around on my 5 acres, all buzzed out, thinking, "Wow, this is life!" Like even at 11 years old, I knew how great it was. Seriously.
Would you have gotten in a lot of trouble? Was your family against weed? Was it a anti-cannabis home?
You know, I don't think, not too sure. My parents were alcoholics.
Okay.
So yeah. I don't know. You know, I don't know. They were hippies. I mean, they were into Elton John and all that. So, you know, there must be a fire.
It's a good thing you tested those alarms this morning in your building.
It's a good thing cannabis is legal now, because in the past you would have been running for cover going, are they looking for me?
No, I never did. I never ran. But yeah, no, I've always loved it. And I always had a lot of anxiety, even as a little girl, and suffered from migraines as a little girl. So I don't know if all of that came into play, and that's why I loved it so much. And maybe having parents that were alcoholics, it maybe kind of took me away a little bit from that. Maybe.
Right.
I don't know.
Do you feel, we talk a lot about consuming with purpose.
Mhm.
Do you feel that even at a young age, there was a sense that it was medicine for anxiety, or was it simply a recreational enjoyment?
No, absolutely. Let's put it this way. I remember being 19, 18, and I'd be all stressed out. My mom would go, Sherry Ann, go smoke a joint, you know, and she knew it because it would calm me down.
Right.
I've been allowed to smoke pot in my house since I was 13, 14, in my mom's house, not my dad's house. My dad would kick my ass. My mom, anything went. My mom smoked pot. My mom knew.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And so then as you got older, did you narrow down at all the intention behind it? Did you kind of go, wait, this is also helping with this and this, and if I smoke this strain and this dose, it will help me with this? Or like, how did that process of growth happen?
Well, you know what? No, it just had to be cannabis. Didn't matter if it was sativa, indica, hybrid. It just had to be cannabis. It was that. Yeah, and you know, it wasn't. The sativa, the indica doesn't. I've never noticed a difference of the highs, the lows, the couch. You know what I mean? I just love the high. The high. You know, as soon as it's just the high. I just love being in that place. Do you know what I'm saying? And I don't know, maybe like I said, having parents that were alcoholics and seeing how stupid they were, and knowing that you can have so much fun but not be stupid and not feel like shit the next day, and not and remembering what you've done, and you know what I mean? And I remember and I did this once. I remember my mom, I guess I was like 18 at the time, and my mom was a bad drunk. Okay, she was a mean drunk. and yeah, all my friends knew because she'd even show up in the bars in Toronto, and oh my God. Anyway, she was a mean girl. This one night she was really mean, so it was like, okay, well let's talk her into smoking a joint, because we knew as soon as we could get her to smoke a joint, it just took her down, brought her, boom, right on the couch. That was it. Nighty nights, mommy, and that's what it was. We just had to get her to have that puff, and we did. As soon as we got her to have that puff, she would just mellow out and she would go to bed. She wasn't a belligerent, mean person. So I saw it from a very young age. The effects. And my auntie, thank God, my auntie Dar was a hippie. Did she introduce me? No, my sister introduced me to the pot, but my auntie Darlene was very, she gave it to me as a young, I was 17 or whatever, and she'd give me bags of it. And but she also knew that my parents were alcoholics, and she wasn't. So we kind of saw the different effects, right? Like that different highs between stupidity high, right? Drinking alcohol, ruining your life. Because that's what it did to my parents. Like the alcohol ruined my parents' life, both of theirs, and the weed. I'm still here, right? Like, and yeah, you don't make stupid decisions. You don't go you don't go smoke a big fat joint. Go, I think I'm gonna go rob a bank today. You just don't do that, right? So yeah, I wish my parents would have been more pot smokers and would have got away from the alcoholism. Back then.
It's sad because I grew up, we talk a lot about the fact of my background growing up in the church, pretty much being born in the pew of an evangelical Baptist church, and not hearing much about cannabis. But as I got older, of course, knowing that it was there and getting to a place where I was preaching against it, because everything that you're saying there, the stigma is still attached to that. People don't make that distinction. Nobody really kind of sits down and goes, when was the last time that you saw, people smoking weed, beating up somebody in the park,
right?
And compared to when was the last time you heard about somebody who was drunk causing some damage? And
so I just want to say a phrase my grandma used to say all the time, is she said, "Do you know how you can tell when alcoholic or a bunch of teenagers that drink hang out on the hill?" She says they leave all their garbage and shit lying around. She says, "Do you know what happens when a bunch of kids show up and smoke weed?" She says, "Nothing. They're quiet. You might smell them. That's it." She says they leave nothing behind.
They're paranoid, so they're cleaning up after themselves. They're good.
They don't want to get busted,
right?
Yeah,
that's the truth. That's the honest to God truth. It really.
Well, I've certainly seen it now, and it just baffles me that sort of.
Yeah, you've got to see it from the inside.
Yeah, it's like nobody even processed the difference. To me, drinking alcohol, which I was turned off by watching alcoholics do dumb things, and I didn't have another thing to go to. I just enjoyed going out and being that person who remembered everything that happened, and I was the life of the party. I always felt I was the life of the party and could enjoy the moment. I was never anxious in crowds. I just became the center of the attention.
That's awesome.
It energized me, so I didn't need anything to fuel that sort of either being able to be in it or not. But it's just it's so weird to me, because when you look back on it logically, those connections aren't made. And yet I grew up in an environment that is no different than a lot of environments that are still around today, where people just equate heroin, drug, weed, alcohol, it's all the same. And it's like it's
well, weed's not a drug. First of all, weed is not a drug, right?
It's a plant.
It's not a drug. So don't even put it in that category. We're a flower. We're a medicine, really. And thank God now it's starting to get out there more that we are a medicine, and that we're helping for the anxiety and depression, and to help alcoholics get off of alcohol. And there is so many more benefits for helping people with cancer. Like there's just so many more benefits to it. And people need to realize that it's not, it's great. It's great to get high, but there's just so many more benefits to the plant, right?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So much.
I think you touched on a very big one right there as part of your journey. Like, I feel like it's a perfect segue to lead into why specifically you use RSO. Can you take us to the very beginning of like what what happened? Because I've heard bits and pieces of the story, but I want to hear it right from you.
Can I just say for the newbies
Yes.
around, what's
Oh,
RSO?
Well, she said Rick Simpson
Oh,
oil,
it's Rick Simpson.
but I guess
Simpson oil.
technically, if you don't know who Rick Simpson is,
Yeah, Rick Simpson.
Who's Rick?
Rick Simpson had skin cancer, and he actually came up with the formula, which is now called Rick Simpson oil, which is cannabis oil. He came up with the formula with the ibuprofen and the cannabis oil. And it's like a time consuming, takes like 8 hours to process it at boiling over a slow period of time, because you got to boil all the alcohol out of there.
it's a dangerous process if you don't know what you're doing too.
Absolutely, yeah. It's very, yeah.
I feel like I should add the warning for like
yeah, it's very
back in
scary.
the day when people
do not
used
do it
to
in your
blow up
home.
their
Like,
places.
yeah, I do it outside. I go to farms when I do it. I'm thank God. I have donors who have been donating it to me for the last 6 years, which is unbelievable. And they do it. They make them the Rick Simpson oil out at their farms. But the one time I did do it, I did it out on a farm. Where we were all walking around and watching it boil for like 8 hours, because it's so time consuming, but it's worth it. It is absolutely worth it.
I just want to interject and say, if you don't know who Rick Simpson is and you want to know more information, you could go and Google "Run from the Cure," not for the cure, but from the cure. And I believe there's a number 2 as well that you can see. But they're both there. They're both free to watch. Go check that out, and then come back here or check it out after. Either way.
Yeah, and he's fantastic. Actually, he found me. I guess it was about 3 or 4 years ago. He found me on. I don't know whichever social media, but yeah, his people found me, and he was really excited. So I should have the book here, but it's over there. But yeah, he sent me a signed copy of his book and told me how proud he was of me. And he knows that I tell people a little different than what his protocol is, but that's, I think it's different for every sort of cancer, right? Like he had skin cancer, I had brain cancer. So I think everyone, you got to experiment a little bit, right? But definitely I credit him to where I am today, right? But he also got so what basically happened is I was at a parade in my hometown, and I was getting up from my parade, and I felt out of this world. That's the only way I can describe it. I can't say I felt high because I'm always high, but I felt out of this world. I almost felt like I was like looking down on myself. I don't know. It was just weird. And then I remember like looking around, kind of going, okay, that's kind of weird, but didn't want to think anything of it. And before you knew it, we started walking away from the parade because the parade was over. So as we were walking away, I put my left foot down, had no issues, put my right foot down, and it was like there was no ground below me. It was like water. And then I remember just like looking down, like, okay, did I just step off the sidewalk? Like, why did it feel that way? But you're just walking so fast that your mind just stops and you keep walking. So then I walk back on my left foot again, no issues. Go to my right foot again. I couldn't find the solid ground. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? And my girlfriend just so happened to be a nurse, and she's like, what's going on? And I'm like, I don't know, Lori. Like, she's like, well, should we go to the hospital? I'm like, no, no. Let's just go to my car and we'll see how I feel when we get to my car.
How old are you at this point?
This was in 2017. That's one of the parts of the brain cancer, is my memory and my numbers. So yeah, so it was 2017. So it was actually June 18th, 2017. So we keep walking. We start walking again, and at this time my legs are fine and I didn't fall. So I kind of knew in my mind just to kind of keep walking. So my main goal was just to get to my car and then get to her house to try to figure out what's going on. So we get to my car, but on the way to my car, I'm losing myself more. Like I'm just like, things are kind of like sounding weird. My surroundings are weird, but so I'm just moving. My goal is just to get to my car. So we get to my car, and I remember standing now at my driver's side and just standing there. And I'm waiting for my legs to sit me down in my car, but my legs aren't doing anything. And I'm sitting there kind of still waiting because like I'm cool, right? And I don't want to say anything to my girlfriend yet. And I'm high. And I'm like not fucking sure what's going on. And I'm a little bit panicking.
Yeah.
So then she finally says, "What are you doing? Are you getting in the car?" And I went, "No, Lori, I'm paralyzed. I can't move." And she's like, "What?" I'm like, "I can't move." So she jumps out of my car. She comes right over to where I'm standing and grabs me and has to like force me, like literally walk me over to the passenger side. And then she's standing there waiting for me to sit down, realizes I can't sit down because I can't move. So she has to literally push me into the seat, lift my legs, everything, shut me in, lock me in, drive me down to the hospital. And I'm looking at her, right? And I have to even say to her, like, you know, "Do you want to speed up?" Like, it was funny because I knew she didn't want to speed in my car because I had a nice car. But at this point, I just wanted to speed up. And we weren't actually going to her house at this point. We were on the way to the hospital. So we got to the hospital. Thank God there was only one other person ahead of me. She let them know that they didn't look more important than I did, that I looked more important, that I should be ahead of them. And I'm just like I'm just remember, I'm in a shell, right? I'm just in my body and I'm thinking, oh my God, how embarrassing. And then she leaves and I'm sitting there and I remember a nurse came and that was it. And that was it. And then I woke up in the hospital and I had all these people around me and yeah, so it turns out I had a grand mal seizure for 8 minutes. At that point, when I woke up, they still didn't have an idea what was going on with me. They had figured I had had a stroke either just that day when it happened, or I had a stroke a couple years prior because they found a lesion on my brain. But they didn't have an MRI, only a CAT scan. So that's all they knew. So they did know that, of course, when I woke up, I was only 16. And it's funny because Cranbrook is where I grew up. And I wasn't living there when I was at the parade. I was just visiting. So I kind of grew up where I left off 35 years ago. So yeah, it was bizarre. I left there when I was 16 and woke up in the same hospital with the same boyfriend that I went back to after 30 years. So it was kind of bizarre. Right? So yeah, so apparently I woke up, I was 16 years old. And then finally, I guess after time, right, I came to, and then I was back to being I was 46. So yeah, so for 3 days, they're like, "Yeah, we think you had a stroke." Nobody could tell me why I was in there. I had a stroke. So finally I said, "You know what, can I like just go back to Alberta and try to figure out what's going on with me?" Because I knew I didn't have a stroke. I knew it. In my heart, I knew it was not a stroke. And it was funny, guys, because let me tell you, an hour before I went to that parade, I had to get something out of my car. And I went out to my car. And as I was walking back to the house, I smelled burning toast. And I stopped. I stopped and I looked at the roof and I'm like
that commercial.
Right? And I'm like, I thought it was burning tar on the roof or something. Like I literally stopped in my trap going, what's that smell? So I'm like, okay, to the roof or whatever. Yeah. And then an hour later, I had a grand mal seizure. So yeah, the grand mal seizure is very bad. If you're not with anybody, most times you die with a grand mal seizure. You need to be with somebody. So yeah, I was pretty fortunate that way. After 3 days, like I said, after being in there from Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday, I said, you know what? Like, I don't know why I'm here, just laying in the bed. I'd rather go to Alberta, figure out what's going on. So that's where my journey started. Yeah, and then I went back to Alberta, and they're like, oh, okay, yeah, we'll get you an MRI. It's going to take 2 months. So I had my grand mal seizure on June 18th and didn't even get to see a neurologist until the beginning of August. Sat down with him in 10 minutes. He goes, "You have brain cancer. You have a brain tumor." He didn't even have to do an MRI. He goes, "You have a brain tumor." And I went, I freaking knew that. I knew I had cancer. I knew it. There's no way everything that I've been through was just a stroke. And I knew it. And I knew that. I was prepared after 2 months. You do a lot of thinking and reflecting. I'm very spiritual. The night before, actually, I got my results. It was so funny. We went out for dinner and we had Chinese food, and we got the cookies. And my husband always throws me his cookies, and I always switch them. So I made him read his first, and then I read mine, and mine says, "Expect the unexpected." So I said to him, I looked at him, I go, "You know, I got cancer, right?" And he goes, "You don't fucking got cancer. Don't be dumb." I go, "Scott, I'm just telling you, I got cancer." So, because when you go to work tomorrow, because he had to drive 4 hours back to BC to work, I said, "When you go back to work tomorrow, I'm going to probably be calling you to let you know I got cancer." He's like, "Don't be stupid, blah, blah, blah." So when I called him the next day, yeah, I had to console him. Even my doctor, you guys. See, this is a part of my, I believe it was all kind of meant to be. Like, this is now I know why I had the migraines at 5 and 6 years old. This tumor, it was the size of a golf ball, you guys. The size of a golf ball. That sucker had been ticking in my brain since I was 6 years old. And not one doctor, I've seen probably 35 doctors, did one ever do an MRI on my brain. So what I suggest to anybody out there, if you really feel like it's that severe, you go walk into the hospital and you scream and cry until they do an MRI. Don't just go to your doctors. They just fluff you off. They just give you this, they give you that. They give you try this, try that. I was just an experiment. I was a guinea pig. And it turns out it was a golf ball sized tumor in my brain. Right. And so that's what I tell. And it's funny too, because for the last like 3 or 4 years prior, I get like these tremor things in my body. And I thought it was just old age. You know how you see people in older ages that are kind of shaking and stuff? I thought maybe I'm getting old, because I'm 54. So I thought, I was 46 at the time. But, people, you see that. So I just thought, sloughed it off. But now these are the signs. These are the signs for people. If you ever, like, it's the migraines, it's the blurry vision. I mean, I would vomit. Like when I would drink, after 2 or 3 drinks, I would vomit for 8 to 9 hours the day after, like so severely. I would be in a fetal position. My doctors knew. I was taking Tylenol with codeine, probably 20 a day. They diagnosed me with medicine-induced headaches. MIH is what it's called. Because I used to eat codeine so much because I would just be scared I was going to get a migraine. But it was a tumor. I haven't taken even an aspirin in 6 years or anything.
So at that moment, though, because obviously you hear you got cancer, it's freaky as anything. Everybody, is just like, well, what am I going to do? And the only thing that people drop in general, though, is, okay, I guess it's chemo now.
Yeah, you said you were prepared.
No way.
What were you prepared for? Like, you were prepared. What was the plan?
Okay. Yeah.
Obviously, they're coming at you, like Timmy says.
Okay. And they do. Oh my God, they see dollar signs. Hey, money. Oh my gosh, she's gonna redecorate my living room and my bedroom. I'm gonna get a new kitchen out of her. That's how they think. I see that in them, right? There's one specific doctor, specifically I fired at Princess Margaret's, got dollar signs all over. Anyway, yeah, you know what? I knew I had cancer. I really did. I had it in my family. I lost my auntie Dara at 46 to breast cancer. I've lost my other auntie, everybody, both my grandfathers. I knew it. I just didn't think I'm being the healthiest, probably baker ever in my family. Seriously, right. I've been out every day in the gym since 1993. I was the most healthiest so for me to get sick, and I don't smoke, the rest of my family all smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke that shit. I only smoke the good shit. And it was really shocking. So when I got sick, it was a shocker to everybody. But yeah, so I was prepared mentally. So like when so when the doctor told me, he's like, okay, Sherry-Ann, gets up and he goes, I'm going to phone the hospital right now and I'm going to get you in for that MRI, because I still hadn't been able to get into the MRI just to see him. He's like, I'll get you in tomorrow. And he did. He's like, my day's off on Friday, but I want you to be here because I want to go over the results with you on Friday. So be here. So he was just absolutely amazing. So I did that, went to the hospital on Thursday, just so you know, when you're in the MRI, you got a little window and you can look and you can see your technician, which I do watch them, and you can see their facial expressions. And I knew right then and there that, holy shit, I had a monster in my brain. because that technician was like, so yeah, I knew. And so I went there on the Friday, and he's like, yeah, you have a monster in your brain. He showed me it's literally the size of a golf ball. And he said, so first place you're going to go right now is you're going to go to the drugstore and you're going to fill your prescription for Keppra so you don't have another grand mal seizure on us, because that sucker is still in your brain. Remember, I've walking around since June 18th with that in my brain. And the doctor, like, they just fluffed me off. And so that's what he did. And then he said, and then I want you to go up to Foothills Hospital and I want you to go meet Dr. Kelly. He's going to be your neurosurgeon who's going to do your brain surgery, and he's going to do your brain surgery today. And it didn't happen that day. And that's when I started to realize I needed to take my health into my own hands, because I was just a guinea pig and I was just a number. I was literally up in the Calgary Foothill Hospital for 8 hours in a room. I was so bored. I was like a child. I had the heart monitors on my toes. Like, we were sitting there. My dogs were in the trucks. Even the nurses were so great. They're like, can we go feed your dogs? Can we go like take your dogs for a walk? Like, we feel terrible that they sent you up here and you've been sitting here for 8 hours, and they're like fucking you around. And they were. I had 3 different doctors tell me 3 different diagnoses. Well, we don't think it's terminal. Well, we don't think it's this. And well, we think it's terminal. Oh, we think you only have this. And it's like, can somebody just give me like a straight fucking answer? You know, seriously. So I ended up going home that day back to Lethbridge with the big old monster still in my brain. But thank God to one doctor that listened to me and gave me some, pills to help me so that I wouldn't have another grand mal seizure. But that's basically where my story started. And and then I knew right away they were going to want me to do chemo radiation. And I just got on the good old internet and I searched for alternative ways to fight cancer, and good old Rick Simpson came up.
Nice.
And it just so happens that the cannabis world, thank God to them, really, they're the ones that have saved me. They're the ones that I'm still here, really, the cannabis industry. Our family is the reason we're here. They just started networking me with everybody and sending me here and there, and here, Sherry, here's a syringe of Rick Simpson. Try this, try that, try this. And then it just so happens that somebody tells me a story about a friend of mine, Chris Weitzel from Kimberley. I grew up with him. We went to the same high school together. He had lung cancer. He got diagnosed about 1.5 years, maybe 2 years prior to me. Chris had lung cancer. I had brain cancer. Chris did the Rick Simpson oil. Chris did end up passing away, but when they did his autopsy, he didn't die from cancer. He died from the stint that they had put in him had shifted because he had lost so much weight, and it punctured his lung, and that's what killed him. When they did his autopsy, he was cancer-free because of the Rick Simpson oil. So that was it. That was it for me. I was like, doctors, trust me, you can ask them. They didn't even mention chemo radiation because I would get so angry. I would literally swear at them. Like they knew not to even talk about it. Absolutely not. Not do it. Wouldn't even discuss it.
Yeah.
Absolutely out of the question. No, this is what I was going to do. So basically, when I was diagnosed with, I'm going to try to say it, oligoglomia stage 2 brain cancer, terminal. I was told I had 5 to 10 years to live if I do chemo and radiation. If I don't do chemo and radiation, I'll be lucky to see 2 years. I said, well, I ain't doing chemo and radiation, because to me, this is my thinking. Why am I going to do chemo and radiation? First of all, I don't care. I don't want to lose my hair. I don't care. My doctor's like, it's only hair. I don't care. This is my doctor. He's bald. Okay. First of all, I'm a woman. And I don't care. I don't care. I credit to those women that want to be bald, but I don't want to be bald. No. Yep. I have loved my hair my entire life. It's a part of me. It is part of me. So I would not leave my house probably before a year if I did chemo radiation, and I'd be sick. It kills you. That chemo radiation fries you. Do people not watch movies? Do people not do research? People do more research on buying a car or a computer than they do on their own health. Right away, they just think, okay, the doctor's right. Got to do this. No.
Well, I think it's fear, right, Sherry? It's fear. That in that moment, in that office, you're terrified.
I
You don't know
wasn't.
what
I
to
had to
do.
console my doctor. I was I didn't feel like I was dying. I still to this day, I'm not, maybe it's because I'm not afraid to die, but I've never felt sick. It hurt. I had to have brain surgery to get that sucker removed. Now that hurt. But even so, like I've had migraines my whole life. So other than that, I never really, I feel bad for other people who have suffered with other types of brain cancer or other cancers, but I haven't suffered. So to me, like it was just like, wow, to me, it was almost like a shock and a bit of a denial. But in the same token, it was like, okay, this is no different than COVID. It was, it was pre-COVID though, but it was no different than anything. Let's take this on. And that's how I looked at it. I'm like, you know what? I ain't going anywhere yet. I'm still extremely healthy. I still worked out every day in the gym. You know what I mean? Like, and so that's what I looked at it like, fuck you. You don't know who you're fucking messing with. Like you really don't. And I seriously, this is 6 years now. I'm still extremely healthy, but I changed my whole life. That day I changed my life. I changed my diet. No more sugars, carbs, fats, flours, or red meats. Basically, I went home and our entire fridge got thrown out. Because if you go to a health food store, you look at those boxes, there's no such thing as healthy food in a health food store. Anything in a can or a box is not healthy. You have to basically juice or your own food. Everything out of the ground is healthy. You know, I mean, they changed our food groups. Why do you think that?
Well, it's a shame that most people do what you said you do, and it's just very human, right? We respond to the problem. If we all, because we talk about healthy eating all the time here, and that process of, I'm about to, at the time of this taping, I'm a couple days away from my 50th birthday, and I've been on a journey the last 5 years to really
change your lifestyle.
Change my lifestyle. Before, I used to use the word decrepit. I don't want to be the decrepit one later on. Like, and I might still be that person, but I want to delay that. I don't want to, because by the time you wait for that moment, sometimes it's too late. And
absolutely,
that's the problem. Is most people
it
wait
is
until
too
something
late.
hurts and they go, "Oh, what is this?" And now I can't do like half of my life anymore, and it takes forever to heal.
You're preventing yourself from getting sick. You're preventing yourself from getting old, and people need to start doing that when they're in their 20s. I've been working out since 1993. My brother-in-law used to call me fat all the time, and used to make me feel really shitty about myself, where I was bulimic and anorexic, where I stuck my fingers down my throat and would barf. And then I realized, like, what the hell am I doing? And then I started working out and just learned about fitness and eating right. And that's the way to do it, right? I just learned, you know, I didn't have the proper education as a young person, right? And so, yeah, I just learned that really that's what it is. Just eating right, being healthy. It could change. I mean, even smoking, like I quit smoking. Oh gosh, I can't even remember. Oh God, 25 years ago, right? But I smoked for 25 years, you know? And then just one day, it was Carol Burnett's daughter, when she got diagnosed, believe it or not, diagnosed with cancer. I was like devastated. I'm like, oh my God, she's got all the money in the world and she still can't buy her health back, and she still can't live because of this. And so I don't know if maybe all those things came into play with my fight cancer all these years later, but I'm just like fuck that. And I have the internet. People, get on the fucking internet and do your research. There is fucking life with cancer. You don't need to go and nuke yourself and start fucking doing chemo and radiation and listen to doctors and funding them. Take care of your body. You can turn your life around, whether it's cancer, smoking cigarettes. You can add life. You can add life back to your life by living a healthy lifestyle. It's the government feeding us all this shitty foods. It's what's killing us. But you can stop that if you want to. And I feel terrible because I go into Princess Margaret Hospital and I was really choked because I don't like to go in there. I don't like to go in there. I usually just read my MRIs online, but apparently I had to go in there by law. The last time they said I had to go in by law because I really choked. They're like, we have to actually physically see you. I'm like, do you think somebody just like lie and say like, you know, I'm on the UHL web? Like, they're just full of shit. They obviously just make money that I had to come in there, and they had to make a couple grand on me going in there. And they made me sit for 45 minutes waiting for them. Anyway, I don't do that. They said for another 5 years.
Here's what I love the most about everything you said in that story is at the end of the whole process, the person that I see, not just here, but the person over the last few years that we've come to just adore and we really love the energy of, is you've got a passionate, happy, fulfilling life human being who, whether or not you had 2 years to live, 5 years to live, 10 years to live,
what's the point of crying about it?
You're just you're embracing now, you're embracing the life
Absolutely.
now.
And if you like, man, sorry.
Yeah. No,
I'm
I know you
passionate
feel
about
free.
it. It's like I see people like seriously. I go into Princess Margaret. It's so depressing. Like they're sitting there and they're fucking eating chocolate bars. Like so. First of all, it makes me really annoyed. Princess Margaret Hospital and any other cancer hospital, you don't have a bowl of candy at your fucking reception desk for people. That causes cancer. So it really frustrates me, and they don't like me when I come in there because I'm very vocal. Like when I leave, like they don't like me in the waiting room because everybody always says, they'll look at me, right? I'll be in there and they'll be like, so what are you here for? And I'll go, I got brain cancer, terminal brain cancer. And they're like, well, why do you look so good? And I'll go, oh, cannabis oil. And they go, what? And then they'll ask about it. And then I'll hear them in the back after like they'll go in with the doctor. And then I'll hear them leaving as they're walking out and I'll hear them asking the doctor about Rick Simpson. And then I can see the doctors all giving me the evil eye. Right. But it's like, you know what they ask? I got to tell them. I'm being honest with them. And I just tell people, you know what? Research it. Just go research it. See how many of us are still alive or how many of us have prolonged our lives. How many, like, I mean, come on. It's 6 years now. 6 years. They told me I'd be dead in 2 years. I'm still stable. I've done 17, going on 18 MRIs coming up in 3 more months. You know, and if I would have, I was told, this one guy told me, you know what? If I was told today I was criminal, I would go home and blow my head off. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I guess that's how people.
I'm telling you, some people look at it like the end.
But
So-
they can, you know what? And you're right, because you know what? I've had people in my life too when they found out they were sick, and the same sort of thing. And me and my husband would look at each other and be like, "Oh my God," you know. So it's just a matter of time. But now I tell people, no, it's not true. It's not true. There is a life with cancer and cannabis and living a clean lifestyle and being positive. And even, you know, I mean, that's just how I live. That's how I live. And I don't feel sick, and I haven't felt sick. And that's what I do now. I talk to people all around the world. I have people reach out to me all around the world, and I just tell them what I do. I tell them I'm not God. I can't guarantee them anything, but this is what I did, and this is what's worked for me. And I've had so many great people that have helped me, supported me. I had Chris Cornell, Vicki Cornell, was first person that paid for my first dosage of Rick Simpson oil. So, and to this day, actually, we're still friends. I've had Peter Frampton reach out to me, Jim Belushi reach out to me, all cannabis people, because they know. We know, and because we know, we all know somebody who's used it and where it's helped us and benefited us. I helped one of my neighbors who's in a wheelchair. I brought him some cannabis pills, and they're actually supposed to help for pain. And I gave them to him yesterday, and he said they actually work. He goes, I didn't get really high on them. I said, well, you're not supposed to get high on them. They're more CBD than THC. I go, but did they help? He goes, absolutely. I go, well, there you go. And so that's what I do now. I try to help other people around the world and give them some hope. And I have people reach out to me all the time that tell me that I give them hope and that they are afraid, and when they listen to their doctors, like they don't want to listen to their doctors, and I give them the encouragement to actually tell their doctors, nope, that's not what I want to do. I want to try alternative. This is what I've been reading about. And that's what I tell people. Just talk to people, talk to a lot of people like me, talk to real people that do it. And that will help you, guide you, whether this is for you or not for you. But I'm not ready to go. Are you kidding me?
Well, the conversation needs to be had. And one of the reasons why we wanted to start doing interviews on the show is because I think one of the biggest things that can break down the stigma and one of the best teaching tools is hearing personal stories. And like you said, it's like your personal story. It's not going to be the journey for everybody. In fact, we've talked a lot about the personalization of cannabis. Like not every strain, not every dosage, not every method works for every individual.
Absolutely.
But the more stories you hear, the more you have a chance to figure out Where do
Well,
I fit in this?
I'm like, and I feel like
Exactly.
I need to interject because this is where it gets tricky when talking about cannabis and doing podcasting. And this was one of my fears that I discussed in my early season 1 of the podcast is that we make no medical claims because we're not doctors. And that goes, I'm sure, for Sherry and
I just play
it's
one in the
just-
bedroom.
Yep.
That is true. But it's one of those things that this is why Timmy said, like, yes, we need to do the podcast. And he's 100% right, because it's not that cannabis cures cancer. And Sherry Ann didn't even say that. She said she used cannabis oil as a tool in conjunction with healthy eating, healthy exercise, healthy lifestyle. It was just one of many tools that was used together, and that cannabis should be an option. And I will say, I'm pretty sure, because I have a friend just like you who was diagnosed with cancer and basically told his doctor, fuck off, I'm not doing chemo or radiation. Told me that, did you know that if a baby, a diaper wearing baby, has to endure chemo or radiation for any sort of reason because they have cancer, you are given special instructions on how to change, how to launder this child, because the secretions of the baby's pee and poo is actually toxic and can harm you.
It is. Yeah.
So
isn't that
if
lovely?
that doesn't say something
Isn't that
about,
lovely?
like,
And this is what
I'm sure it might work. Some people have, like, there are people that have had success with chemo and radiation.
It's about getting the education and people.
Absolutely. Given the
and people
options.
aren't talking about this as
So
it often.
have the discussion.
Yes.
You know, raise the bar, have the discussion, and break the stigma against cannabis.
Absolutely. And when I had my brain surgery, just so you know, I had my brain surgery at Foothills Hospital in Calgary. I made, and of course I let all my doctors, made them very aware of what was going on. My family doctor in Lethbridge told me, don't waste your money. I said, don't bother. I'm not asking for your advice. I'm telling you as my physician, this is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So when I was told, after my brain surgery, I had my brain surgery at the Foothills Hospital, they were able to remove 97% of my tumor. I did my follow-up 3 months later, and that 3% was gone. So the RSO took that 3%, or an alien did, whichever you decide. They had told me when I went in there and told them I was doing the Rick Simpson oil, they worked with me there at Foothills Hospital. They were awesome. They said they were excited to work with me because I was doing the Rick Simpson oil, because they had seen so many positive stories coming through the Calgary Hospital with people doing cannabis oil fighting cancer. So that even made me even more happier. When I went in to have my surgery, I told them, look, when you go in, if my tumor had shrunk a considerable amount, I don't even want the brain surgery, hold off on it. So when I seen them start to do it, a little tear rolled down my eye, but then I was out. But I found out after I had my brain surgery that my tumor, when they did actually went in on October 3rd, 2017, that they had already noticed that my tumor was already shrinking. But no, of course, being so big, they chose to go after it. And like I said, I had an amazing surgeon. He was able to do my surgery. It took 6.5 hours. They cut my head open like this and like a flap, and they opened it, got her out. I do have, just so you know, I do have short-term memory, a little bit of short-term memory loss, math skills. So I lost them, but it's what calculators are for. I'm still alive. Yeah, woohoo. So those little side effects were worth it. I woke up shortly after surgery, feeling great. The only problem was my hands were like this. So took about 3 months before I could actually work my hands to do this. But I was out of the hospital. They woke me up, walked me around the ward within like hours of waking me up. They were like shocked. They were like, we have patients in here for like minor surgery that haven't been able to walk like you. And you just had your surgery like hours ago. And then they made the decision that they kicked me out of the hospital in 26 hours because they needed the beds for people who needed it. And clearly I didn't need it. So yeah, they sent me home with 22 staples in my brain, or on my head, I should say. And with Keppra for the, so I didn't have another seizure. And back then, even they were already starting to control Tylenol. So basically I had to just take a couple Tylenols and just deal with the pain. And I didn't want to take any medicines but cannabis. So within 4 or 5 days, I totally weaned myself off of Keppra, or sorry, not Keppra. They gave me, steroids for the pain. Terrible drug, absolute worst drug, makes you just feel awful. I stopped taking it and I just suffered the pain, and it was well worth it than feeling like crap. But and I was in the gym in 2 weeks. I was driving my car probably in 4 weeks. I left my husband 2 weeks after brain surgery because things weren't working out. And that's when, my life completely changed for the better. And on January 3rd, I drove to Calgary, and that's when I found out that my 3% was gone. And I chose to move back to Toronto. I packed up my 2 cats and my dog and my car, and I drove from Alberta to Toronto in 3 days. And here I am. And I've had the best 6 years of my life. So
the most amazing thing,
and cannabis.
The most amazing thing about your story, Sherry-Ann, is that if you weren't going around being so vocal about your story and about how cannabis changed your life, I wouldn't know that you had what was it? Terminal stage 2 brain cancer. I would not know that.
I know. I've been called out. People call me out. Like sometimes on the subways and stuff, I sometimes need to sit, and I'll play the little disabled card once in a while on there. But it's sometimes right. But they'll look at me like, fuck you, you're not disabled. Fuck you, you know what I mean? And and then it sucks. Like I've actually had people at the very beginning of my journey, actually, because I've talked about it right from the get-go, because I think it's important. Like, a lot of people are really embarrassed to talk about having cancer because of the stigma of that we're looking for sympathy. Well, this girl ain't looking for fucking sympathy. I'm sorry. I'm here to tell other people.
To change minds.
I'm trying to educate people. Like, this, maybe it's not for you, but it's working for me, man. And if this is the way, if you're determined to keep living, this is what's working for me. So, and I know a lot of other people it's working for. So, read up on it and give it a shot. I mean, I had nothing to lose, right? I was like a guinea pig. I'm like, okay, well, I got nothing to lose and I don't feel sick. So this is what I'm going to do. And I'm sure glad I took that chance, because look at me now, right? Yeah. And now I'm helping so many other people who are doing this and who are thriving, and, and
so we're happy. You took a chance and decided to do it, because you really are changing.
You're definitely you're helping others. You're always a bright light at the events we've been to. Like MJ's even said, she enjoys just starting her day off by seeing you out there just
smiling
spreading
face. Yeah,
that's so awesome.
The joy the joy of life is evident. Before we close off here, what I love most about you, and what I want you to start processing right now is kind of what would be your final words. But in the process of you talking about your own journey, and in the process of you wanting to educate people and encourage people and inspire people, you're so involved in the giving back as well. Like as you're telling your story, these are the little things that impress me about certain people, is that you took the time to take our picture from Lyft and have it in there as a way to promote and to show us, well, you're the one that we brought on to talk to. And that's what I love about you, is because there are some people who just kind of, they're just kind of sell their wares. They're just trying to get their stuff out. But you do this
giving back.
You give back, and we know that as much as we're trying to give you a platform here to promote you, you do those little things like, oh, wait a minute, I got their card back here. I'm going to have it up in the background in case anybody sees it. And to me, that's what makes you incredibly special and unique. in an industry, I think that needs more of you, that more collaboration and more of going, you know what, I
Isn't
want to
that what
promote
it's
me,
also?
but I also want to promote you.
And I think that's what it's all supposed to be about. That's what I struggle with when I see these people that are very selfish and they don't, you know, that's what it's all about. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for a lot of you guys, right? And that's how I feel, right? So it's all about giving back. And you see the ones that are popular right now and that, but you know what? Some of them are sort and shallow and very self-centered. And people might not see that at the beginning, but eventually they will. And I'm just all about, you know, like I said, I've had nothing but people wanting to help me for the last 6 years. So why wouldn't I give back and help these poor people who are sick with cancer like me? But even though I don't feel sick, so don't feel sorry for me, right? Like don't, right? Like I just want other people, you know, like, yeah, I just don't get it. Like, I think like for the cannabis industry, we're all in it together. I don't care what you do. Like, it's like a company. We should all learn each other's department because we're all a family. So when I see these other people kind of being like, I'm a little better than you, I just like, whatever. I just kind of fluff my way away from them because at the end of the day, they're not team players, and I don't want to be around those type of people. I want to be around people like you guys and like the you know, like the disciplined stoners, and they're just loving, and you guys have all embraced me, and we're all like a family. You guys include everybody, and that's what I like. You guys don't exclude, you include, you don't exclude, and that's what I'm about, and that's what I've always been about ever since a little girl. I was a tomboy. Trust me, I'm heterosexual, but I've always been that type of girl where I was always included everybody, and I never liked it when people picked on the underdog. I'm that person that will beat up the person that beats up the underdog. Just like we're all here for a reason. We all have a story, and we should all celebrate individual stories. And if like we're in the cannabis industry, we should all just be grateful that we're in the industry, and we should all celebrate each other for what we do and not push each other out. And if you want to do that, get the hell out. You don't belong. But that's my story. And that's what you like.
That's as good a
I feel like
final words.
We need
as-
to take that
Love
sound,
you,
but
life.
that was beautiful. I
Right?
always talk
Love you,
about
life.
the wall, you know, the wall that everybody's trying to climb up and get over.
Yes.
There's different types of people. There are
Yeah,
people that
no.
will get down and help other people over the wall.
I
There are
would.
other people that will say, you know, I'll get up to the top, and they'll stand there and they'll pull other people up. And then there's the people that just they'll take advantage and climb over people
Yeah.
and go over the wall. And then
Yeah.
even worse, those are the people I cannot stand. The ones that go, where's the stairs?
Right?
I'm like, those are the people I don't even want to be around. The ones
Right?
that won't even
Yeah, me
attempt
neither. No.
to play the game. Let's play the game and all get over the wall, you know?
Yeah. Absolutely. Isn't that what it's all? I think about this world. If the world was to ever come to an end, that's what scares me right now in this world, is everybody's so selfish. And it's like, what if that ever happened? Like, we all need to fucking be together. We all need to stick together and help each other. This is what world's about. We need more love and compassion, and we need to be more of a unit. We need to stop fighting each other. We need a little bit more love, a little bit more flour.
I like it.
Sherry-
Can't we all just get a bond?
I'll just get a point. Sherry Ann, look, we mentioned at the beginning that we've wanted you on here a long time. That was our error in not having you on sooner. You are an incredible human being. You bring so much light. I've told people I plan on living to 140. I hope that you live that long, if not more, so that we can, you know, I'll invite you to my 140th birthday,
Oh my God.
and we'll celebrate together.
I'll be
But-
100.
That's a lot of Botox, man.
That's
Mark-
a lot of RSO.
Mark it on the calendar, everybody.
Yes.
Sherry Ann, we can't thank you enough for being on the show and
Thank
taking
you very
time out.
much.
Thank you.
We can
Thank you.
we can keep
Thank you.
thanking you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
But now we want
For
to
having
release
me.
you because you
Yes, you
have
have lots of work to do. You do.
you have way more people to connect with and to share your love and your story with. So we're gonna let you go do and enjoy life today.
Living
I
with
appreciate you guys.
cancer, not dying from it. Living with cancer. That's what you want
Yes.
to.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And cannabis.
Yes, there is a life with cancer and cannabis. A good goddamn life too, just saying.
Love it.
Sherry Ann, where can people find you? Let's make sure that they know how to connect with you.
I'm nice and easy. I just go by my name, Sherry Ann Baker. So I'm on all social platforms under Sherry Ann Baker. The only one that you got to do the underscore on the end is good old Instagram because they shadow banned me. But apparently you haven't made it unless you shadow banned. So thanks, Instagram.
I love that.
Sherry Ann Baker, everybody. Like, seriously, she is a must follow. And here's the thing, don't worry about your numbers growing because they will grow. But what's clear about you, and we've even seen it in ours, because sometimes we get discouraged about how low our numbers are. But what we're finding is it's not about the quantity of numbers, it's about the quality. And that group of people that you have, if it's a quality group and they're not spammers and they're not just people who are linking on because they want to like increase their own thing. It looks like what you've done is you've built a community of quality followers. That's what we want to is even if the number's small, we want to have people that are engaged and actually want to be here. And your numbers will continue to grow because I think more and more people will want to be with you. Sherry Ann, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you guys. You guys are so awesome. I can't wait to see you guys again soon.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Cannabis whispers sway to the breeze, under the sun where the heart finds ease, rustling leaves in a vibrant scene, nature's embrace, literally breathe. Let the good times roll and shine in this golden dawn that you are mine, waves of green under the endless sky, which run deep as the days drift by. We'll sing along with the birds' sweet song in this magic space we know we belong. Oh, let the good times roll and shine, this golden moment you are mine. Rolling hills with the sun on our face, every spirit's in this sacred place, every latch and every moment we find, with our heartbeat our souls intertwined. Let the good times roll and shine, in this golden moment you are mine.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe.
let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoke and sound, it's paradise. High vibes only feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow. Moonlight beams through the haze. Blunt burn slow, lost in space. No stress here, just let go. Dr. High sets the show. Yeah, we vibing, we riding. Welcome to the High Vibe Session.
Hey, what's up, Canna fan? It's David Johnson, otherwise known as Dr. High, and I just want to welcome you to the first ever episode of High Vibes with Dr. High. If you're here, then you already know. Cannabis and music go very, very well together. But this isn't just a music show. This is much more than that. I've been involved in the cannabis community for more than 40 years. Been a cultivator, an educator, definitely an advocate, and I'm a firm believer in the power of this plant to change the trajectory of people's lives and make everything better. Music is the ultimate connector. Think about it. It transcends everything. Age, gender, culture, background. It doesn't matter. Music hits you in the soul. It's a great way to communicate with people. And that's why I've chosen music as my medium of communication with the cannabis community, designed to educate, inform, entertain, all while being subtle and enjoyable. Weed culture is about more than just getting high. It's about education, advocacy. It's a way of life. And I believe that music is the perfect medium to spread that message. It just resonates with you. When you find a song that you like, it invades your soul and it just stays. So every episode I'll be bringing you a carefully curated mix, all my own music, rock, hip hop, dubstep, reggae, just whatever hits the vibe at the moment. And yeah, maybe we'll tell some stories or I'll add additional knowledge, but this is really about letting the music speak for itself. So let's start it off with one of my favorite tracks, Moonshine and Mary Jane. It's the outlaw culture in the South. It's about running from the law, smuggling weed, staying one step ahead, and enjoying the lifestyle for what it is. So here we go, folks. Moonshine and Mary Jane.
The ones who run the fire and the ones who burn the fuel. Granddaddy ran whiskey through the Georgia pines. Joints made them thick as vines. Me, I got both running through my veins. Born to be wild, got that outlaw name. Backroad smoking, flask in my hand. Kicking up dust, I don't need no plan. Pass me that blunt, pour me that shine. We gon' be outlaws till the end of time. We don't sip slow, we don't puff light. Pour it up strong, roll it up right. A little too high, a little too drunk. Passing let we live in life, we don't give a damn. Moonshine in my left hand, Mary Jane in my right. Riding through the back roads in the dead of night. Sipping on the fire, smoking on the trees. Ain't no law gonna bring down me. The smoke rolling and the whiskey on ice. Blue lights flash, they tryna chase me down. Now I'm pedal to the floor, I ain't slowing now. Hide the stash, ditch the jar. Keep my boots running till I'm out this town. Back at the bar, we still going strong. Smoke in the air, whiskey in my song. The preacher said I need to change my ways. Told him I'll pray, but not today. We don't give a damn. Moonshine in my left hand, Mary Raise your jars, raise your joints. Here's to the rebels, here's to the noise. Here's to the ones who ain't afraid to live. Take a sip, take a hit, and let's do it again. Smoking on the trees, ain't no law gonna bring down me. Keep the smoke rolling and the whiskey on ice.
So I guess the next thing you should know about me is I'm the founder of Dr. High. Dr. High was originally created because I wanted to help people suffering with medical conditions understand that there is potential benefit through the inclusion of cannabis therapy when treating their situation. So I put together 27 beginner's guides for the use of cannabis when dealing with a specific medical condition, such as a traumatic brain injury or Alzheimer's and dementia, cancer, sleeping disorders, eating disorders, 27 of them anyway. And after putting them together, I needed to create art for my covers. And I'm not an artist at all. So AI was first becoming well known. This is a few years ago. So I started to play with Midjourney to design my covers. And it created some pretty amazing art. So the next evolution for me from Dr. High was from creating those beginner's guides to creating AI generated cannabis themed art that I posted on social media. And I gained a lot of connections with people because they really loved the art. They resonated with it. And I was able to get across the message. And I gave away, almost 1,000 books in my first year on Facebook through free downloads and things like that. So, so the next bit of music you're going to hear, Elevate the Mind, is basically all about Dr. High, what I do, what my intention is, and what my assets are, my books, my Etsy store. Anyway, here we go. Elevate the Mind.
Step into the world of knowledge and light, where cannabis wisdom shines so bright. Education, advocacy, breaking the chains. Dr. High's here to spark up your brain. AI haze in the digital sky, crafting designs that'll catch your eye. Books on the shelf, knowledge in sight. Dr. High's mission, ignite and unite. Rise up, light up, open your mind. Cannabis truth no longer confined. From t-shirts to art, from facts to the page. Dr. High's leading the modern day wave. From prohibition to the freedom we seek, teaching the truth, giving power breaking stigma, lifting the haze. Join the movement, set minds ablaze. So light it up, take a stand. Dr. High, knowledge in hand. From a pound of books, from A to R, it's a cannabis culture straight from the heart.
Elevate, educate, advocate.
So all the music you're going to see here is about weed. It's about cannabis. It's about the culture. It's the stories. It's the experiences that we have, as well as songs that are going to be educational and send a message. There's songs about legalization and the struggle that we've been through and the people that have been lost along the way. And there's so much storytelling within the songs, and it's all about the community. It's all about us. You know what I mean? So I think these songs are really going to get to everybody. So the next one is called The Last Dab. And man, I remember when I took a dab so big one time, 5 hours I was messed up for. It was unbelievable. The first hour and a half, I was locked. It was incredible. But I fell in love with dabs. Always have. But we all know at one point we've taken a dab so big that the sweat dripped from our elbows, the sweat dripped from our nose. So here it is. Here's a song about the last dab. I hope you enjoy it.
Wax drip, time to take that ride. Hit the nail, load the tool, man, my lungs about to die. Got the rig set up, got my boys on deck. Tell them watch me work, now they take a side bet. First hit, feel fine, smooth like silk. Flavor so clean, like dripping honey milk. Exhale once, chest feeling tight. But hold up, wait, I ain't feeling it right. Wanna dab too much, now I'm speaking in tongues. Vision blurry, man, my brain go numb. Sweat dripping, I can move my feet. Why my soul leaving my body like a track meet? Now my soul's on fire, floating past Mars, higher and higher. I swear I just blinked, but I lost 2 days. Somebody tell God I ain't ready today. Now I'm stuck in the void, trying to find my way. Hey, on the way they got Einstein, he talking to me, said welcome to space, have some THC. Looked to my left, saw a talking goat. He said, son, that was not the right dose. Heard my hands feel big, my arms feel small. Sweating so much, I might drown in my drawers. Call the paramedics, nah, I'll be fine. Wait, what's my name? What's the date? What's the time? One dab too much, now I'm stuck in the void. Brain moving backward, got me paranoid. Legs don't work, I can't even stand. Somebody call Elon, I need a re-entry plan.
Bruh, I think I just traveled through time.
I took the last dab, now my soul's on fire. Floating past Mars, higher and higher. I swear I just blinked, but I lost 2 days. Somebody tell God I ain't ready today. Now I'm stuck in the void, trying to find my way. What if my past self is my future self's clone? What if the government put thoughts in my dome? What if I just blinked at age 99?
Discover the surprising role of cannabis in early American history. George Washington grew hemp on his Mount Vernon farm for its strong fibers and medicinal qualities. Thomas Jefferson championed hemp, even going as far smuggling seeds from China. Benjamin Franklin used durable hemp paper for printing the Declaration of Independence. Hemp was so valuable, early American colonists could pay their taxes with the plant. During the Revolutionary War, hemp ropes and sails were essential to the American victory. The first American flag, sewn by Betsy Ross, was made from hemp fabric. Hemp production declined with the rise of cotton and synthetic fibers. In the 20th century, cannabis was outlawed despite its historic importance. Isn't it ironic that cannabis, once so vital, is now illegal, and so many people have been imprisoned for its use? Visit drhigh.com to learn more about cannabis. Well, guys, I hope you're enjoying the music so far. This next one is kind of a historical view of the cannabis culture. It's about the Prohibition time when cannabis was outlawed, the reason why it was outlawed, and we all know it's corporate interest. That's really the problem here. If they get out of the way, this plant could really change the world, but they won't. But even during those times of Prohibition, there were those people who stood their ground, continued to believe in the positive benefits of cannabis, and kept it going. And I guarantee you, I would have been one of those people too back those days. So here it is. It's the Devil's Smoke.
A menace to society, a path to destruction. Lock your doors, hide your youth, for the devil's weed will consume the truth. They spread the fear, they sold the lie, said one small hit would make you die. Devil smoke, they called it sin, but the real crime was deep within. The men in suits, they passed the law, for greed for power they broke the draw. Not for the people, not for the land, but for the pockets of the businessmen's hands. They locked them up, they took their rights for rolling dreams and sparking light. A plan so pure, a truth so high, yet they called it crime, they called it vice. Smoke, rise up, truth don't die. Lies fall down, open your eyes. Gifted of the gods they can't deny. Dr. High burn through the twisted sky. The jazz clubs played, the smoke still curled. Through beats and rhymes we changed the world. From Harlem nights to ghetto streets, the herb survived beneath the heat. They raided homes, they took the seed, but truth don't burn and fire don't bleed. The ones they jailed, the lives they stole, all for a plant that heals the soul. Smoke rise high, whispers loud in the FBI. Through the courts, through the fight, one green leaf still shines bright. Smoke rise up, truth don't die. Lies fall down, open your eyes. Gift of the gods they can't deny. Dr. High burn through the twisted sky. Whoa. Smoke rise high, whispers loud in the FBI. Through the courts, through the fight, one green leaf still shines bright. Smoke rise up, truth don't die. Lies fall down, open your eyes. Gift of the gods they can't deny. Dr. High burn through the twisted sky. Let the green leaf light the way. They try to kill it, try to erase, but knowledge moves at its own pace. From history's dark to the light of today, Dr. High still leads the way. Light the way.
So in the 1800s, indentured Indian laborers first brought cannabis to Jamaica when they were taken there basically as slaves to work. In the 1930s, with the formalization of Rastafarianism, early Rastas adopted the use of cannabis as a sacrament because they felt they believed that it brought them closer to spiritual enlightenment. And this is kind of the roots of cannabis or ganja and Rastafarianism. And I mean, great people, very spiritual people. Their belief in cannabis is certainly strong. And this is a song called Rasta Revelations that talks a little bit about how Rastafarians see cannabis.
They call it a crime, they call it a sin, but the truth been known since time began. One green herb, one healing flame. They fear the power, they curse the name. Deep in the hills where the rivers run, a voice rose high like the rising sun. Just say, this herb make the blind man see, a gift from Zion to set minds free. The dreadlocks knew, the elders spoke, the chalice burned, the wisdom woke. A fire of truth, a sacred high. They smoke the herb and touch the sky. Babylon rage, they fear the wise. Lock the gates, cover their eyes, but knowledge rise like morning light. One breath in and see the sight. Rasta rise, burn so high, smoke lift up to the most high. Gift of Jah from earth to sky. Dr. High guide with a holy eye. They kicked in doors, they took them away for a leaf, for a plant. They made them pay, but still they chant, still they sing, still the fire keep burning within a revolution. A sacred fight, the herbs still burn in the dead of night. They couldn't kill what Jah create. The seed been sown, it's not too late. Oh, smoke rise high, voices call from mountainsides. Truth don't burn, flames don't die. One green leaf, it touched the sky. Rasta rise, burn so high, smoke lift up to the most high. Gift of Jah from earth to sky. Dr. Hay guide with a holy eye. They try to chain it, try to hide, but Jah works flow like the ocean tide. From Zion's hills to the streets today, Dr. High still lights the way. Dr. High still walks the day. Let the green leaf light the way.
Oh, shit. You guys caught me. Oh, I was just smoking on my Gas Gang Pineapple Express pen. Love this thing. Been smoking Gas Gang pens for quite some time now. Much easier in an apartment, right? You gotta be worried about things. And when it's too cold to go outside, that's a go-to right there. All right. So next song is THC Symphony. And this is one of my attempts to try and use music to educate. So this song's about the endocannabinoid system. It's about cannabinoids, THC, CBD, CBG, CBN, terpenes, myrcene, linalool, limonene, pinene, and it's all put together in a catchy little song that hopefully sticks in your head and gives you an idea why cannabis was designed to work with us. It's good for our bodies. So, THC Symphony. Enjoy.
Alright, listen, there's a lesson. Alright, class, listen up, today's lesson. The endocannabinoid system. CB1, CB2 getting live. That dopamine surging like a roller coaster ride. My neurons dancing, feeling real nice. Bloodstream flooded with them terps and spice. The money lift me, my mood take flight. Bottom of the Marcine chilling, got me feeling right. TXC's the leader, he bring the fire. Got the CBD be chilling, trying to calm him like a choir. The CBG the healer, fixing what's broke. CBN be creeping, make you snore like a joke. This is the THC Symphony. Symphony, roll it, light it, take that hit. Our brain waves jump and feel that shift. Well, THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Feeling chill? That's the line, a little touch. Knew we're feeling bright. That's the citrus punch. Terpenes be working, flavors unlock like a symphony, but inside my thoughts. Living the hype, me, beta cardio feeling, bite me, pine and keep my focus tight. Eucalyptal feeling right. That all these compounds working as one. This ain't just a plan, it's a loaded gun. Oh, THC say yo, let's elevate. CBD like chill, meditate. CBG like bro, I heal the pain. No CBN say y'all go ahead, I'll take the strain. This is the THC Symphony. It's the THC Symphony. Come roll it, light it, take that hit. A brain waves jump and feel that shit. But THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Dr. High steps in, lab coat tight. Endocannabinoid system runs your life. Anandamide, that's your bliss. CB receptors can't be missed. Brain's got receptors ready to go. Cannabis plants, they fit like a coke. Synthetic pills got you feeling insane, but nature already programmed your brain. Roll it, light it, take that hit. Our brain waves jump and feel that shift. Call THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced.
So everything I do with Dr. High has some element of AI attached to it. I use some AI tool, art generator, video creator, something like that is involved, right? In the art or some aspect of what I'm doing. So this next song is actually a video that I put together using AI. Took me about 6 hours to do. The song is kind of about the ritual of cannabis in the times of the old druids or Celtic priests, Stonehenge times, and times like that. So it's kind of about, the ancient ritual of cannabis, how people have been using it for thousands of years as a sacrament, as a medicine, as a form of escape from day in and day out turmoils and aches and pains and all things like that. So this song is called Smoke Rises in Sacred Circles. It's a little bit different, but I think it's kind of cool, and the video came together really well for AI generated. So yeah, enjoy.
Feel the spirits move where the smoke shall speak. In the hills where the rivers flow, elders gather round, let the fire glow. Drum beats soft, moonlight high. Herb starts to burn, reaching for the sky. Hands held tight, words unspoken. Breathe in deep, let the past be broken. Feel the rhythm, feel the flame. Let Jah spirit call your name. One puff, two puff, soul takes flight. Wisdom in the smoke, visions in the night. Ancient voices hum low and deep. The circle is strong, the fire won't sleep. Smoke, smoke rises in sacred circles. Nestle are lost, but the flame still burns. Past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. Through the ashes and embers, you know what's in store. They say the leaves been blessed by the olden ones, passed through hands of kings and shaman sons. Used for healing, used for light, to see through the dark and make wrongs right. From Africa's fields to the Himalayas tall, the herb been growing before men could crawl. Passed from the ancients, given in trust. Now it's in your hands, breathe deep, adjust. One puff, two puff, soul takes flight. Wisdom in the smoke, visions in the night. Ancient voices hum low and deep. The circle is strong, the fire won't sleep. Smoke rises in sacred circles. Lesson you lost, but the flame still burns. Glad of past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. Through the ashes and embers, he knows what's in store. Smoke reveals what hides in sight. Not just a plant, not just a flame, but the key to remembering what we became. Rises in sacred circles, disco and lost, but the flame still burns. Past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. Through the ashes and embers, he knows what's in store.
So I'm fortunate enough to live in Canada, where cannabis has been fully legal for recreational and medical use since 2018. I've been working in the industry since the beginning. For 4 or 5 years prior to that, I also worked in the wholesale accessories business, selling to head shops and emerging dispensaries. all their accessories, papers, bongs, pipes, vaporizers, and everything that went with it. So I've been around it for a while. So this song's called Legal at Last. It starts off talking about those who've had their lives ruined over a plant, the things the government's done, and then we transition into a bit about how Canada's experience has been in the last 6 years of legalization, coming up on 7, I imagine. And yeah, that's it. So legal at last.
Us up, they took our names for rolling dreams, they gave us chains, families torn, lives erased, a war on truth, a war on race. The cells were filled, the streets ran cold, the laws were written in blood and gold. 1 billion lost, but no one paid, except the ones they locked away. Then the walls fell down, the smoke poured through, suddenly they said it's safe for you. They taxed the pain, they sold the cure, but justice still feels so unsure. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. North of the border, the tide has turned. 5 years free and the people learned. Crime went down, streets stayed clean. Cannabis healed, it changed the scene. No smoke and fear, no wasted lives, no broken homes, no goodbye cries. The world took note, they saw it clear. The green rush rose, the truth is near. Oh, smoke rise high, echoes whisper through the sky. For every name, for every fight, one green leaf still shining bright. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High still lights the way. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie.
So, you know, for me, the music is about reaching the cannabis community, no matter where they are or what their culture is, or, you know, what kind of music they want to listen to. So Dr. High, the music is designed to be diverse and inclusive and be of many different styles, because there's as many different cannabis users and as there is styles of music. I mean, there's so many of us out there that turn to the plant, you know, for allowing us to live a better life or have more fun or whatever the reason is that you use. Anyway, here's something a little more along the hip hop vibe. So hope you like it. It's Shawty Rolling Up.
She don't need no man to twist her way. No, she's a real one, no weak lungs, no weak vibes. Shawty roll her own, she don't need no help. Perfect pearl, she twisted up herself. She don't hit no miss, she don't fuck with stress. Only top shelf, got the lungs of a vet. Short dress, red eyes, hit the blunt slow. One pull, now she high, sitting 10 toes. Pink nails, long hair, let the smoke blow. Said she love the vibe, told me twist one more. She ain't basic, she ain't shy. She get high, she get fly. Smoke that loud, feel that vibe. She roll deep, she ride or die. Get hypnotic, smoke fills the anthem for every girl who rolls her own. Shawty rolling up, she don't ever miss. Hands so clean, twisting up a spliff. Eyes so low, lips so thick. We get high, then we take a trip. Took her to the spot, now we both too lit. Half a blunt left, she put it on her lips. Blew a cloud at me, gave me that look. She said, light another one, roll up some kush. Ducked her high, hoodie draped over her frame. Looking so good, might just change her name. Sativa got a giggle and we both insane. One more hit, now she riding my wave. Ooh, smoke in the air. Fingertips twisting while she pull my hair. She ain't no rookie, she been right there. Eyes red low, but she still don't care. Shawty rolling up, she don't ever miss. Hands so clean, twisting up a spliff. Eyes so low, lips so thick. We get high, then we take a trip. She ain't done yet, she just getting started. Roll one, roll two, now we both departed. Lost in the clouds, lost in the vibe. Shawty roll it up, let's go for a ride. Yo, bro, you high? It's just my eyes ain't red, it's just the allergies. Dobby is, I'm not high, bro, trust me, please. I ate some chips, got real deep in thought. Now, I forgot what we were talking about. How I ain't slow, I ain't dumb. One, I just zoned out looking at the sun. It's not the smoke, it's the air outside. Why you laughing, bro? I swear I'm fine. Bro, you high? Nah, man, I'm just real tired. Bro, you high? Nah, bro, my contacts expired. Bro, you high? I think it's the snacks, man, I swear. Bro, you high? Okay, neighbor, just a little bit there.
So some of you might think I'm crazy, but I'm a big believer in aliens. I think they're here. I think they've been here for a long time. I think they've been watching forever. And yeah, I think it's for real. So look up and listen, and I'll let you know right now. I bet you aliens will bring the good shit.
They came from smile out of me.
Sitting on my porch, just rolling one tight. Looked up at the stars, saw a green flashing light. UFO land door slide wide. Out steps some aliens with red ass eyes. One said, yo, we've been watching you, bro. Heard you got that fire, but we got that glow. They passed me a blunt, I took one deep hit. Next thing I knew, Earth ain't exist. One puff, two puff, lost all sight. Floating in space with my mind so light. Planet spin, time feels slow. Intergalactic kush, let the nebula blow. Aliens always bring the good shit. Took one hit, now I'm lost in the mix. Gravity don't let my body just drift. This ain't no earthweed, this the cosmic gift. They roll 0G joints and they smoke them in blue. and they ship whole place smell loud. He said this right here goes in a cosmic cloud. I said, damn, what's the THC? They just laughed and said, bro, infinity. One hit showed me all my past lives. 2 hits made me see through time. 3 hits, man, I ain't come back. Now I'm chilling on Saturn with a blunt that's black. 1 puff, 2 puff, lost all sight. Floating in space with my mind so light. Planets spin, time feels slow. Intergalactic Kush, let the nebula blow. Aliens always bring the good shit. Took 1 hit, now I'm lost in the mix. Gravity gone, let my body just drift. This ain't no earthweed, this the cosmic gift. They roll 0G joints and they smoke them in blue. Maybe Earth just ain't that advanced. Maybe the best weed's grown out past Saturn's rings. Maybe the whole damn universe smoked. And maybe black holes are just cosmic tokes. Some aliens always bring the good shot. Took 1 hit, now I'm lost in the mix. Gravity gone, let my body just drift. This ain't no earthweed, this the cosmic gift. They roll 0G joints and they smoke them in blue. Yeah, take me back with y'all.
Now, we all know that in the cannabis culture, there are many rituals, but I'm not sure there's one more important than the wake and bake. I think that's the way to start the day. I mean, get it off to the right start, and nothing like waking up, twisting one up, having a nice smoke on the porch with a coffee on a beautiful summer morning, hearing the birds chirp and seeing everything so vivid and green, and yeah, one of my favorite things to do for sure. And I bet it's also one of yours. Anyway, next time you get up to wake and bake, you might want to listen to the Wake and Bake anthem.
Sun creeping, the river is low. Another day, another flame. Coffee brewing, grinder turning slow. Get started off with that green gold. Feet hit the floor, and the tan light one up for sure. Ain't no rush, ain't no stress. Start my day feeling blessed. And coffee hot, got my paper stacked. Took 1 hit, now I'm bouncing back. A little Skinner playing on the deck. The Dr. High said, boy, respect the set. Fire it up, roll it tight. Ain't no way I'm starting my day dry. Exhale slow, feeling right. Time to face the world, let's take that ride. Roll it up, light it up, start the day right up. Smoke it up, toke it up, let the sun rise up. Now coffee in 1 hand, joint in the other. Wake and bake, ain't no better way, my brother. Dr. High wrote the book on this vibe. 1 hit, 1 sip, time to ride. Now I'm flying, mind real clear. Speakers bumping, smoke in the mirror. Truck bed loaded, headed down the line. I'm high, but hell, I'm feeling just fine. The breakfast hit, biscuits stacked, eggs fried up, got my munchies packed. Ain't no way this day gonna be slow. 1 more hit, man, let's roll. Fire it up, roll it tight. Ain't no way I'm starting my day dry. Exhale slow, feeling right. Time to face the world.
let's take that ride. Roll it up, light it up, start the day right up. Smoke it up, toke it up, let the sun rise up. Got coffee in one hand, join in the other. Wake and bake, ain't no better way, my brother. Dr. High wrote the book on this vibe. One hit, one sip, time to ride. Watch the world glow. Ain't no worries, take it real low. But outlaw way, let the good times roll. Time to ride.
So for the last song of High Vibes with Dr. High tonight, I decided to play Third Eye Open, Mouth Still Closed. I think it's just a take on how insightful we can be when we reach that right space after smoking some weed. And, we're able to be insightful and look into things, and we can look and listen and feel. And sometimes it's really not necessary to talk, to absorb everything. Sometimes the other senses are enough to give us that sense of peace that we're looking for. Anyway, the third eye open, mouth stay closed.
Rolled up a spliff the size of my arm. Took 2 hits and it did me harm. Heartbeat slow, eyes turn red. Whole damn body feeling like lead. Sound slow down, words don't come. Mouth stay shut, but the mind still run. World look weird, colors get deep. Brain wide awake, but my lips still sleep. 1 puff, 2 puff, everything froze. Third eye open, mouth still closed. Music playing, but I hear no sound. Feel my soul start lifting off the ground. Heavy third eye open, mouth stay closed. Now too damn high, I can't even pose. Room still spinning, mind unfold. I guess I found the truth, but I never told. Sitting in silence, just watching the floor. Time slowed down, but my mind speed up. Staring at my hands like, damn, that's nuts. Thinking about space, thinking about time. Thinking how the pyramids still align. Room full of friends, but nobody talking. Just sitting in smoke, brains all jogging. Someone say yo, but I don't reply. Ain't no words left, just stars in my eyes. 1 puff, 2 puff, everything froze. Every third eye open, mouth still closed. Every music playing, but I hear no sound. I feel my soul start lifting off the ground. Third eye open, mouth still closed. Too damn high, I can't even pose. The room still spinning, mind unfold. I guess I found the truth, but I never told. Lifting off the ground. Sitting in silence, just watching the floor. Maybe words ain't real. Maybe time ain't real. Maybe the universe runs on how we feel. Maybe I should write this down. But I just sat there, didn't make a sound. Third eye open, mouth stay closed. Too damn high, I can't even pose. The room still spinning, mind unfold. I guess I found the truth, but I never told. Sitting in silence, just watching the
Well, Kenneth, I just want to thank you all for hanging out with me for this hour, listening to some music and chilling out a little bit. And I hope you liked the music. I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to listen to it, on your time, you can find me on Spotify at Dr. High or on YouTube Music or iTunes or any of them basically. So so you can find the music there. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you guys have an amazing week, and we will see you again soon. High vibes only, everybody.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound, it's paradise. High vibes only, feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow.
Dr. High is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's March the 27th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, your cannabis and psychedelic news source right here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca. Just to let you know, Cindy's still out west in BC. Glenn is on his way here to Ontario, but we're heading off to the US, Australia, South Africa, as well as all across Canada with cannabis as well as psychedelic news. Eyewitness Weather says blue sky and sunny here in central Ontario today, and hopefully wherever you are, the weather is the same way, because I know this weekend they're calling for ice, freezing rain and ice storms here where we live, and which is never good. So, alrighty, on to the news. First story of the day comes to me from StratCan. Headline says, PAC tells Trump that Canada is attacking U.S. cannabis companies. I don't know what this is about, so let's find out. In an attempt to appeal to U.S. President Donald Trump, a U.S. Cannabis Industry Political Action Committee has released a video alleging Canada is attacking American cannabis businesses. The video, first reported by Marijuana Moment, is one of two released by the Political Action Committee, or PAC, that encourages the U.S. president to reschedule cannabis from its current Schedule I status under the U.S. Controlled Substances Act. Well, yes, that needs to be changed for sure. The previous U.S. President Joe Biden has started the process in a review that Schedule I status in 2023, which has been facing several delays. Move to Schedule III of the U.S. Controlled Substances Act would allow for greater ease of cannabis research and would mean cannabis could be legally prescribed by a doctor under U.S. law rather than just state law, as is currently the case in many U.S. states. What it does not do is it does not make cannabis legal. You got to get it to legalize. That's what you got to get at. Now, according to the report, it says here that Canada is attacking American cannabis companies and Democrats are helping. Says a voiceover in the ad that discusses Canada. Medical cannabis is legal in 40 states, but Washington treats it the same as heroin. It does. That means American companies can't conduct research and are barred from the stock exchange while Canadian companies cash in. Because of its continued federal illegality, most U.S.-based cannabis companies can only trade on the over-the-counter markets in the U.S. To get around the issue, these companies often choose to list on the Canadian Security Exchange or the Toronto Stock Exchange, while some have speculated that a move from Schedule I to Schedule III would allow cannabis companies to list on the stock market, which the video also implies, but not all agree. Now, Canada has enjoyed a first mover advantage regarding cannabis legalization, not only by attracting some of the U.S.-based companies to list on a Canadian exchange, but also by creating a cohesive federal regulatory framework that has allowed for a robust domestic market that also allows for international trade. U.S. companies, meanwhile, cannot engage in cross-border trade between U.S. states, much less ship to other legal markets around the world like Australia, Israel, and Germany. Yeah, the federal government there is stymieing it for sure. When the possibility of a move from Schedule I to Schedule III was first announced, some of the Canadian cannabis industry expressed concern that Canada will lose their first mover advantage in the cannabis space. Although the inability for Canadian cannabis companies to ship their products to the U.S. has shielded them from any direct tariff threats from the Trump administration, the impacts of these trade wars still have indirect impacts on the Canadian cannabis market due to the complexity of international supply chains for things like packaging and labeling, as well as manufacturing equipment. This is American first fight, the ad says. President Trump had the courage to sign right to try healing American patients. Let's do it again. Reschedule cannabis and put America first. Marijuana Moment notes that the statements about Trump's support for right to try that are featured in both ads refer to legislation Trump signed during his first term, allowing terminal patients to access drugs that haven't been approved by the FDA but have cleared a phase 1 trial. The video cites a document released by the Canadian government in February entitled Notice of Intent to Impose Countermeasures in Response to U.S. Tariffs on Canadian Goods, which only references hemp products, as these are allowed to be shipped to the U.S., unlike conventional medical and non-medical cannabis. And the second video released by the PAC focuses on blaming former U.S. President Joe Biden and the Democrats for cannabis illegality. Both videos appear to be framed to appeal to Trump's worldwide basis. It is a combination of both parties. It's a bipartisan effort to keep cannabis illegal because it's so ridiculous that it's not. There's been so much that's been done. And, with all those states supporting legalization and medical, like, why doesn't any administration take that and run with it? It is beyond me. It doesn't make sense to me. So, alrighty, on to our next story. This one is coming to me from Mugglehead Magazine, and the headline on it says, South African president vows to lift ban on cannabis edibles. And one guy said to me in a post, he says, it looks like this guy's already had some edibles. With a big smile on his face. So here we go. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa plans to lift the ban on cannabis and hemp-derived edibles, announced earlier this month following a vast backlash over the move. Well, I guess so. Trade associations and stakeholders felt that the prohibition had no scientific basis and was detrimental to the economy. The statement released by its office on Tuesday explained that the ban was intended to protect minors, but it was since been reconsidered. Now, the statement reads, in light of further stakeholders' consultations, the Minister of Health will withdraw the regulations under the Foodstuffs, Cosmetics and Disinfectants Act to prohibit the sale, importation, and manufacture of foodstuffs containing hemp and cannabis. Now, the news was well received by the Foundation of Rights of Expression and Equality, a Johannesburg-based nonprofit that sent a formal letter to the nation's leader last week, saying that failure to reverse the ban would result in legal action by the organization. We made it clear that the government cannot pass sweeping punitive regulations without consulting the public, according to Free SA spokesperson Ruben Coetzer. And go on to say that on the eve of being taken to court, the minister has rightly withdrawn the unlawful regulations. Now, the Cannabis Trade Association in Africa was also quite pleased about the development after condemning the health minister's March 7th decision. Thousands of jobs were at stake if the South African leader refused to revoke the ban. Now, the nation has decriminalized cultivation and possession of the plant, but the country has yet to open an adult use market. Come on, let's get at her. Medical cannabis remains heavily regulated in the nation. You gotta let that up, folks. South African the South African cannabis operator, Verve Dynamics, was the first in Africa to receive a medical cannabis license in 2017, but it conducted its cultivation activities in Lesotho. The small African state was the first in the continent to legalize growing the plant for medical and scientific purposes. So there you go. Some fellows standing around a plant right there. Okay. Let's, good to see change there to allow people access to edibles because, not everybody wants to smoke, right? Why would you force a patient who say they're 72 years of age and force them to smoke? It just doesn't make sense. So yeah, edibles. All right, on to my next story. This time we're heading off to Australia after leaving South Africa. And the headline here that's coming up here from the International Business Conference, it says the Australian government report recommends cannabis reform. All right, reform. Let's hope that's improvements from what's going on. Let's see. The government committee in Victoria, Australia, is recommending that personal cannabis cultivation and possession be decriminalized in the jurisdiction. The recommendation is similar to the public policy approach that is already in place in the Australian Capital Territory. The cross-party parliamentary group in Victoria is an 8-member council focused on legal and social issues. The committee concluded that the local government should draw on the experience of the Act and adopt a new approach to cannabis legalization. ACT is a short form from the Australian Capital Territory. It goes on to say, this report from the Legal and Social Issues Committee examines a bill introduced in the Legislative Council by the Legalized Cannabis Party to regulate the personal use of cannabis in Victoria. That's stated by the report, titled Inquiry into the Drugs, Poisons, and Controlled Substances Amendment Bill 2023. Goes on to say, during this inquiry, the committee engaged with stakeholders through submissions and consultations. It visited Canberra on February 11th, 2025, to better understand the impact of the Act's Drug of Dependence, that's Personal Cannabis Use Amendment Act of 2019. Now, the committee also spoke with a range of stakeholders at a public hearing on Valentine's Day, February 4th. And that report determined the following: after examining the impact of cannabis policy modernization in the Act, it says, stable cannabis use rates have remained stable with no significant increase since the reforms. Act residents remain less likely to have used cannabis recently than the national average. Right, there you go. Decrease in cannabis offenses. Charges for cannabis offenses and police diversions have declined significantly, reflecting the intended shift towards treating cannabis as a health issue rather than a criminal justice issue. Correct. No increase in health issues. Cannabis-related ambulance callouts and ambulance admissions have shown no substantial changes since the Act's implementation. Now, the 146-page report concluded by offering 9 findings and 7 recommendations for Victoria's government to consider. So there you go. Hopefully they do reconsider, and some of them are good and good for the people and their voters. All righty. Last story before we go to break. And this one is coming to me from the Marijuana Moments. And this one here looks like it's good news for veterans because the GOP congressman cheers Defense Department's $10 million investment in psychedelic research for active duty military. Good. I'm glad to see that they cheered it on. It says the GOP congressman is cheering news that the Department of Defense has allocated nearly $10 million in funding for research in the therapeutic potential of MDMA for active duty military members. After Rep. Morgan Luntrell secured language in defense legislation in 2023 that mandated psychedelic studies at DoD, the department has now confirmed that it's distributing $4.9 million each for 2 trials exploring MDMA in the treatment of conditions such as post-traumatic stress injury, because it's what it is, it's an injury, not a disorder, and traumatic brain injury. There we go. It says, according to Lundell, he says, I'm proud to see the Department of Defense getting real resources to put behind research that could be a game changer for our active duty service members battling PTSD, TBI, and other combat-related injuries. There we go. See, injuries, not disorder, injuries. This funding, driven by our work in Congress, moves us closer to giving our warfighters better treatment options beyond the same risky opioid prescriptions. Our men and women in uniform deserve every tool available to heal and stay in the fight. This is just the beginning. Now, the studies will be carried out by Walter Reed National Military Medical Center and Emory University, as the Military Times first reported. I think we reported on that about a week or so ago. For the forthcoming study at Walter Reed, 91 active duty who aren't expected to be redeployed will be recruited and administered MDMA over 3 sessions. It will also involve preparatory and integration sessions. Unlike other MDMA-assisted therapy, psychedelic-assisted therapy, long-term studies, this will be one of the first that I'm aware of to incorporate long-term follow-up. that remains double-blinded, which will provide us with higher confidence data. And that's according to the lead researcher, Major Aaron Wolfgang. Then President Joe Biden signed the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act into law in December of 2023 with provisions championed by Lindell to mandate the psychedelic research at DoD. The department was specifically charged with establishing a process by which service members with PTSD and TBI could participate in clinical trials involving psilocybin, MDMA, iboga, and 5-MeO-DMT. Now, the list of covered psychedelics also expanded during the bicameral negotiations to broadly include qualified plant-based alternative therapies. Now, Lindell, former Navy SEAL, spoke to Marijuana Moment last year about his personal connection to the issue. And in 2018, the veteran experienced firsthand the transformative effects of ibogaine and 5-MeO-DMT, which he equated to offloading a 500-pound rucksack that had weighed him down since suffering a traumatic brain injury from a helicopter crash. He says, "I fully understand. I'm fairly conservative, but this saves lives. This is changing the landscape of the medical space in a way that is safe and it's effective." Meanwhile, Rep. Jack Bergman, a co-chair of the Psychedelics Advancing Therapeutics Caucus, told Marijuana Moment earlier this month that he's optimistic that the prospects of further advancing psychedelics reform under the President Trump, arguing that the administration's efforts to cut spending in federal workforce will give agencies spines to tackle such issues. Well, we'll find out. He pointed out that under the prior administration, the Food and Drug Administration rejected an application to authorize MDMA assisted therapy based on an advisory panel's recommendation. He called the denial a spineless way out. I remember a lot of people were going like, "What?" There was accusations thrown around at that time. Although Bergman is hopeful about putting money into psychedelic studies, it's worth noting that the new Department of Government agency created by the Trump administration recently touted the cancellation of a grant to support cannabis research. Asked about the relative inaction on cannabis policies under the new Congress, Bergman drew a parallel to flying airplanes, as he's done as a veteran himself. The laws of aerodynamics only apply across all platforms up to a certain limit. So in this case, let's stick to the psychedelic side. So in other words, he's not answering the question. All right. As always, these Marijuana Moment stories are long, so I'm just going to cut it down there. I think I got to the gist of the article. And besides that, I got a cat that just really wants in, and I can just hear it ripping the seams from my seal around my door. So I'm going to head for break. Just so everybody knows, if you want to catch any more of that last story, all of these stories are all available at the Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News Facebook page, and you can read them all there for yourself as well. All right, so off the break I go, and I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. I'm live here at paceradio.net and 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One's called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance, check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Yeah, I'm back from my medication session, or whatever I do during break. And actually, I let the cat out. As I said before the break, it's just ripping the seal off our door. So I let the cat out, had a few puffs, and ready to bring you 4 more stories. And let's get started. First one up. This one comes to me from Big Think. BigThink.com. Never heard of him. But here we go. The overlooked psychedelic that may help treat traumatic brain injury. Oh, there we go. There we go. Anyone marginally familiar with psychedelics has heard of magic mushrooms, LSD, and even MDMA, but ibogaine, the psychoactive compound in the Central African shrub Tabernetha iboga, may not be on many people's radars. Researchers are beginning to test its efficacy in treating mental health disorders, much in the same way as scientists are studying classic psychedelics, with one surprising discovery documented in 2024 by a Stanford research team. The psychedelic may also be able to help treat traumatic brain injury. Ibogaine remains a Schedule 1 substance in the U.S., despite showing promise in treating addiction and PTSD since the 1960s. Still, safety concerns persist, including reports of cardiac arrhythmia and deaths among retreat participants in recent years. Now, ibogaine has been used for centuries by indigenous peoples of Ghanaian in Central Africa for initiation rituals. Identified by Westerners in the late 19th century, it was taken to France and used as an ingredient in an anti-addiction tonic called Labarine. Clinical researchers began to study it formally in the 1960s, and it spread into detox and retreat centers across Europe and the Americas in the 1990s, when research was halted due to health and safety concerns. Since the early 2000s, an increasing number of ibogaine retreats have cropped up around the world, while controlled clinical trials remain practically non-existent. A considerable amount of controversy around the safe and effective use of ibogaine has been stirred up since the 2010 death of a retreat participant forced a clinic to close down in Mexico, where ibogaine remains unregulated. Since then, as reported by Martha Busby for Rolling Stone magazine, a string of deaths have called into question how reasonably
these retreats are operating and whether clinical science can shed some light on best practices. Existing research has positioned ibogaine as a promising treatment for opioid addiction, PTSD, its injury, and as of last year, brain injuries. In the first study of its kind, a Stanford research team published results in January of 2024 detailing the safety, tolerability, and efficacy of ibogaine by treating traumatic brain injuries in military veterans. Of the 30 special operations vets who received treatment, nearly all experienced some level of immediate symptom relief. 1 month after treatment, the vets reported an average of 88% reduction in the PTSD symptoms and an 87% reduction in depression symptoms and an 81% reduction in anxiety symptoms compared to pre-treatment. Notably, they also experienced improvements in cognitive function, including concentration, information processing, memory, and impulsivity. The vets have traveled to a clinic in Mexico to receive treatment and were evaluated before and after their sessions. It says that according to, where does this come from? Oh, Nolan Williams. He's an MD, associate professor of psychiatry. He says it was a reasonably risky decision. Going after a study that a lot of people told me was not the most straightforward scenario for this. Trying to evaluate people at Stanford, have them go down to Mexico and come back and get reevaluated. Going to Mexico. But for Williams, who is in the final stages of sending off an application to the FDA, it's a meaningful first step towards reviving scientific research in ibogaine. It may also be a giant step forward for TBI, a notoriously difficult disease to cure. Defined as any brain injury that results from an acute physical trauma, it can show up in any number of places in the brain, leading to any number of effects, depending on where the injury occurred. Now, it goes on to say that if you had a TBI in your visual cortex, you'd have a cortical blindness. If you had trauma to your mood regulatory circuitry, you'd have depression. Blindness and depression are very different, but they're both the result of a TBI in that case. And what makes TBI so tricky to treat? He says it's very hard to design a treatment for a problem that has such a broad repertoire of presentations. But if you've got a compound that seems to restore or rewind the time on plasticity and restore function, then it doesn't matter where the hit was. Yeah. That's what his team is starting to see with ibogaine. The neuroanatomies, that's where specific areas may be irrelevant to therapeutic effects, whereas something like local brain stimulation is only going to be relevant for the spots you've stimulated. So how does this work? It says even in 2025, some ideas around psychedelic mechanisms of action are overly simplistic, such as notion that one type of neurotransmitter needs to target one type of receptor. Now, Williams told the Big Think that it's very unlikely that the brain works that way, that you just need one hit system. Ibogaine hits a lot of different systems at the same time. It's the difference between playing a single instrument and having an orchestra. The orchestra is kind of a stimulus activation of multiple transmitter systems at the same time that are probably working in concert with each other. Like an orchestra, for sure. Now, ibogaine affects several key brain chemicals, including serotonin, dopamine, and glutamate. It also seems to boost the brain's ability to grow and adapt by increasing levels of something called BDNF, a protein that supports brain health. Beyond the biology, the drug can trigger intense, dreamlike experiences that many users describe as deeply meaning and transformative. Williams says this may be part of the reason why ibogaine has shown promise for treating PTSD. He goes on to say it's sort of a early life emotional reevaluated drug. You look at these emotional silent memories, you relive them, you re-understand them, like the Christmas Carol Scrooge movie, where he goes back and sees his childhood. You're seeing it from a third person perspective. That's really what I think it's doing. So as if you're out of your body and you're looking down and you're seeing how things are going. Yeah. Seeing it in a different way. Since the study came out, Williams' team has evaluated data showing that at least preliminary ibogaine treatment might help to reverse aging in the brain to some extent, though these findings have yet to be peer-reviewed. These effects, which also include cortical thickening and alterations to the emotional regulation system, appear to be durable, lasting up to a year. To date, there has never been a prospective trial using the psychedelic to treat the TBI. With several papers in review and grant applications in the works, Williams is trying to get this going. So far, there hasn't been a trial where the drug was administered in the U.S., he says, because of some of the cardiac risks associated with ibogaine. He says they're rare, but the FDA is aware of it. Like the marijuana moment story, this is also lengthy and it's still going on, but you can see it's good to see that this research. I first heard, I had never heard of ibogaine until I got involved in the cannabis community, and I was hearing about the benefits of it when it came to addictions, and I thought, well, geez, how come they don't do it? But so it's good to learn what's going on with these different alternative choices for medicines, and if they can help. And obviously we're seeing signs all over that they can help. And as far as ibogaine and these heart attack risks, maybe it just has to get them to figure out the actual proper dosing, so on and so forth. And maybe there's certain health conditions that maybe shouldn't have the treatment. Who knows? But that all comes. Apparently, it's all supposed to come in the research. So, alrighty, from ibogaine, we're heading off to cannabis, and we're heading to Virginia, because in Virginia, the governor vetoes bill to create adult use cannabis market. What? Come on. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin on Monday vetoed legislation to establish regulations to implement an adult use cannabis industry in the state. In his veto message, Youngkin cited adverse effects on children's health and safety, the failures of states that have adult use markets, and concerns about increased crime and psychiatric disorders. A lot of stuff has been debunked. The proposed, this comes from Youngkin. It says the proposed legislation, which was vetoed last year, would establish the framework for retail cannabis, which endangers Virginians' health and safety. States follow this path have seen adverse effects on children's and adolescents' health and safety, increased gang activity and violent crime, significant deterioration in mental health, decreased road safety, and significant costs associated with retail cannabis that far exceed tax revenue. It also does not eliminate the illegal black market sale of cannabis, nor guarantee product safety. Well, he's right. It doesn't eliminate the illegal market. We see that right here in Canada. Now, in his veto message, Youngkin cites state data from the Blue Ridge Poison Control Center, which has reported an 85% increase in minors overdosing on cannabis-infused edibles since the Commonwealth legalized cannabis possession in 2021. The governor also points to the proliferation of unregulated sales in California and Colorado, which remains fuels gang activity, drives violent crime, and undermines public safety. Gee, you wonder what a whole state of illegal cannabis would do. I think that would probably fuel gang activity, drives violent crime, and undermines public safety. Now, the financial, that's what they were saying when they were coming into legalization. And now they're trying to legalize it. They say that's going to come into legalization. Like, come on, make up your minds. The financial and societal burdens of legalization have left state governments worse off than before. proving that commercialized cannabis is a failed experiment with devastating consequences. In a statement, Delegate Paul Krisek, chief patron of House version of the retail sales bill, said the governor has once again failed the citizens of Virginia by allowing an already thriving illicit cannabis market to persist, fueling criminal activity and danger in our communities. There you go. It goes thrown around both ways from both sides. He had the opportunity to safeguard Virginians, but instead, this will only exacerbate the proliferation of illicit products, posing greater risks to our schools and public safety. Youngkin vetoed the similar legislation last session. So he's done it twice. Right? This isn't the first time. The governor also vetoed a bill that would have protected the parent rights of adults who lawfully possessed or consumed cannabis in accordance with state law. In the veto message for HB 2613, Youngkin said the legislation disregards clear evidence linking substance use to child endangerment, particularly in the wake of increased incidents of children ingesting cannabis-infused substances following the legalization of marijuana. When it comes to the kids, responsible adults. If you lift a half-empty bottle of beer sitting on a table, you don't think a 2-year-old's going to walk over and try to drink it thinking it's his bottle. Right? I've seen it. So I know it's going to happen. So, it's using the excuses they used to demonize cannabis before, people started legalizing, and now they're using it to deny legalization. So, all righty, here we go on to the next story, which also drives me a little crazy. I believe I also touched on this one the other day, but it's always good to let people know what is going on, because not everybody listens to or watches every show. I realize that. So here we go. This is Texas Senate approves controversial blanket ban on THC. And this comes to me from the business of cannabis. Okay, so you ban THC. So what do you do about your hemp farmers? There's THC in hemp. It's very minuscule, but there's THC in it. What do they do about the hemp farmers? Texas has come one step closer to becoming the latest U.S. state to impose blanket ban on intoxicating hemp products, a move which could destroy 90% of the state's thriving hemp industry. The Texas Senate approved Senate Bill 3 last week by overwhelming majority, which would prohibit the retail sale of any cannabinoid in Texas, except CBD and CBG. That's it. That's all you can buy. Ignore the fact that THC does so much, deals with cancer, deals with pain for patients and stuff like that. Should the bill be passed by the House, Delta 8, Delta 9, and other forms of intoxicating THC, including beverages, would be banned entirely. A move would disseminate the $8 billion industry and impact tens of thousands of jobs. SB 3 was put forward in December of 2024 by Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. It seeks to address a 2019 law intended to boost Texas agriculture, allowing the commercialization of hemp containing trace amounts of non-intoxicating Delta 9 THC. Specifically, the law permitted the production, manufacture, retail sale, and inspection of industrial hemp crops and products in Texas, provided they stayed at or below that 0.3 THC Delta 9 THC threshold. See, now it's zero. This included products for consumable hemp, such as CBD, as well as other edible parts of the hemp plant. However, Patrick contends that retailers have exploited loopholes in the law to market products with unsafe levels of THC, including to minors. Since 2019, retailers across Texas have exploited a state agricultural law to sell life-threatening, unregulated forms of THC to Texans, including children, Patrick said in a statement. He goes on to say that these stores, which often target children with their marketing, have popped up across the state, threatening the safety of our communities. Today, the Texas Senate drew a line in the sand and passed Bill SB 3 to ban all forms of THC. The U.S. Hemp Roundtable noted concerns surrounding unregulated products and youth protection, but argued that prohibition has never worked. No, it hasn't. It will wipe out the entire industry, eliminate jobs, and push consumers towards unregulated markets where there are no ID checks, no testing, no oversight. Notably, testimony from scientists and farmers highlighted that THC limits proposed in SB 3 are impossible to meet, further proving that this bill is unworkable. That goes on to finishes up here. It says, we fully support stronger regulations. I got hiccups now. And on hemp-derived products, including strict age limits to keep intoxicating products away from minors. But an outright ban is the worst and the wrong approach. Instead, Texas should follow the lead of other states that have successfully implemented common sense regulations that protect consumers and hold businesses accountable. Here, here. The separate bill has been proposed by the House Bill 28, which seeks to regulate the market rather than ban it. If HB 28 is passed, the two chambers would have to find a middle ground before the legislation could become law. Well, one fights to ban it, another one fights to get it implemented. This is why it needs to be done fairly and just all across. Come on. Alrighty. Last story of the day. And this one is coming to me. I'm just trying to figure out who it's from. And it's coming from the Green State. Headline there says, DeSantis in hot water yet again over anti-weed campaign. There we go. This isn't the first time. The campaign to legalize adult use cannabis in Florida drew a lot of financial interest from both pro and con factions. Multi-state operator Trulieve sunk tens of millions of dollars alone into the initiative, hoping to secure its robust stake in the state's cannabis market. Meanwhile, plenty of cash went to ensuring Amendment 3 would fail, which it ultimately did. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was a staunch opponent of the measure, and new findings show another potential reason why. Now, as first reported in his Substack and shared by cultivated journalist Jason Garcia, discovered that Philip Morris contributed $500,000 to the DeSantis fundraising committee, bankrolling DeSantis' anti-America 3 and America 4 efforts in a series of posts on X. Garcia revealed the tangled web the two parties weaved, demonstrating the vulnerable tit-for-tat exchange. The TLDR, DeSantis needed more money to help defeat voter initiatives that went against his election platform, like legalizing cannabis and guaranteeing abortion access, respectively. Meanwhile, Philip Morris needed to ensure its IQOS heated tobacco devices would not be subject to steep taxes on nicotine products. Both parties got what they wanted. Amendment 3 and 4 failed to reach the 60% threshold of yes votes earlier this month, and the DeSantis administration declared IQOS devices are not technically cigarettes and therefore not subject to states' tobacco taxes. It's an interesting deal, especially since Philip Morris was quietly invested millions into the cannabis space through its subsidiary Vectura Fertin Pharma. However, the deals are primarily centered on the Canadian markets. The IQOS system, on the other hand, is a much bigger opportunity, according to Garcia. Philip Morris is lobbying lawmakers in several states for rulings similar to the one seen in Florida. DeSantis, for his part, likely had multiple factors motivating his stance on Amendment 3. The Republican raised questions about alleged backdoor deals with hemp operators, likely hoping to deflect potential competition from legal cannabis dispensaries. News of the Philip Morris DeSantis deal is yet another example of the political sausage being made. Meanwhile, supporters of adult use cannabis in the Sunshine State are hoping to re-engage voters with the goal of getting the measure across the finish line in 2026. Let's see what they do. So we'll probably be reporting on that when that comes out, and see if they can get it done this time. I think they only missed it by a few percentage points, and that's too bad. And it's just getting paid and stuff like that to turn down things, and or veto bills that the people want. It's just not right. But all we can do is keep fighting back through it and take things to the courts and hopefully win there. So other than that, from legacy420.com news desk, that's the news report for today. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks to our buds at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, legacy420.com, at ease.ca, and limestone city hydroponics.ca. And in closing, as always, educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.